Welcome to Red Bull Ready Check, a skills tournament that brings you and the best FPS gamers together in a test of raw aim. In partnership with Aimlabs, Red Bull Ready Check introduced a new 4-week ranked mode that tests your skills in 3 key FPS-based disciplines: tracking, flicking, and switching. Players completed 9 new tasks designed exclusively for Red Bull Ready Check to receive an official rank. Players tested their skills against others to climb the ranked ladder, and the top 6 ranked competitors at the end of the season instantly qualified to compete today in the first ever Red Bull Ready Check Championship. 2 additional competitors have earned their spot in the finals through pop-up events and a Last Chance Qualifier hosted in Dallas earlier today. 8 of the best professional FPS gamers will round out the 16-player field, culminating in a final showdown between the best invited pro and the best qualified competitor that will truly answer the question, who has the best aim in gaming? Let's meet our invited pros. From 100 Thieves, it's Timmy. From Apex Legends to Valorant, Timmy is known as one of the scene's most hardworking and talented streamers. From Cloud9, we have Celsius. Formerly a Counter-Strike Global Offensive player, Jordan has become a core member of Cloud9's Valorant team. Also from Cloud9, we have Jakey. Jake is one of the newest members on Cloud9's Valorant roster, but has proven time and time again why he deserves a spot on the team due to his clutch gameplay. Next up, we have Animal, who is a full-time Valorant streamer for Complexity and a former competitor for VCT Game Changers. Annie has amassed countless achievements across various Valorant and Apex Legends tournaments over the years, like winning first place in the Aim Changers tourney by Aimlabs. Then we have Josh Secchi, a high-level Valorant, Fortnite, and Overwatch content creator for Evil Geniuses, who is known for his positive attitude and ability to entertain his viewers while maintaining a strong competitive edge. Also stepping up is Dapper. Another Counter-Strike Global Offensive convert, Michael has made a name for himself in the Valorant scene as a star player on Sentinels and G2 Esports. Next, we've got Curry, a former Counter-Strike Global Offensive and Valorant professional for T1 and Cloud9. Raul is now a full-time content creator who regularly streams Aimlabs sessions for his community. And finally, from G2, it's Shazam. As the former IGL for Sentinels and G2 Esports, Shizeb has maintained his high-level aiming as a full-time content creator under the G2 Esports banner. And challenging our invited pros are the 8 best qualified winners from across the US map, who won their seat in the top place to be here today in Dallas, Texas. All the players will race the leaderboard in their group for the top score, potentially winning money prizes along the way, with the lowest scores being eliminated. So, good luck, gamers. May the best aimer win.
Hello and welcome to what some may call the Big D, but you may know as Dallas, Texas. I'm Gabby Durden, your host for Red Bull Ready Check, and I'm gonna be hanging out here all day at the Echo Lounge with some of your favorite invited pros and challenging aimers alike. With this exciting Aimlabs partnership, I'm sure we're in for some fun competition, but I know I'm not the only one stoked for today's festivities. It is my honor to introduce our casters, Katie Bedford and Ron Rambo Kim. Casters, it's a pleasure to have you on the show today.
Gabby, thank you so much for the incredible introduction to what is, Ron, going to be an incredible event. And one, not only it's unique, it's new, but it's right up your alley. You're a world champion and you're an Aimlabs expert.
Yeah, so I'm here as a fan and as a gamer. So again, this is the first of its kind today. Someone will be walking away with the title of Best Aim in Gaming. And it's going to be exciting. We've got 2 brackets full of the best gamers, the best aimers. So we'll see them go head to head. It'll be fun to watch.
Now, we got to check out some of the most anticipated players today. We cannot wait to see their gameplay. There's going to be a few that really come to mind, Ron, and I think one of those, it's going to be someone that was mentioned off of the top of the show, the likes of a player such as 100 T's. It's Timmy. When you talk about someone like that, I mean, what a wild couple weeks it's Timmy has had. Not only did you just win $100,000 at the Annihilator Cup, you also, in an LCQ, qualify for the ALGS Championship championship land. So it's Timmy, are you going on a three-peat? Are you taking it home here?
Yeah, he's on fire. He's riding momentum. This is going to be a huge event for him. Obviously, he's hitting on all cylinders, being able to compete and play against the best and qualify for these world championships. So he's definitely going to be one of the favorites and one we're going to watch closely.
We also saw up there Cloud9 Zelsis as well, one of the high top-tier competitors, and of course Shazam on your screen. Now Shazam has had a little shenanigans going on here, Ron, not only on Twitter with one of the qualified winners, but I think we also saw a Red Bull Gaming tweet showcasing not only Aimbot Neon, but Shazam, a little back and forth from them.
Yeah, a little back and forth. You know, Shazam, he's a competitor. He plays with passion and fire, and he likes to compete. So, you know, give him a reason to play good, and he'll step up.
Yeah, and that's the kind of competition. Not only do you want to be the best here, but hey, a little extra fire, a little spice between all the players is exactly what we are looking for. But we also need to talk to you about how this is going to play out. So let's look at the rounds. Ron, we're going to have 5 total rounds, but it's kind of a king of the hill scenario for each side, the qualified winners and the pros. You don't want to be in the bottom 2, right?
No, the bottom 2 gets eliminated from both sides. So as we see here, we have 5 total rounds. The first 3 rounds will have 2 players eliminated from the invited pros and the qualified winners. And then moving on to the semifinal, of course, we'll have 4 players remaining, where 1 player will be eliminated from each side. And of course, the finals are the last 2 players, where the king of each side of the bracket will compete first for the title.
Yeah, they'll go head to head. Now they have 9 tasks that they have to get through and 2 attempts each. So they are going to have at least some wiggle room. But we need to talk about that LCQ player. You may have noticed in the opening graphic there was a big old question mark there, Ron. Well, we know who that is. Today it was UV Seer, aka Raf, who was able to qualify. You can hear some of the cheers in the background. And Ron, I think Raf really had a journey to get here.
He did, yeah. I spoke with him after he won the event, and you know, he had qualified up to rank, on the 3rd week online he had qualified. Then the 4th week he had a personal issue and he wasn't able to compete that last week, so he missed out on a few points, and then so he decided to fly out here from LA and try to get this last spot, and he won it.
Yeah, and that dedication is something you love to see. I think missed out by, 1 point, and says, you know what, I can get it done, I have faith, flies out and does exactly that, and will actually be our first qualified winner who will be going up onto stage today to start playing through everything. But I think, Ron, if there's any sense I get from the venue today, people are loud, they are excited, and they are ready to see all the action, especially for an event that's a little bit different, you know? We're going into Aimlabs, you're gonna be clicking dots, but only one person's gonna click them the best.
Yeah, exactly, and we've got 9 different tasks that we'll be playing up to the finals, so we'll see 9 different skill sets. They all play a little bit differently, test different skills like flicking, tracking, switch tracking, your precision skills. So these are all terminologies and mechanics that you're familiar with as an FPS gamer. And I think what's really unique about this event is we're able to combine different games and genres together where they can compete. Where normally you see only, you know, Counter-Strike or Valorant or Call of Duty players play. Now we're able to combine all of that and see how they do.
Yeah, these are all skills that are applicable across the board, but who can do it best? Now, we already mentioned that it's going to be Annie and Raf starting things off. However, Ron, it is going to be the jiggle switch, float click, and veer tracking, which is the first set of 3 of the 9 tasks. And jiggle switching is going to start things off. So for anyone who may not understand, can you explain a bit about what that is?
Sure, yeah. So we have 3 different tasks for each round. The players will play the 3 tasks twice, and the best score from each task will be combined and averaged to win. So there's 6 total tasks, 3 tasks played twice. So the first task that we're going to see is jiggle switch, and this is a task that simulates, like the name says, jiggling. So players like in Counter-Strike or Valorant, where they strafe AD, where they peek out and they're moving left and right, and you can't really predict where they're moving. So it's one of those kind of like micro tracking tasks where they're just barely moving on your screen. So it's going to take a lot of finesse and touch to keep on that target.
Now, we want to remind you all that not only are these players in venue with us on the Red Bull Twitch, but they are also the pros co-streaming as well. So if you want to go to their channels, show them love, maybe you're a Shazam fan, Dapper, anyone else on the pro list, they are all co-streaming. You can see the chats there on screen. So make sure to go show them some love while they're in venue competing for that top spot. Now, I know you just did a fantastic job of talking us through jiggle switching. We said float clicking is next. Now, that gives you an idea, float in the word, but talk to us about what exactly float clicking is going to entail.
Yeah, what's nice is the task names simulate what you're going to see in terms of how the task is going to be played. So float click, we're going to see a lot of targets that are floating. So you see a pretty predictable trajectory and then moving around. So if you know, like in games where you can kind of defy gravity, so maybe jetpack games, or you know, you're kind of floating, maybe you're like a jet and you have these floating mechanics, that's where we're going to be seeing these targets floating in the air where you're going to have to track them on the X and Y axis.
And that's where things can get a little tricky. You were talking about it when it comes to jiggle switching. That was just on that X-axis, right? Going back and forth. Then you have to step it up both directions at the same time, which leaves our final task, veer tracking. And this is something, Ron, that I talked to you about actually last night. In your opinion, you said that this in particular is a very, very difficult task of the night.
Yeah, I think so. I think you got to put it up there with one of the more difficult tasks. The target moves in sporadic directions. So like a jet that has dash or like a tracer. So you see this target that's moving left and right, and then suddenly it's leaping a few frames and you've got to catch up with it. So it's going to test your kind of range of motion. Maybe if you're capped out on your wrist, aiming towards the right side, and that target dashes toward the right, well, now you've got to reset your wrist to create more ground to track that target. So we're going to see there's going to be a little bit of randomness in that factor. If, you know, if it keeps leaping to the right, then you might get a little unlucky, so we'll see how the players adapt.
Yeah, and I think adaptability, that's going to be key, right? When you look at the pros, they have all of these skill sets by virtue of playing the game a lot, using tools like Aimlabs to be able to improve their gameplay. And then on the qualified winner side, you do have people who, a lot of them are aim trainers, they're coaches specifically for this. So do you think that's going to have an impact on either side here?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to watch. Again, we have two different brackets. We have the invited professional gamers. They're obviously elite, world-class gamers at their choice of game, you know, where they've got all these different mechanics that they've mastered for that game. But now they're kind of out of their comfort zone. They're going to be tested in a variety of different tasks, the 9 tasks we have available. And on the other side, we have the winners, the qualifiers. And these are professional aimers. Like, this is what they do
all day long.
All day long, yeah. So they've got the full range of motion. They've got faster sensitivity. They've got incredible visual reaction registration. So this is what they train for. But you know, the X factor we talked about earlier, Katie, is that they don't have that professional LAN tournament experience that we have with some of the invited pros. Obviously, a lot of them are huge streamers. They've got tens of thousands of people watching them, so they're used to all those eyeballs. And I think that's where the X factor comes in, so we'll see that in play.
That is such a great point, Ron, and I love that you brought it up, is the fact that some of these people on either side, the likes of It's Timmy on the pro side, or maybe a lot of the qualified winners, they actually haven't competed in a LAN scenario before, or if they have, perhaps in a smaller setting. And now you've got a ton of fans, supporters around you. You got people standing behind you, watching you compete today. How is that potentially going to trip someone up? Or maybe, who knows, that's the fire they need to come out on top.
Yeah, that's right on nail on the head. I mean, are you the player that steps up when it matters, right? Like some of these aiming professionals and the winners, they spend a lot of time. You know, this is a huge moment for them. So let's see what their mentality's like. They're going to be on stage, bright lights, camera. Are they going to step up to the challenge, or are they going to kind of let that be a hindrance on them? So there's a lot of mental resilience and fortitude at play that you can't really measure through stats and numbers. And yeah, I think that's where the pros will have the advantage.
Oh, they very well may, and I want to actually lead off of that, Ron. I said it earlier, right? World champion, you know everything about Aimlabs. So tell us a little bit about your history, because you're kind of going to be the expert on what's happening throughout the day. So how did you get to where you are?
Sure, yeah. I mean, I actually worked at Aimlabs for 2 years. Shout out to Wayne Mackey, the founder and CEO, phenomenal human being. Just an amazing influence on gaming. But Aimlabs, the best way I can describe it, it's kind of like a mental gym for aiming. So what any game you play, you can hop in, you can figure out exactly what skills that you need to improve upon, and they will have that machine or exercise or task waiting for you, right? You go to the gym, you bench press, squat, you have all these machines. You have that in Aimlabs. So you can load Valorant playlists in there that are designed by professionals that they've worked with. So yeah, Rainbow Six, Call of Duty, Apex Legends, you name it, they have it. And it's free, so you can go on Steam, search up Aimlabs, and it'll be available for you. And if you also want to test your skills on the same tasks that everyone's playing in this tournament, you can do that as well. Go to the Red Bull Ready Check button, you'll see it.
Well, the sky's the limit when it comes to Aimlabs, and I love that, right? It's a tool that if you truly are dedicated, you want to improve on yourself, there's so many different ways that you can go about doing that. Now, we are going to get into the action here very shortly. We're just working through a couple things up on stage, but I do want to talk about round one, right? So you're going to have these head-to-heads, and you're going to have 8 rounds of them, 16 total players. Now, we know that the bottom 2 get eliminated, but there is some extra pressure here. There you can see Animal up on stage. There's some added pressure because if you survive round 1, you are into the tournament prizing. So there is money on the line right off the rip.
Yeah, there's $50,000 on the line right now. So first place will walk away with $25,000. And also shout out to AOC, the monitor supplier of this tournament, and the top 4 players will also walk away with one of those nice 240 hertz gaming monitors.
And I think what's sort of funny too, we were talking to Shazam yesterday actually as they were in venue, kind of getting everything set up, and well, you can worry about the other side of things later on, because at first, it's kind of the pros v the pros, the qualified winners v the qualified winners. You don't necessarily at first have to be the best. You just don't want to be the bottom 2 in your group. So it's going to potentially be some neck and neck situations, Ron, where maybe they're trying to track, well, how well are the pros doing across from me? Maybe potentially some trash talk up on stage, get the nerves going. I cannot wait to see how they react to each other.
Yeah, that's the fun part about playing on stage. And there are players out there who like to try to get in the heads of their opponents, and that's kind of part of the game, right? So you're now sitting next to each other, and you can kind of holler over there, you know, like you're trying to get in their head. So hopefully you'll be able to see with that. I think.
Were you standing up, Ron? Were you yelling at people back in the day?
I personally don't. You know, I feel like that backfires. You know, like you don't want to wake a sleeping bear type situation. So no, but if my players, that's what they need to do to get them in the right mindset, and you know, maybe try to throw a little wrench in their system over there, I'm all for it.
I love that. Now, I want something from chat. There you can see Animal up on stage alongside Raph, who is the LCQ player from today. I want chat to let us know, who are you hoping comes out on top, walks away with that $25,000 prize for today? Is it one of the pros? Is it one of the qualified winners? Let us know who you are rooting for, who you are cheering on. And again, the pros are co-streaming this, so you can go show them that support in their stream. So I have to ask Ron, it's game day, right? You're getting up to your computer, you're getting warmed up, things are about to start. Do you have a ritual to settle in, to kind of settle those nerves, get yourself in the right headspace?
Yeah, it's a great question. I think routines equal consistency, and this is one of the things I preach. If you want consistency, you need to have a warm-up routine that you can rely upon to get yourself in the right mental space, and also setting up your gear. You know, when you go to a LAN tournament, you've got a different table, a different chair, the environment's different, so things feel a little off, and you got to be able to settle yourself in. So you got to figure out, you know, how do I push this from my posture? How is my mouse pad on the table? How's the monitor? Is it too close, too far? The angle, like all these things you got to figure out brand new. But then also the mentality part, right? You got to get yourself in the right headspace, whether that's listening to music, like hype music. Some people listen to like gym music, and they like to get riled up. Some people like to be a little bit more peaceful and just like calm things down and treat it like, hey, it's just another day, you know, another match that I've played hundreds of times.
No, I love that. Everything is different, but at the end of the day, hey, if it works for you, then it works for you. And that's all that matters. Maybe, who knows, we can get some of those game day rituals out of Gabby in some interviews later on. Again, we appreciate your patience. We are just around the corner from jumping into that very first matchup, which again will be Animal from Complexity and Raph, our LCQ winner. You can see him hands up on stage. They are ready to rock. And these are going to be two people, I think, that are excited to kick things off here, especially with this jiggle switch, right? I think when you look at someone like Annie, jiggle switching, this is gonna be a skill set that she's very good with already from that prior Game Changers professional background.
That's right, yeah, jiggle switch is right up her alley. I mean, it's a horizontal X-axis movement, primarily in games like Valorant that she was a professional or is a professional gamer, played for teams like Complexity. It's a very familiar feeling. So this is going to be a task where she has to get as many points as possible because again, she's playing against the invited qualifier winner here, and he's feeling good.
He seems relaxed. He seems confident. And has a lot of personality to boot. That is something we love. But out of curiosity, so you have a ton of experience with Aimlabs, Ron. When it comes to all these different tasks, there's 9 of them. When it's X-axis, Y-axis, is there anything you find tends to trip people up more? Is it that horizontal movement, vertical movement?
Yeah, it's a great question. I would say most players are familiar with the X-axis movement. It's you're bending your wrists left and right. It's a pretty naturally, anatomically, a natural thing you can do. The one that trips people up is usually the Y-axis, so when the targets are moving up and down. And that's where you actually have to shift your entire forearm and elbow on the table. And if you have, I know people with like sweaty arms, you know, it gets stuck on the mouse
Not the sweaty arms.
Yeah, it's real, right. So we've seen one of the gamers with the gaming glove, you know, that kind of helps with the traction and removing some of that friction. And I would say also moving diagonally, it's kind of a combination of both vertical and X-axis movement. So now you got to kind of combine this awkward, you know, like our bodies aren't supposed to work like that. So you've got to find this nice elbow position, shoulder position that kind of allows you to hit any of those range of motions, whether that's speed or tracking or precision.
Well, I do think Gabby has a little something for us, so I want to go ahead and throw it over to her on the floor.
All right, we are over here in the pro corner. I know I just set you back into practice, but we're going to get some words from you, Zelsis. Happy to have you here. I know there's been some talk about pros versus aimers. What are your thoughts?
I mean, we lost, for sure. I spent like 20 minutes watching Maddie and Aimbot Neon and stuff, and those kids are like unreal, so I don't think we have a chance. Maybe Timmy, but I'm just trying not to get last. I'm trying to beat Shaz, so.
A little birdie told me, though, you have a strategy to try to take some of your fellow competitors down, maybe some trash talk, maybe using your close proximity to your buddies as an advantage. Tell me a bit about that.
I mean, I'm yelling at him. I'm going to yell at everyone else, you know? It's like, these kids, at least, if we play them, it's their first time on stage. So if I can't win in-game, I'm going to win out of game, you know? I'm going to talk shit, get them a little nervous. Maybe they miss the balls or something, you know? Something like that.
Multiple ways to win. Well, thank you for joining me, and best of luck. All right, Katie, let's get into everything ahead.
Gabby, thank you so much. Zelsis maybe with some mental warfare there to get in the heads of our qualified winners, but it is time to jump right into game. Coming up, we have Raph and Annie for round 1. And here we go, right into things. You can have UVCer, aka Raph, on the top, Animal on the bottom. And it is gonna be those scores coming in fast. I think so far, Raph off to a great start, Annie as well. What are you thinking, Ron?
Yeah, so this is jiggle switch. We've got the targets here moving left and right and strafing. And you've got to keep your crosshair about a second on the target before they disappear. So sometimes we'll see a player, maybe they aren't able to successfully finish a target, they'll move on to the next one. And the key to this task is if you can try to get the target as it's transitioning to the other side, you'll see it kind of halt in the air a little bit. So there's going to be this element of prediction and kind of guessing. Oh.
And just like that, right?
Yeah.
1 minute up and down. It's snappy. I know we're sitting here on the desk. We knew it was going to go fast, but it is over just like that. Reminder, for each of these, Ron, there's 2 attempts. So Animal and UVCer are going to get to attempt this again to improve those scores. And it is going to be the best score from those attempts that gets put on the leaderboard. I think Raph was hitting into the 100K plus there at the very end.
Yeah, well, I mean, after he finished, I saw a little shake of his head. So maybe
he so not happy.
Yeah, I don't think he was happy to his standards. But like you said, Katie, the players do have 2 attempts at each task, so they get a warm up, and I love that. You know, I think 1 minute, you know, one time, it's kind of like, okay, let's give them 2 chances, and I like that.
Well, here we go. Attempt number 2 is just about to begin for jiggle switching. We'll hope both can improve their scores. Because reminder, for the first 4 rounds, it is king of the hill of your respective side, the pros in Animal's case, and the qualified winners in UVCer's case. Yes, you're going up against each other right now, but you don't want to be in the bottom 2 of your own category. So if you can get into that 100K plus, you're going to be in a great position. But right now, it's all about that improvement at the end of the day.
Yeah, we'll see here if UVCer can make an adjustment. I mean, his eyes were locked in. You can see that he was trying to get into the zone there. And, you know, when the targets are moving this fast, you only have a minute. It's almost like you don't even have time to blink because there's so much going on. You got to be able to predict the movements not only on the one that you're tracking, but which one am I switching to next? Which one's closest? Which one do I predict will start switching direction so I can get an easy elimination there on that target?
You know, I think really you can't be indecisive, right? You just have to go. There has to be some instinct and intuition. Both of them leaned into their keyboards as we count down to the final 5 seconds of the second jiggle switch. This is the best you're gonna have. And what it looks like, I think both of them very well may have improved their scores. That's exactly what you want to see.
Yeah, nice fist bump there. He definitely broke 100K UVCer.
But smiles across the board.
Yeah, smiles across the board.
Because you know what? At the end of the day, we're also here to have a really, really good time. So jiggle switching, you're going to get to see everyone give this an attempt. But we're going to stick right now with Animal and Seer because up next, we're going to have float clicking, something that you already talked about, but going to be pretty different from what we just saw.
Yeah, float click this time now, the players are going to be tested in the y-axis, and the target's going to be floating around in the screen kind of gently, not as sporadically as some of the other tasks that we'll see later on. So, yeah, it's a warm-up into this tournament. I think some of the more difficult the next task is going to be really interesting. So we'll see that one next. That's veer track. But now, so the players have just warmed up their x-axis. Now they've got to shift into the x and y.
Right, and that's going to be maybe a mental reset for them. But also, you know what? You get the nerves out of the way. You're up on main stage. You get the first attempts in. You're feeling good. You're relaxed. You're leaning way into that monitor, and you're ready to go. And I think sometimes that can really help just maybe get rid of the background noise, Ron, right? Everything in front of you beyond that monitor doesn't matter. It's just you and clicking the dots.
Yeah, I mean, that's the challenge of LAN tournament play, right? You go home, you play weeks and preparing for a tournament. Now you've got to step up. You've got, you know, anywhere from 1 minute to 45 minutes, depending on your game of choice. In this case, the players have 1 minute on each task. So a terminology that's used in sports psychology is having memory like a goldfish, where you pretty much instantly forget any mistakes that you made, right?
That's me every day.
Oh, nice.
So here we go, right? This is jumping right into float click, the first of 2 attempts.
Yeah, just to touch on that memory thing, it's kind of like when you're competing at this speed and you miss a target, if this kind of negative memory pops up, like, oh, I just missed a shot, I should have hit that, and it kind of cycles out of control for a few seconds, you know, that's like 10% of your time already gone. So you got to have this resilience in a way where, okay, you know you're going to miss some shots, but how fast can I move on and adapt and start hitting the next ones?
And both of them cruising through this, 5 seconds left. These attempts go so fast, Ron. Just not a lot of time to get as good of a score as you can. But there we go. The first set come in, a deep breath on stage, smiles all around, cheers in the background, and they are doing a great job. We will have one more attempt for the two here to post their best possible scores. But first impressions, Ron, now that we're into everything.
Yeah, the players are into it now. I mean, they should hopefully have found their optimal alignments and positions. So their arm position, their elbow position, any kind of small tweaks and adjustments now, this is where you want to lock those in. Of course, if your elbow's off, maybe your posture's off a little bit, 1/2 inch, 1 inch, that could be a reason for missing the shots. We're just talking about pixels here.
Well, and you even have said it before, right? It could be the height of your chair, the position of your arms to the desk, and so many micro things that can really impact how you perform. But right now, it's all about getting it done. Let's jump into attempt number 2 for the float click. Raf and Animal on the stage, and here we go. 1 minute, and the clock starts now. So when you're doing something like this, Ron, I'm curious, are there going to be those moments where maybe you have a little bit of a slower start, but you're able to just find that flow later on? How often do you have those kind of situations of maybe consistency throughout versus hot start, slow finish, or vice versa?
Yeah, momentum plays a huge part. You know, sometimes you get a good start where the targets are in your favorable positions. Like some players, they have a left side or right side weakness, and they have a preferred area of the mouse pad or direction that they like to aim in. So, you know, you could start picking them up, your confidence starts building up, and you're in the groove. And it's, you know, it could be downhill or uphill depending on how you start, especially with all this pressure on the line.
And well, again, we talk about how quickly that time goes by, and just seconds left on this final float click attempt as things come to a close. And again, it's all about those improvements. We're 2/3 of the way done with this very first set. There next is the veer track, and that is where you said things are gonna get tricky. But hey, high spirits, so maybe, you know what, they're not even worried about it.
Yeah, they're feeling good, you know. We've got veer track here, so this is the final and third task of this round. So this is a huge one. This is where could be an elimination factor right here, and I think this is definitely one of the more difficult ones. So as we'll load into the task here, we'll see this kind of body size pill that matches kind of a hitbox of a body that's strafing left and right. So you'll be on this target here, and then it's just randomly changing directions.
Right, and you want to keep your cursor on that as much as you can. And do you want to be anticipating the change or just reacting to it?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think you can get in trouble if you try to over-predict where the target is moving. It's one of these things where you just have to be super reactive. And you've got to move with the target. You can't try to get ahead of it, because if you do, you might lose some precious seconds tracking that target. And as we see, as the players are successfully tracking the targets, it'll respawn back in the middle. And each time the target respawns, it gets more difficult. It gets smaller, it moves faster. However, it does reward you more points.
Right, the more difficult it gets, well, if you can stay consistent, the more points you're going to earn. But again, these heats go by so fast. Just 2 seconds remaining as we close out the first of 2 veer track attempts for UV. Sarah, and well, smiles, leaning back. I'm pretty happy with that score, it seems.
Yeah, he likes it. That's well done.
And well done indeed. You know that the other players are also going to be keeping an eye on this, right? Because you're going to start getting an idea of the benchmark scores you might be needing to overcome. Because again, the bottom 2 on each side are going to be eliminated in rounds 1, 2, and 3, going through the semi when we'll have 4 left, and the bottom 2 will be eliminated to move on to the final. So maybe a little bit less pressure perhaps at the start, but let's jump into it. Our final attempt here for the veer track, and well, it's all about those improvements at the end of the day, Ron.
Yeah, and a tip I would advise for people that are learning to track, maybe you're a beginner, I would say first find a nice mouse position for your side fingers, so your pinky and your thumb. Those are very critical to help you change directions left and right. The second tip I would say is try to be consistent with your grip pressure. If you're holding it at a 5, you don't want to be changing it from tight to soft and firm and fluctuating, because it just makes your aim a little bit shaky and not as smooth as a consistent pressure.
And now about 20 seconds, I believe, for them to get as high of a score as possible. And looking good from both ends. And it seems like, again, Seer just doing a great job, Animal as well. And I mean, you're gonna have to be happy with these scores off rip, especially sometimes when there's those extra nerves, right, as we get into the final 2 seconds of being the first 2 on stage. But they have done what they do best. They have impressed. So that attempt going to be wrapped up. Cheers across the board. Great job out of Animal and Seer. Yeah,
so round 1 complete. And now we will add out those scores and see what the accumulation is. Again, 3 tasks are played. You play them twice. You take the best score from each task and you add that up as your total score for the round.
Well, I know in a second here we're going to check out some of those replays, but we're into the swing of things, Ron. When you saw those first attempts, we got all 3 of those sections done. First impressions overall, does it look like, you know what, they're comfortable, cool, calm, collected, ready to go?
Well, UV Seer, that was an impressive run there. I think most of his scores he hit over 100K. So we got to see kind of the side-by-side comparison of a professional aimer versus one of our invited pros. And well done, that was a great round by him.
And well, another great round up next. You can see it, Slidebug on the qualified winners section, and It's Timmy from the invited pros. And It's Timmy has had so much success recently, but I believe maybe not as familiar with a LAN setting. So I think that's an interesting dynamic, right? You just won $100,000, but maybe some jitters being on stage here.
Yeah, I spoke with him at dinner and kind of picked his brain about how he felt, and you know, quite frankly, said he was a little bit nervous. And you know, although he's won some huge qualifiers and tournaments online, you know, again, this is a different setting. So he's also kind of out of his element. And as Zelsis referred to earlier, he thinks Timmy's the favorite. So let's see.
Yeah, we will have to see. And you can see Slidebug there up on stage as well. And Ron, as we're waiting to get into things, can you talk to me a little bit about how important it is? You can see those mouse pads, the amount of room they have kind of from elbow to tips of fingers to really get that range of motion. How crucial is that in terms of your overall accuracy and ability to aim?
Yeah, great question, Katie. I mean, the mouse pad is the complement to your mouse. So it determines your surface friction. So obviously the size matters. You want one that'll be able to accommodate any kind of wide flicks. Maybe if you're caught off guard, you need to do 180 in game, or a task that we just saw with Veer Track, we saw the target switching from left to right pretty drastically. So obviously you've got to accommodate that on both the X and Y axis. And then the surface friction is a huge factor. I mean, you can have ones that have kind of like a rolled surface or texture where it makes it super smooth. You also have ones that are a little bit fuzzy that adds surface friction, which can be helpful to stop. It's, you know, you've got a little bit more friction, so you can stop on a dime. It's really good for micro click, which is a task we'll see earlier. When you have like small targets, you need to stop on like literally like a hair width of a pixel. That's great. There's mouse pads that are made of plastic. There's aluminum ones, you know, so there's all different kinds of textures. And then also I know mouse gates are a big factor. You put those underneath your mouse, and that also, obviously that's what's rubbing on the mouse pad. So if you find a good combination of a surface of a mouse pad and that nice mouse gate, Teflon is typically ones, but they also have like different versions of Teflon. So there's a lot of experimentation that you have you know, as a professional aimer and gamer, and once you find the right one, you know you're locked in.
Well, I said you're an expert for a reason. My goodness, all incredible information. And right, it's personal preference. It's not going to be a copy-paste situation from, say, a Slidebug to an It's Timmy. But something I want to touch on as we get into these jiggle switch attempts for both of them is the fact that Aimlabs and Red Bull are doing an event like this at all. You know, when it's someone like It's Timmy, you see them using a lot of these abilities and skill sets just in the games that they're playing, whether it's Apex, Valorant, Counter-Strike, anything. But I love how unique this event is for really showcasing, if you peel back the layers of that onion, the base skill sets and things that you've dedicated yourself to and know so much about?
Sure. I mean, when you're talking about FPS games, like if you have the best aim in the world, you can become a professional gamer. You know, you put some smarts together, and if you're just hitting every single shot, you're going to make a huge impact. Whether that's like a pistol round, rifle round, sniper, you know, whatever it is, it's one of those skills that's absolutely fundamental to play FPS games, and that's what we're seeing on display here. So, you know, being able to hit small targets, tracking targets that are strafing left and right, hitting players that are jumping off high ground or low ground, all these skill sets, that's what we're seeing today.
And again, if you are just tuning in, we're actually going to hand it over to our wonderful host, Gabby, on the floor.
Thank you, Katie. I am joined by Aimbot Neon. All right, Neon, you knew I was going to talk to you at some point, right? Can you recap a bit of the lead up into this event and maybe some of the memery around it?
Oh, I mean, there's stuff happening everywhere. There's memes on Twitter. There's memes here. There's all of us hanging out, all the competitors and stuff, having a great time together at the hotel. You know, going out of the hotel and doing some stuff that they're usually not comfortable with. You know, we're getting out of our comfort zone a lot. And even just prep here. I mean, everybody's still practicing. Everybody's on the side here and doing really whatever they can just to kind of perform and continue to be consistent, because that's really what's important in this.
I've seen you locked in for hours leading up to this. There's obviously some words with you and Shazam on Twitter. You've been very outspoken about the aiming community. Can you tell me a bit more about this community and the fact that we get to see it on display here today in such a fashion?
Yeah, of course. So, I mean, in terms of aiming community and professional players, at least for all Twitter stuff, it is really just jokes. There's no real, anger or anything upset with anybody. Everybody should be chill with each other, and it really is just impression farming. And in terms of aim community and everybody else just having a good time, professional players and also trying to practice. I mean, we've been doing this for years. I know Juicy used to be one of the best players in the world at one point. About 3 years ago, he was a GOAT, and he's still here today, so he's still at least top 6 in the US. So yeah, it's nice to see all these top players, coming, staying competitive, especially Kev. He's been around for a while, so yeah, these players that have been around for so long, and I looked up to them a lot as well. It should be great playing against them and playing next to them.
In some ways, you kind of are really facing off against those in the community, but it'll be a while before you go and face off against a potential pro, somebody from this side. Who do you think is most likely out of the qualified winners to be the last one standing to face off against a pro?
I would probably say either Wire Up. I know he restarts scenarios a lot, so his consistency is a bit lacking. I don't want to, be rude or, talk smack too much. I know Slidebug, he barely squeezed in. Seer almost took that spot from him, but he decided to come to LCQ and let Slidebug, take that spot. So either probably Slidebug or Wire Up. I think their consistency is going to be struggling a little bit, but I think they'll have a good time anyway, and they're still going to try their best, of course.
I love seeing both that attention to detail, but also that amplification of the community. Best of luck to you and the rest of the competitors here today. Thanks for joining me. All right, Katie, what we got going on?
Gabby, thank you so much. And look, Aimbot and Neon talked about it, right? Some banter back and forth on Twitter, but that's exactly what it is, Ron. It's just banter. We're here to have a good time. But something that Aimbot Neon said that I think is really important is how an event like this highlights a portion of the community in Aimlabs coaches, aiming trainers in general, who are so important and provide a very useful, I guess, opportunity for people who want to improve. And some people, up until now, might not have really realized that's a resource.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at sports, let's say basketball, you've got shooting coaches, whether that's a three-point shooter, maybe you'll have like someone that helps you on defense, you'll have these specialists to help train these skill sets. So now obviously with gaming being, one of the fastest forms of entertainment, huge prizes, why wouldn't you see specialists and coaches that help people in those mechanics?
And I think that's a great point, right? Because if this is all you dedicate your time to, you become an expert in a craft. Even the pros, they are, by virtue of their skill and what they do, going to tacitly, implicitly have those skill sets, but they might not focus on it in a very niche way that an aim trainer might. So there could be those tips and tricks, those abilities to practice that you can pass on both the pros and everyone else, kind of that extra leg up, maybe that X factor, because back when Gabby was talking to Zelsis at the very beginning of the bet, look, Zelsis was like, hey, these guys do this all the time. I don't know if we're going to win, but I'm going to try and win the mental game to even the playing ground. So clearly on the pro side, there is a lot of respect for these qualified winners.
Yeah, absolutely. I actually spoke with Shazam earlier and asked him, what he's up to, and he went to one of the aim training aim pros and asked him what his settings were. What are your sound settings, and kind of picking up tips here and there. So I would advise the pros, pick the brains. It's like, hey man, like what do you see in me? Take a look. Give me a few minutes here. Is there any tweaks I can make? And if there's a 1 or 2% increase in improvement, that's huge. If you're talking about hundreds of matches or whatever, that could be a deciding factor between winning a clutch round or not.
Yeah, so a lot of micro adjustments, micro improvements to be made, a lot of respect given on either side. But I think the overwhelming thing that I've noticed so far is just everyone here to have fun, right? Yes, there's $25,000 on the line for first place, like $10,000 for second place. If you get into the top 6 overall, well, you're already walking away with cash as well. But it's the fact to be here at the very beginning, at the first event of its kind, courtesy of Aimlabs and Red Bull, to try and do your very best. But it's not just Aimlabs and Red Bull that I want to talk about. It's also AOC Gaming. They have created innovative consumer electronics that help people achieve their goals since 1967. From office equipment to gaming tech, AOC offers practical solutions and doesn't make empty marketing promises. AOC is a companion, not a loud brand that helps people follow their dreams. You can see it there on the screen, AOC. That is going to be the monitors that the players are playing on. So massive shout out to AOC Gaming for today. And I think, Ron, if you get to the semifinals, the top 4, they're going to get an AOC Gaming monitor.
Yeah, that's right. So shout out to AOC, very generous, providing the monitors for the tournament, but also for the winners. And something I want to call out for those that may not be familiar with why it's important to get a gaming monitor is that if you just buy one just kind of off the shelf, the problem is that they are most likely locked at 60 hertz. And what that means is that your screen or your game is only showing 60 frames per second compared to these monitors that are 240 hertz. So then if your computer allows, you're able to see 240 frames per second. So your gameplay is going to be much smoother. You're going to have a lot more frames that you can aim at. And it's a massive advantage. So for those that maybe are looking for, getting into gaming or looking to upgrade a piece of equipment, I would say get a gaming monitor.
Yeah, it can really make a big difference. I've had talks with people who are like, yeah, I play these FPS games on my TV. And it's like, no. Oh, no. You need to get yourself a gaming monitor, like you said, an AOC gaming monitor. It'll really give you a kind of that, even the playing field almost, if you will, give you that extra leg up. We talked about it, the 240 hertz. But I do want to talk about something we touched on earlier for anyone who's tuning in to the Red Bull stream for the first time, and that's how exactly this tournament is playing out. So if we could go ahead and bring up that graphic, that'd be great, because we have 5 total rounds, Ron, right? We are in round 1 right now. You have 8 invited pros and 8 qualified winners, one of which being UV Seer, won in the Last Chance Qualifier just a couple hours ago in venue. Now, they go up head-to-head in their initial matchups. They have 9 tasks that they need to work through, and they get 2 attempts each for those tasks. Now, we've started with the jiggle switch, and really, Ron, as you look at it, as you go round to round, it's not so much pros v qualified winners as king of the hill on either side. Just don't be the bottom 2, because those are the 2 each round that get eliminated. You just want to be, right now, 6th or better.
Yeah, so there is some leniency there where instead of playing head-to-head, you are playing against the entire group in your bracket. So if you have a slow start, that's fine. You just have to make sure you're not the last 2.
Certainly not the last 2. At least that's what it's Timmy and Slidebug are hoping for. We get into attempt 1 for jiggle switch. You can see it's Timmy there on the bottom and Slidebug up on top. And so far, these scores looking great for them. And again, remember, it is 2 attempts per task. So hey, if number 1 ain't so great, you got another attempt. But ideally, you want to get a hot start off rip, Ron, and then I'd try and improve on it. But if not, have that under your belt already.
Yeah, Slidebug looking great right now. He's the winner of one of the qualifiers. You can see his score there, 60,000. Timmy now just reaching 50. So he's catching up. He's there. I mean, that's very impressive in his own right. We've got 15 seconds remaining. We'll see Slidebug. It looks like he's going to be able to reach that 100K, which is a really great benchmark number. Generally, if you hit 100K, anything above that is really, really good.
And looks like we're down to our final few seconds. And yeah, again, I think that benchmark, right? Is that what we're going to be looking at, Ron? Perhaps maybe on the qualified winner side is breaking that 100K point. But there we go. Cheers across the board, and look, some smiles as well. Thumbs up, because there we go. Attempt number 1 is done and dusted, which means, hey, we've got another one. We're going to do the exact same thing here in just a second before we move on to our next task. But if you started off with 100K for Slidebug, that's gotta feel good.
Yeah, that's good. Starting off with 100K, securing that 6-figure score is always great. So now we'll see. I think something I want to call out too is like, if you find your optimal position in your alignments, and in this case, you've got what, 30 seconds of downtime that you've got to restart. If you feel good, you need to maintain that position. You don't want to kind of sit up and adjust your settings or whatever, like move around, because then you've got to refine those positions. So that's what we see there, over there on the right-hand side. He hasn't budged. He's maintaining his positions, and that way, once the task loads, he's already in his optimal positions, and he doesn't need to make any adjustments.
And well, no time for adjustments, because 1 minute already counting down on the clock. The second and final attempt here from both of these players when it comes to the jiggle switch. Slidebug breaking the 100K mark in the first attempt. It's Timmy looking to improve on that score as well. I think it was in the high 70K, maybe low 80K, I believe, last round.
I think he almost hit 90K. He was
almost hit
80 to 80s, yeah. And we see on the right-hand side, the top right, you'll see that percentage number. So that's how accurately the player is tracking the targets.
And well, accuracy, the name of the game here as we get into the final few seconds. Both of these players doing a great job, but I think as we tick down the time here, what, 10 seconds remaining, maybe getting close to 100K there potentially for Slidebug, but well, potentially, or I think maybe at least some of these scores slightly lower than what we saw in the first attempt, but we'll have to wait until the full scores come in.
Yeah, another 6-figure score there for Slidebug, and it's Timmy also showing up nice, 90K. I mean, he's 10K off, so he's going to have to make that up on these next few tasks.
And well, the float click coming in here, that's going to be the first attempt. Keep in mind, all these rounds are going to be 3 different tasks that each player attempts 2 times. So we will say all these players go through jiggle switch, which we just saw, followed by float click, which is what Slidebug and It's Timmy are about to jump into, and then veer track at the very end. But It's Timmy, if you're looking at those scores, right, Animal just went before you, and I think so far in a good position at least to hopefully not end up in those bottom 2, because again, it's just the pros looking at the pros scores, the qualified winners looking at their own scores. And well, right now, it's all about clicking those dots. And wow, look at Slidebug off to a lightning fast start here in the first attempt.
Yeah, and this one's tricky because the sizes of the targets are varying. So if a small target is next to your current crosshair, say if you kill a target and then the next target's real small, you can go for it, but if you miss, it's kind of like, okay, well, it's the risk and reward. Do I try to go for a bigger target, which is easier to hit, or do I go for the closer target that's really small? As we can see here, Slidebug having no issues with any of these targets. It looks pretty clean right now.
20 seconds now remaining. It's Timmy doing an excellent job as well. And it seems like something I'm noticing perhaps is that neither player is spending too much time trying to go for a lot of the very low-hanging dots. You see it just there from It's Timmy. Most trying to say seems somewhat centralized in the middle.
Yeah, ideally, you kind of make your working area something that's reachable, where you don't have to go too far out of kind of like your working zone box. If you continue to do, if you do that, you're kind of reaching, right? So, at this level, you just kind of go for whatever target is the closest, and you try to create a path of what's next. So you're not only, again, aiming at the target that you're looking at, but you're planning what's your next 2-3 moves. What are the targets that are closest, and what path am I going to take?
Well, hopefully the path to victory, hopefully the path to 25K. We're about to jump into the second attempt of the float click. You start with that jiggle switch, which is only on that X-axis, left and right. We talk about it AD, kind of some of those jiggle peaks maybe in game that you're going to see, but now you do get that verticality aspect added in, and here we go. 55 seconds already. It is crazy to me how quick that timer goes. Just so little time for you to do your very best.
Right, you have no, I mean, these rounds are quick, back to back. You have no time for adjustments. You've got to lock back in. If you have a bad run, you've got to be able to reset instantly. Okay, what adjustments do I need to make? Whether that's my mentality or my positions or my mechanics. Maybe it's my grip pressure, right? So, yeah, I mean, it's just lock and load, fire.
Well, only 30 seconds to do that. Looking to improve on their first attempt scores. Again, that is only going to be the highest of the 2 attempts. They're not combined, right? So it's just going to be the best in each task of those 2 attempts per task. So we get down to those final 15 seconds. Take a look at Slidebug, seeming to be completely locked in. It's Timmy as well. All focus in the remaining 5 seconds on getting that top score. Slidebug looking to maybe break 100K, but it might be just shy here at the very ending as we close it out. But hey, smiles up on deck.
Yeah.
You'll love to see it. I do think perhaps, at least for Slidebug, that first score might have been a little bit higher. I mean, look, Ron, I'm going to be real with you. I don't have the best eyes, so I couldn't tell. I couldn't quite tell if that hit over 100K. I don't think so. It was close.
I think his first run was a little bit better. But yeah, I mean, some of these, we were talking on dinner yesterday, and of course, this is kind of like their first huge LAN event. And like you mentioned before, Katie, you should embrace it and try to have some fun.
Yeah.
You know, if you kind of over-psych yourself and you're like, oh, I got to try really, really hard, you can get in your head, and then that's where, you know, you can enter some kind of weird down spiral in terms of mentality. So loosening up and having fun is actually, you know, relieve some of that tension and allows you to play more fluidly.
And here we go, jumping right into it. This is attempt number 1 for Veer Track. As you can see, you want to keep your cursor, you want to keep that dot on the movement all across the screen. The farther away it gets, the smaller it gets, the more score you get, but of course, the harder it's going to be to track it. And as Ron pointed out earlier, at the top right, that is going to be your accuracy percentage, and then of course, top left, going to be your score that you want to pump up as much as possible. And you said it as well, this particularly tricky, might potentially trip some people up.
Extremely tricky, yeah. As you can see, the targets are just moving completely unpredictable left and right. And look at the sliver of targets or hitbox that they're working with. I mean, it's barely, you know, exceeding the size of the crosshair here. This is the one where you actually don't have time to blink. So if you can hold your eyes there locked in for a full min, you might have an advantage.
Eyes might be watering, but you said it, right? You can't afford to blink. All focus has to be on those monitors. And just like that, these attempts go by so fast, but it's almost nice, right? You don't have a lot of time to even dwell on what happened in that prior attempt. All the focus now is on the second attempt, the final Veer Track attempt for both of these players before we get our next set up onto main stage, and the last chance for them to post some really solid numbers here to hopefully survive into round number 2. But here we go, just about to jump into it. The final Veer Track starts right now for Slidebug, and it's Timmy, hoping to beat their prior scores.
Yeah, and just to reiterate how this task works, after the target despawns, it progresses in difficulty. So it moves faster, it's smaller, however it does reward you more points.
And I think taking a look at it in the Veer Track first attempt, both of them actually posting very similar 90K scores. So both of them hoping to either get the high 90s or, as you said, Ron, that beautiful 100K mark. If they can make it happen, will be an amazing score to be able to reach. But only about 20 seconds left to do so. As it's Timmy, that tracking looking so very smooth for both of them. But then you see those resets as well, where you gotta pause, goes back to the middle, and it starts all over again.
Yeah, so being able to reset, anticipate when that target is going to disappear, and flicking back to the middle, recentering, try to get to a neutral pivot point, so where then you can move your wrist either to the left and right side. An impressive run by both of them.
There you go, just like that, right? Talk about not blinking. It's already wrapped up. Slidebug and It's Timmy up on stage have taken their turn. All of those attempts, 6 total attempts across 3 tasks are wrapped up, which means now we've got our next set of competitors just around the corner, looking and eager, I imagine, to get on stage. Do you think, Ron, from your experience, if you're not one of the first couple sets to go up, maybe you're not Animal and Raph, you're not Slidebug here, and It's Timmy, are you getting more and more excited waiting for your turn, or maybe more anxious? How does it work?
Yeah, that's a great point. I feel like Generally, if you can get it out of the way early, like if you can be an early stage match, if you're not new to this kind of, or if you're a newcomer to this kind of experience, you want to get that out as soon as possible. If you are maybe like the third or fourth match and there's this kind of lingering period, this buildup of, you know, you got to wait 2 or 3 hours to get on stage in tournament settings, that could be a factor, right? So.
You don't want to go into something cold, right? We talk about how getting that prep time in advance, but especially when you have the ability to actually compete in a real setting. For example, UVCer might be a good example of that, right? Came out upstairs here just a couple hours ago, qualified in the LCQ. So did start the day with that sort of momentum, and that can really give someone a tangible leg up as we, I think, are about to jump into some highlights, Ron.
All right. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, here we go on the replays. We can see It's Timmy here on Jiggle Switch. He's locked in here. And this is going to be a very familiar mechanic for him, Apex Legends. There's a lot of strafing left and right. You can see here, as soon as he anticipates that the target is going to be eliminated, he's instantly switching. So there's 0 downtime between each target.
Right, and that's just improving your efficiency, right? Gets you ever closer to a higher score as we swing over Slide Bug here on the veer track. And that accuracy, when you look at something like that, 65%, is that pretty solid?
Oh, that's ridiculous. If you, you know, again, you can go into Aimlabs and try any of these out. 65% on this task is incredible.
And well, Slide Bug, that's why you're here, right? You're incredible at Aimlabs. You're incredible at all of these tasks. And veer track, you said it is especially difficult. So getting that kind of accuracy, truly impressive. But it's also time for our next competitors to prepare to get on stage. Again, we'll have all of these rounds, 8 total, 2 players apiece, before round 1 is all wrapped up. And then we'll find out who our 2 players on either side, the pros and qualified winners, get eliminated. But right now, it's all about Dapper and Wyrup. We're gonna jump right into things, jiggle switching, and it starts out fast and furious, trying to get this X-axis dominance. And well, make sure you're not in the bottom 2. That's the most important part.
Yeah, and Dapper, he's a Valorant professional. He also has CSGO experience dating all the way back to 2016, so he's very familiar with this one. He's definitely trying to get 100K here.
And this might be the most leaned in, serious concentration we've seen yet out of our qualified winner section. Super, super locked in. Now, Ron, when you're doing an attempt like this, if you are using Aimlabs a lot, is there any sort of anticipation or rhythm you can get used to doing this a lot, or is it randomized every time?
Rhythm does play a huge factor. Each target on this particular task, there's like a certain timing or flow on when to switch to the next one. For here, it's about 1 second, 1.5 seconds. So if you're locked in, you write your 1.5, 1.5, 1.5, and you start building this interval that you can rely upon. That's just an internal clock, and it keeps you on pace. You've got this pattern, you've got this rhythm, and you can flow with it. And you know, again, that's the momentum that you're looking for when you only have a minute on these tasks.
Yeah, so if we take a look really quick at both of these players, right? You have Dapper up, of course, and it's going to be a little bit interesting when you look at them, because I know that when it comes to Wyrup, they are a aim trainer, they're a coach, right? So this is going to be something that they do every single day. But Dapper as well certainly has the chops to get it done, but it's going to be curious to see as those scores come in over time if there is a discrepancy, which Del says at the beginning seemed like there might be, or if perhaps it's not really there like we might expect.
Yeah, we will see. Where if you're just tuning in, we are still on round 1. So as these competitors are playing on stage and we're finishing out the round, we'll get those scores tallied up. Again, the last 2 players on each side of the bracket, the invited pros and the qualified winners, will be eliminated after round 1.
Well, neither of these players wanting to be someone who gets sent home, because we mentioned it early on, but round 1 survival guarantees you a minimum of $1,000 if you can make it into round 2. So this is for the money right away. Maybe some extra pressure there as we get into this second attempt. Both of these players looking good so far, and really, it's gonna be that 100K benchmark. Always keep your eyes on that.
Yeah, and I think too, I mean, you invite the professional gamers, I mean, to reach that level and be an elite competitor, you've got to have, it doesn't matter what you're competing in, right? You're on stage, you want to try your best. So these players giving it their all.
Well, not a lot of time to do it. Just a few seconds left here on this second attempt as we cruise toward the ending. I believe about 9 seconds left here to continue to improve on that score. Things looking good so far. Talk about it, you're training at Aimlabs, maybe you're training your land jitters right now, getting everything out of the way, and this is a great way to do it. What I love too, this crowd in person has been great. Every time an attempt ends, there's cheers, there's hype. It's exactly what you want to hear for these players. And I mean, when you're on stage, if you hear people cheering you on, what is that doing for you?
Yeah, it's great, right? I mean, you're cheering, you ride that energy of the wave, you feel it. If you play a good round or if you set a high score and you hear that, that's definitely helps your momentum and confidence.
Well, we're prepared for the float click first attempt. It's going to be the same routine for every matchup. You start with the 2 jiggle switch attempts, you go to the 2 for a float click, and then we end with veer track for round 1. It'll be totally separate set of 3 tasks for round 2 and round 3. So it's not like you're going to have extra attempts there to improve. You've only got the 2 for each of the 9 tasks. As again, we prepare to jump into float click now in just a second for these 2 competitors. The name of the game, the top 6 to get into the money for round 1. And here we go, a minute on the clock. And well, that accuracy, you see it starts at 100%, starts to go down pretty quickly, but you want to stop it ideally in those 70s. Have you noticed, Ron, depending on the different task, a certain level of accuracy that indicates how good someone is?
Yeah, that's a great question. In this particular task where you have a single click to kill a target, sometimes you might have to spend 2 or 3, but it's kind of like, do I want to rapid fire click to try to get it as, eliminate as fast as possible, or am I going to allow myself a little bit of time to kind of make those micro adjustments? So it's one of those judgment calls where it's happening so fast, but that's what's happening. These players are flicking towards a target, they miss the first target. Okay, am I going to wait that millisecond where I make the right adjustment where it's 100% hit, or am I going to just spam off 2 just so I can get rid of it and move on to the next one?
Right, and those decisions that can be crucial, right? And again, I think getting close, I think where it was to hitting 100K, not sure if they were able to do so. But that's why we have those 2 attempts. The first one done and dusted, a minute per attempt. So really, just go, go, go. But again, those smiles on their faces. Could be a good smile, could maybe be a bad smile, but at the end of the day, here to have fun. Taking a look, I think, at the stats on the screen, right, after those attempts?
Yeah, what's awesome about Aimlabs is every time you complete a task, you have a results screen that shows you how you've done compared to the other runs before. And it'll also show you a breakdown of where you need to make some improvements. So you've got this personalized kind of results screen that helps you progress forward.
As we're just about to start float click attempt 2, we're going to jump in any second. Ron, I'm curious as we go through this. I think we're just about to start. You can see the countdown right there on the monitor, 1 minute on the screen. Are there certain FPS styles that lend themselves to certain tasks in Aimlabs, whether maybe it's more of a tactical shooter, Valorant, Counter-Strike, or maybe something like a Call of Duty or an Apex or anything like that?
Yeah, I would say games that have where you're high ground or low ground. So this type of motion really doesn't apply as much to like Valorant or CSGO. Maybe if you're boosted up somewhere, but you can see that there's a lot of vertical up and down. So games like Fortnite or maybe like PUBG, if you're holding high ground, low ground, that's going to be applicable. Yep.
Well, here we go, 20 seconds left on the clock. Every time I seem to forget how fast these rounds go, because the attempts are only a minute long, and maybe your accuracy goes up the closer you get to the monitor. I'm not sure, but it certainly seems to be working for them as those final seconds come in to close out the float click portion of round 1 for these 2 competitors. Prepare them for veer tracking. Well, 1 second, it is done and dusted. So when you take a look at that screen, Ron, what exactly are you getting? Is it also going to show you your first attempt? What do you get from Aimlabs after you're done with one of these?
It does, yeah. It keeps track of your previous runs, so you can see how you're progressing, maybe from day to day or even a week at a time. You get a breakdown of your accuracy and other recommendations like, hey, maybe this is the recommended task that will complement to help you getting better on that one.
And that's huge. And you said available on Steam, right?
Available on Steam, yeah, it's free. Aimlabs, search it up. There's 30 million users, I believe. Over 20,000 different tasks and custom playlists that have been curated by professional gamers from Valorant, Rainbow Six, you name it, all the big esports titles.
And once again, if you're joining us here on the Red Bull Twitch stream, it's great to have you as we jump into attempt number 1 for veer tracking. But keep in mind that all of our pros, including Dapper, they are co-streaming this as well, so you can go cheer them on their respective channels. This is what we talked about, the trickiest task of the initial 3, and it's gonna be, I think, what did you say? I believe last time it was like 75% accuracy was outstanding.
75% is really, really good, especially as these targets are disappearing and progressing more in difficulty. Now you can see now we're on the 3rd round up here for Wyrup. Sorry if I mispronounce your name, but you can see here he's on the 3rd one. The targets get smaller, they move faster, and it just looks like the crosshair is glued on. This is incredibly tough. Especially this one here on the 4th target, you can see just spazzing out left and right. You gotta have a lot of range of mobility with your wrist and your arm to be able to get these targets as they're moving around left and right. As you can see here, you know, there's probably about almost 180 degrees of motion there from left to right.
And I think just at the last minute, Wyrup able to hit over 100K, and a great performance from them so far. But well, one more attempt left, one more shot to do the best that they can in veer tracking before our next set of competitors take the stage. Any tips? I don't know if they'll be able to hear them, but Ron, for anyone else who wants to try this out, any veer tracking tips?
Veer tracking tips, I mean, you've definitely got to have the mouse pad real estate to be able to cover these range of motions, especially for those more difficult 3rd and 4th round targets there where they're moving just, you know, again, you got to have a full left to right. That's minimum. So if you have higher sensitivity, you can just get away with moving your wrist. It's faster, but some players like to shift their entire arm and elbow. So there, you know, you can have lower sensitivity that kind of helps with the micro tracking. Whereas the faster sensitivity in the wrist motions, you can cover more ground and you won't really get caught off in those awkward moments when you're running out of wrist space.
About halfway through that 2nd and final attempt, 30 seconds remaining for both of these players. Getting that score in the top left as high as possible. The name of the game here, if you're looking to try and take home $25,000 and 1st place. Not only will you end up facing off against each other, 1 pro and 1 qualified winner in the final, but you're also competing against, well, every other pro and every other qualified winner, respectively. As we get down to those final few seconds, this is going to be all she wrote as they close out these scores, and a great performance from both of these competitors as we wrap this up. That's going to be 3 up, 3 down here. Ron, we're preparing for our 4th set, which once that's done, we'll be halfway through this 1st round.
Yeah, players looking good. You can see there, focused and locked in. Dapper there doesn't look too pleased with his performance.
As long as you're not bottom 2, Ron.
That's right, yeah.
That's all that matters. I think up next, as we look forward, it is going to be on the side of the pros, Josh Secchi, and on the side of the qualified winners, Juicer QT. So should be another really, really good matchup. I think Juicer QT, I believe, a GM1 Overwatch player, so definitely knows how to compete at the highest levels. And of course, Josh Secchi as well. But when you're looking at the pros, are you looking for someone to kind of hit that 100K benchmark? Because again, they are incredible. They're talented. They're the best of the best, but they don't necessarily do this every day, all day long.
They don't, you know, and there's some, depending on their game of choice, are going to have more success on certain different types of tasks. I certainly do expect some of them to hit 100K. I mean, obviously they're elite world-class gamers. So if they get on the right start and on the right task, there's no question they can hit 100K.
And when someone's maybe first getting into Aimlabs, right, how do you see those progressions over time? Because okay, look, if I started using Aimlabs, I might be a little bit demoralized at first by my scores. But I think, Ron, you were saying it tracks everything, right? So you can consistently see that improvement over time, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, I would say if you're just getting to FPS games, if you're just loading up Aimlabs and you're not hitting 100K, that's normal. Like, it's a skill that you have to develop and work on and have patience, you know? So what I would recommend is start off with higher accuracy. So if you're playing like a clicking task, don't try to get as many targets as you can and kind of disrupting your mechanics. You don't want to sacrifice speed for sloppiness. So start off with accuracy, go slow, go controlled. Let me hit as many targets at 100% accuracy at a pace that feels comfortable. And then the next time, as you get more comfortable, you can start ramping up the speed and maybe kind of sacrificing a little bit of accuracy. But I would say, so play slow, controlled, accurate aim training, and then work your way up to a faster pace.
And well, let's talk about someone who has more talent and skill than he knows what to do with. It's Gabby on the floor with none other than It's Timmy.
Thanks, Katie. See, talent, professional ability. You have so much going on as an accomplished pro player. But you were telling Ron last night that you're a bit nervous going in today. Can you tell me why?
So this is like my first time like really playing at a LAN. You play Twitch Rivals or you do anything like that. It doesn't really feel like super like nerve-wracking because I also have like family watching me for the first time in person. So like being able to be professional but also like impress like family members or something that I haven't ever done before and it's like very new. So it's it kind of got the jitters when I first got up there.
I'm sure there's also that factor of performing here with people over your shoulder, but also on the main stage looking out at everyone. How did that compare? Here with your fellow pros, but then on the stage next to one of the qualified winners?
No, I mean, sitting here, it's just like the same thing. Having your friends next to you, it's like, oh, chill. You're all laughing. We're making jokes at each other, but also like on our streams. But when you're up there, it's like full serious mode. Everyone's watching you. So if I start like missing a couple of shots, you're like, oh, like your hand starts getting a little jittery. You gotta try to fix it quickly. So it's it's actually a lot different than just sitting down here with the boys.
Yeah, it's such quick turnaround time between each of these rounds. I know you and I were actually talking to your chat a bit before this. You have your headset on so they can still hear your responses. What have they said about your performance here today? Are they being supportive? What's all their vibe?
They were definitely laughing at me, saying that I was getting owned by the aimers on the other side. But they think I'm doing all right. I'm doing a little bit better than what I was doing earlier. So it's good to see that I was able to perform up there just as the same down here or even better. So I think that I'm doing good.
All right, yeah, good times to be had here. Good times with chat. I know I stole him away for a little bit, but you can have him back now. Enjoy the rest of the competition. Back to Katie and Ron.
Gabby, thank you so much. And look, It's Timmy did great on the main stage. Said better than he expected, and well, that has got to be a good feeling, even if, hey, your friends are giving you a little bit of a hard time in the process. But again, It's Timmy, every other pro here is co-streaming, so make sure that you go and check them out and support your favorites. And let us know in the Red Bull Twitch chat who you think is going to come out on top. Is it someone who's on the pro side? Is it someone who's on the qualified winner side? We want to hear who's going to do it best as we prepare for our next set of players getting up and starting with attempt 1 being, again, that jiggle switch as we continue to move through round 1. I think, Ron, something that It's Timmy said there that really resonated with me, and it never gets old to hear, is when these players have that family that comes out to show that support in person. I mean, that's got to be the best feeling in the world.
Yeah, I mean, support is support, and if you got it from your family, what better way? So it's great to hear he's able to showcase kind of what he does for a living. I mean, It's Timmy. He's like one of the most popular streamers and out there. So being able to not only display and kind of test his talent and nerves, but also showcasing what he does. So shout out to Red Bull for throwing the first ever AIM tournament in the world on LAN here. Fantastic production and getting all the right talent out here to compete.
Well, I think it's unique, right? You just said it. It hasn't been done before. And I think that also maybe creates an extra set of nerves for any of the competitors here, because you could potentially, someone in the venue will become that very first Aimlabs Red Bull AIM training champion in a LAN event. And well, it could potentially be the 2 players who are jumping into Jiggle Switch attempt number 1. And that is, of course, going to be the matchup between Josh Secchi, who is is an Evil Geniuses content creator, and of course, Juicer QT, who is a GM1 Overwatch player. So both extremely talented and looking to stay alive here to move on to round 2.
Yeah, Josh looking fantastic. I spoke to him this morning before heading to the venue, kind of picking his brain and see where he's at. And he also, too, admittedly said he's kind of nervous. He said, you know, he's a streamer. He has competitive gaming experience, but he's not necessarily a professional. So he's kind of like, oh, you got to compete with these professional gamers. I'm not really sure how I'm going to do, but so far he's looking fantastic. Already at 80,000 points here with 15 seconds remaining. So if he keeps this up, yeah, he's going to hit the 100K mark on his first run.
Wow. And that is huge to be able to do so as those final seconds tick down. You want to talk about those nerves? They are not coming through at this point. If you're Josh Sagan, no sir, 100K plus. No reason to worry. An incredible score to start things off.
Yeah, and we were up here earlier kind of doing our own warm-ups, and Josh Hecke was the first player in here.
I love that. That's dedication.
Yeah, and it shows. You know, he looks comfortable. He was here probably 20 minutes ahead of any of the other pros, so that early setup time to get everything warmed up, you know, it's showing and it's working, so that a little bit of prep time is, you know, on a different computer, different table, all that
different
time
lighting,
matters.
different environment, even something as minor as, say, the AC, how cold or hot it is in the room. You saw some of those players rubbing their hands, trying to keep them warm. I know that, especially if you're on that mouse and key setup, that's got to be part of it too, right? Is not having hands that get a little too chilly on stage.
Yeah, some players, they like to bring hand warmers or like blow into their hands, or you know, keep their hands under their legs or their arms to warm them up. Obviously, having cold hands, it tenses things up, and it's going to be a hindrance into your feeling and be able to control the mouse and get that right grip pressure.
Now we jump into attempt number 2 of the jiggle switch. If you're just tuning in now, you can see it on the screen. Josh Secchi on top, Juicer QT as well, going head-to-head here. They will have 2 more tasks. They have to complete 2 attempts per task. Right now, it's all about being able to get the highest score possible. You don't want to fall into the bottom 2 of your respective side, either the pros or the qualified winners, because it is going to be the bottom 2 on either side in round 1 who get eliminated. And we've said it, right? If you get through round 1, congratulations, you're already in the money, and it's only up from there to the top prize of first place and $25,000. Well, with 10 seconds left, we'll see if they can improve upon those scores. So very important. And Juicer QT was able to get over 100K last time and does it this time as well. So maybe a bit of an improvement there.
Yeah, Juicer QT with the 100K, and you know what? We might have had a little screen switch there on the previous
I was wondering about that for a second. Look, they're keeping us on our toes. I like it.
Yeah, so Juicer QT, fantastic run with the 100K there. Again, that's kind of like the benchmark status for these tasks. Anytime you can hit 100K above that is an amazing run.
And well, the float click is going to be up next, and this is where that verticality comes into play, something very important. Ron, you touched on it as we jump into attempt 1. That vertical movement of the arm, a bit less intuitive, less natural for people. So, well, that's what we're seeing, right? Kind of jiggle switch to float click ending in veer track, kind of trickier and trickier as it goes. Unless, hey, who knows? Maybe you're the 2 folks on stage, and it's no issue, no sweat.
Yeah, so you got to make a quick adaptation here. Maybe you do make a slight adjustment to your forearm position or shoulder position to compensate for more of this vertical movement. Obviously, these players aren't changing their sensitivity. They've got to roll with the same one through all these tasks and then be able to adjust how they move their arm and their wrists and their shoulder to accommodate for these movements.
We get into the final 20 seconds, and I think I really want to say that is an element of this event, this Red Bull and Aimlabs event that I like, is that you really do have so little time, and it's a blistering pace. You get 1 task, 2 attempts, next task. You just don't really have time for a lot of improvement. So what you've got is what you've got, and you've got to be able to perform under that kind of pressure. And as this attempt comes to a close, so far it seems like everyone has been succeeding.
Yeah, that's a good point that you made about adapting. It's kind of like, you know, some days like the mouse just doesn't feel like 100%, and it's just weird. It's like your feelings are off a little bit, and you know.
Woke up wrong side of the bed. Who knows?
Right. Yeah, and it's just like you don't know what it is, but you got to show up and still compete and play at your best. And you know, you might not be at 100%, but you still got to go you know, and not let that affect you mentally.
We're going to jump in to our next attempt here. Float click ongoing, and well, both of them off to a hot start. Now, Ron, have you found when it comes to Aimlabs in terms of even the color schemes that people tend to have preferences? You got white dots, grayscale background, you got blue dots, a little bit. How customizable is something like that? Yeah,
it's totally customizable. You can choose the color. So there's like a little slider bar and a hue screen where you can choose any color you want. Some people have, you know, are colorblind. You just actually can't see certain colors. So you can totally customize your target, but also your crosshair. There's a cool feature where you can actually upload a graphic of a crosshair you want. So
oh, really?
you can't create the custom crosshair through the in-game in Aimlabs.
Maybe your Valorant crosshair that you want to be able to utilize?
Yeah. So literally any type of crosshair, you just upload that graphic. You can set the size and scale. That way you're locked in, and most of these players, what I've seen, are super tiny crosshairs. You'll see maybe like a little crossbar, even some small circles, but they're ones that are definitely smaller than the actual target size.
Right, and it lends itself again to that precision that we are seeing as we wrap up the second attempt of float click and move on to that veer tracking, where we've seen it's going to be that one singular object that you got to keep your cursor on. It's going to be all over the place. Left, right, smaller, larger, closer to the camera, farther away, and accuracy is the name of the game. Let's jump into it. This is Veer Track Attempt 1 with Josh Secchi and Juicer QT on the board, trying to beat out their fellow competitors to move on to the next round.
As we take a look here at Juicer QT on the bottom screen here, 75%, again, that's a great number, great start. You see the crosshair, sometimes the target moves sporadically to the left and right. You might see an overcompensation, but he's able to quickly get it back on the target and smoothly track it. And this, you've got to have extremely fast reaction speed to be able to adjust these movements. You can see sometimes it goes left, right, you know, just back and forth. And not only do you have to use your mechanics to keep up with the crosshair, but your visual registration.
Well, I think that's what's so impressive, right? They make it look easy, and it is simply not that. It is very difficult, and well, that's why they're the best of the best, because they can make it look so easy. But well, the tracking continuing to play throughout. Look at that 100K mark again as we get to the final seconds, closing out attempt number 1. That's gotta be a good feeling. Look, if that first attempt of a task, you're getting over that 100K mark, whew, you got to be feeling good. I mean, of course, you always want to improve, but you want to start it out hot.
Yeah, if you hit 100K in these tasks, you're going to move on to the next round for sure. So being able to lock that in on your first run, and I think over 100K on the second run's a bonus.
And we'll always take those bonuses because perhaps that little bit extra will put you ahead of the rest of the competition and allow you to move on, like we could see right here with the next and final veer tracking attempt for Josh Secchi and Juicer QT before we move on to our fifth matchup. And you might be up there on stage across from someone, but really, Ron, in this moment, you're only playing your own game.
Yeah, it's certainly an internal battle here. I mean, it's just you and your screen and your, you know, whatever message and voices are going through your own mind. You are competing versus other scores, but at the end of the day, it's just you and your screen and your focus.
And we know how important the ability to focus and dial in is on a LAN setting, something that people like It's Timmy and others might not be familiar with. So many extra things happening around you, but all you need to do is focus on that monitor, focus on, of course, in this veer track attempt, tracking that dot to the best of your ability. And well, with only a couple seconds left, only a little bit of more time to improve upon that score, ideally before things come to a close. Just like that, 3 tasks, 2 attempts apiece, and look, smiles, claps in the background as they wrap that up. That means for round 1, Ron, we are about 50% of the way through.
Yeah, 50% way through, and we're seeing some high scores here.
Yeah.
We're getting a good representation of what we'll be able to see in the future rounds. Again, we are cycling through the same 3 tasks on this first round, and then upcoming next, we'll have a switch on 3 completely new tasks.
Yeah, 3 completely new. And look, you are an expert at this, so we will have you walk us through exactly what those tasks entail when we get there. But for right now, the rest of our competitors, they all got to make their way through the jiggle switch, veer tracking, flow clicking, everything else. And that's exactly what you're going to see, because I think if we take a look, coming up next, I believe, is Zelsis and Aimbot Neon. And now, look, Aimbot Neon, Gabby, talk to him. Seemed to be all confidence, ready to go. Zelsis, on the other hand, was saying some mental warfare might be happening up on stage. We could get someone standing up shouting. I don't know.
Yeah, I'd love to see it. You know, Zelsis, he's a character and he's a competitor himself, and he loves to spice things up by talking across the stage. And I think that's kind of, you know, we'll see how Aimbot Neon handles it, and we'll see how rowdy Zelsis gets. And I do have some experience working with them. We were when I was coaching Cloud9.
Oh, wow, okay.
Yeah, so I'd be able to work with them a few years ago. Phenomenal talent, great mechanics, always brings the energy on LAN. And that's, you know, even back then, he was speaking to his opponents and trying to get in their head. So nothing's changed.
Well, and that's what you love to see, that passion, that exuberance to be where you are. And as you said it, a Valorant professional player, Zelsis, on your screen right now, one of the best of the best. Look, at any point, if you get to a level where you can call yourself a pro, that is a massive, massive accomplishment. Now on the stage, competing for first place and $25,000. Up again against Aimbot Neon. And I don't know if there's a whole lot of nerves on either side. We saw Zelsis get up, was all smiles. Maybe when he was talking to Gabby, he was just trying to play those mental games early. He said, you know, I don't know if we're gonna do good. Maybe trying to set that bar low just to blow everyone out of the water.
You know, he's a master manipulator. He's playing the psychology game, so you never know. It's hard to get a read on him.
And I don't think we need to worry about getting a read on Aimbot Neon. We've seen everything out of this competitor on Twitter. Loud, ready to go, ready to compete, and excited to be here. So I'll be really curious to see what scores they post, as again, we will be going through the exact same order of these tasks. It's gonna start with that jiggle switching, which is focusing on kind of that jiggle peak style along the x-axis. Then we move on to float clicking, a little bit trickier. You're gonna involve the verticality aspect, and then veer tracking to finish things off, where, well, you just gotta have that consistency despite unexpected moments and unexpected movements. So we'll jump into things here in just a second, but I mean, so far, from what you've seen, Ron, when it comes to Aimlabs in general, are these players in that upper echelon from what you're used to as we jump into the first jiggle switch attempt?
Yeah, I mean, we've got the best aimers and gamers in the United States here. I mean, these players all had to qualify online against millions and millions of other competitors. And I mean, we're literally talking the elite level. We've got a handful, you know, 8 players from the invited professionals and the qualified winners. They are the best of the best. They are all here. This is elite level aiming.
Well, something I've noticed as well is it seems like a lot of these clicks coming in right as that dot is changing positions and is maybe almost static for just a second.
Right, yeah, so that's the key, trying to get the target as it's transitioning, and there's kind of a period when it's moving left to right, and then it's kind of hanging in the air. So as you're finishing off one, you're predicting the movement of the next one you're about to hit. And sometimes you know, there's different strategies. You can kind of go for the cluster, and let me go for the easy ones, or let me go to the side that I'm most comfortable with. If I'm comfortable moving towards the left, I might take the middle one, keep moving left, 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 and then work my way right.
Well, Aimbot Neon on your screen here as we prep for jiggle switch attempt number 2. And I think hit over that 100K mark at the very end. I think at about 10 seconds left roughly was at like 75K. And I think maybe sometimes these players get that extra burst when they know they don't have a lot of time left, and kind of, I'm not going to necessarily say improves their accuracy, but that momentum really can play a difference.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, when your kind of back's against the wall and you have, oh, I have 15 seconds left, I need to make up some ground, an extra level of focus does kick in. Maybe some adrenaline, and now I got to make up, you know, some of the mistakes I made earlier. That's definitely goes through the mind.
Here we go, jiggle switch attempt number 2 just about to begin. The only 2 attempts that these players are going to have. They want to stay alive here in this tournament. Off to the races we go. Just a minute each. That's all you get. So you got to make every single click count. And you can see Zelsis on the top. Aimbot Neon on bottom. And look, if you're going to name yourself Aimbot Neon, you got to be putting up good scores, right?
That's right. That's kind of like calling yourself Babe Ruth. It's like I'm home run Katie here. So yeah, I mean, to tag up Aimbot, that's the pinnacle of an alias, right? I mean, what beats an Aimbot? And Neon, wow, fantastic run. Already at 75,000 points. 20 seconds remaining.
Well, I think that was roughly what they were at, I think about 10 seconds or something beforehand. So definitely an improvement, hopefully across the board, not only for Aimbot Neon, but also Zelsis on the other side of things. To come down to those final seconds, just 5 remaining to be able to post the best score possible. And look at that, oh my goodness. I think Aimbot Neon,
yeah.
That's gotta be a huge improvement
that might
over
be the
attempt
best
1.
score we've seen today.
It very
17,000 points.
That is crazy. I think you're right. That might be the Jiggle Switch score to beat.
Yeah, and he feels good. He knows that. He's pumped. What a run. That was a perfect example of an aimbot. I mean, the efficiency, the switching.
Certainly no nerves. That's for sure.
Yeah, no nerves. So fantastic run.
But now we're going to switch it up. We're going to float clicking the very first attempt. It's not just going to be back and forth on that x-axis. We are getting vertical. And 2 attempts there to post another great score, Zelsis and Aimbot Neon. It starts right now. If you're just tuning in, again, this is the first attempt for both of these players in the second of 9 tasks. Each task, 2 attempts per player. Well, if you want to advance in the rounds, 5 total rounds, you just don't want to be in the bottom 2 of your respective side, either the pros or the qualified winners, to be able to move on. And well, with the way Aimbot Neon started, whew, you gotta be feeling pretty safe.
Yeah, he's feeling good. Zealous is here, playing one-handed, multitasking.
And how, you mentioned that, right? So how much is the keyboard playing into things right now versus just your mouse?
Yeah, there's no keyboard in this one, but putting your hand on the keyboard actually kind of sets the rest of your body up that you're used to playing in. Typically, most players, even though we are aiming here and isolating the mouse hand, again, yeah, putting that left arm down provides a little bit of support. Just make sure your shoulder's in the right position that you normally use when you're playing an actual game.
Well, it looks like we got a little from Aimbot Neon. Maybe not as good of an attempt as we saw previously in the Jiggle Switch, but doesn't matter. Flip quick, you get 2, and all you need to do is at least improve upon your score. So they'll jump right back into things. And again, we talk about it, right? The lights, the stage, the land, you got people cheering in the background, people staring over your shoulder when you're in the practice areas. It seems like for the most part, our players not too affected by any of that, especially the ones who have never been to a LAN before at all.
Yeah, and something to call out here, we see an arm sleeve. So, again, that kind of provides a consistency in your arm.
Well, you talked about in terms of the mouse pad and the mouse, but that sleeve also plays a role?
It does, yeah. So I've seen some players use it. It creates a consistency and removes some of the surface friction. And it also kind of provides support. So in those aiming tasks where you're kind of anchoring your wrist on the table, it provides stability and friction there.
And there we go, we're jumping into it. This is the second float clicking attempt, the last one they'll get before we move on to veer tracking. Already 45 seconds remaining on the clock. And, well, Aimbot Neon, wow, that is really snappy.
Yeah, he just now, I believe, missed his first shot.
Woo.
22 seconds in.
And I think that was some of that correction you talked about, right? Maybe some indecision there between both of those dots. Wasn't quite sure, didn't get those initial clicks. Tried once, twice, moves on to the next one.
Yeah, sometimes you can get stuck in between the target. You're already kind of getting ahead of yourself, and you don't finish the first target, and you're already moving on to the next. It's like, oh, do I go back to the original one or just move on to the next one?
And it is going to be those smaller dots that are going to give you a better score, right? Or at least more points.
It's going to be the same. Yeah, it's going to be the same. So there's some strategy here. Again, like, do we go a little bit greedy, go for the smaller target that's close by? Or do we go for the one that's a little bit further off to guarantee the hit on the bigger size?
Well, no more attempts left for Float Click. We're moving right on to the final task of the first round. There will be 9 total tasks, 3 per round, Veer Track being the final task here. Well, Aimbot Neon right onto that phone. Look, doesn't need to stay in the same position. You talked about it, just on the phone, ready to go. That is confidence, not even worried about it.
No, you know, hit up Twitter. I just hit 100K, what's up? Next run, Veer Track.
Well, you said, there we saw it, keeping those hands warm, getting prepared to jump into it. Veer Track, the trickiest of the 3 in the first round. And well, we've already seen some really impressive accuracy scores for it. I'm excited to see what we're gonna get here. And I love Zelsis in that Cloud9 jersey, repping them on stage as we jump into this. And across the board, I think a minute per attempt, right? No more, no less for every attempt, no matter what it is, no matter what task. As we jump into the very first one for Veer Track, and off we go. Well, you can see the movement across the screen. You want to stay on it as much as possible, but well, it's going to go left, right, all around, and you don't know what's going to happen next.
Yeah, it's completely down to your reaction skills and being able to react to the movement of these targets left and right. And sometimes they do like a little dash ability, so as we'll see, it kind of skips a few screens. You've got to make a super fast adjustment. And with each time the target despawns, it progresses in difficulty, so it gets smaller and it moves faster. You can see here on the 4th level here for Aimbot Neon, and just how fast that target is moving and how easy he makes it look with the smoothness of the tracking.
Yeah, no kidding. Really impressive as we get into the final 10 seconds here to get as good of a score as possible. Take a look as well. You can see pros on the left, qualified winners on the right. That's the overall updated rankings based on the attempts so far from all the players. So if you're on either side, you don't want to be in the bottom 2. So, hey, if you're an It's Timmy fan, well, for the pros on the top of the leaderboard so far, that's gotta feel good. I believe on the side of the qualified winners, it is going to be UV Seer, aka Raf, who was the LCQ qualifier today, who's at the top. So they gotta be feeling good, because you know at this point, most likely you may be safe.
Yeah, so we've got, well, we're finishing up here with Aimbot Neon and Zelsis, and then we've got 3 more rounds in the first round. And you know, that's kind of an interesting element here, because if you're one of the tail end side and you're still playing, you see the scores.
Right. You know what you need to beat.
You know what to beat. So you know what, I'm not sure if that's an advantage or disadvantage. I would say it would be a slight advantage, because you know what's the benchmark. You know, right. Do I need to be more greedy on this task? Do I need to take a little bit more risk and push myself faster to beat that score?
Well, and here we go, the second and final attempt at Veer Tracking to wrap up this portion of the round for these 2 players. And the last chance you really have to make an impact, to try and stay alive. Both off to a good start. Aimbot Neon, I think 77 roughly is an accuracy. You're dipping down a little bit, but I think Zelsis as well doing well. Again, it's all about accumulating that score in the final 30 seconds.
Yeah, and you know, there is a little bit of randomness to this, because sometimes the target can spawn closer or further away from you. So there's this kind of element, okay, well, you might get a little bit unlucky when the target spawns further away. It becomes smaller to hit. But of course, you know, it's going to be random for both sides. So there is that element of play.
Yeah, and right, it's how do you adapt and perform to that randomness? You don't know what is going to happen next as the score clicks down, but I do believe at the very end there, Aimbot Neon, hands in the air, but it says that and it has over 100K, I think, on the score. So very impressive from both Aimbot Neon and Zelsis as we move on to our next set of competitors. But so far, so good for everyone. They are performing excellently. I can't wait to see how all those scores shake out so far here at the Red Bull Ready Check in Dallas, Texas at the Echo Lounge. It has been a ton of fun so far. I think the support for everyone, the crowd behind us, the players on stage has been great for the first event of its kind.
Yeah, first event of its kind. Bragging rights on the line. I mean, anytime there's first of anything of a championship finals at a Red Bull event, you want to claim it, right? It's, you know, stamp your name in history. You know, I was #1. I kind of set the benchmark here. So there's a lot of bragging rights. Also $25,000 on the line for first place, and some sick 240 Hz gaming monitors by AOC.
let's go jump into some replays, recap all the action we just saw. Aimbot Neon on your screen right now, and take a look at that. And something like this with 50 seconds left, when you're looking at this sort of task, where's the accuracy mark you're looking at? Because this seems very different, obviously, much lower than the veer tracking.
Yeah, I mean, 40% is fantastic. I think the big one here is that when you are finishing the target, you can see there's a little health bar above each target. So you can kind of figure out, what's the time, countdown, and it allows you to prepare for the switch.
And Zelsa's great at 41%.
41%, yeah. And sometimes if you don't finish that target, you can move on to the next one.
Yeah, don't get too hyper-focused. Well, unless you're veer tracking, then you do very much so want to be hyper-focused on that target. Hands in the air, clapping, cheers all around. The confidence is there as these players wrap it up. And we get prepared for our next set, which I believe is Shazam and Draco. And, well, Shazam, look, what do you even need to say about this player that we don't already know? Incredible storied career, excellent professional player, and I'm really excited to see how Shazam does on stage here today.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a big fan of Shazam. I actually got to work with them at Complexity. Around 2018, we worked together for about 8 months. So we lived together in Dallas, Texas, competing and practicing every day. I'm a huge fan of him as a person. He always brings fire and energy and passion as a competitor. But he also steps up when it matters. So he's got hundreds and hundreds of competitive match experience. He's obviously mechanically gifted, reaching that level, and having a ton of success playing Valorant with Sentinels most recently and now on G2. So again, just a veteran in the scene. He's got tons of experience. I'm expecting him to do very well.
Well, I can't wait to see it. I think Draco as well on the other side, on the qualified competitor end, is an aiming-focused content creator. That's going to be a very consistent theme that we see throughout the qualified winners, is that when it comes to Aimlabs, when it comes to aim training, in general, that is their focus. So you can say, yes, look, the pros, they have their chops. We could list all of their accolades. We might not necessarily have a list for the qualified winners, but that means nothing for how skilled they're actually going to be when we sit down and get into our first jiggle switch attempts in just a moment.
Yeah, and I think that's the interesting part about this event. Like I alluded to earlier, we're able to have different competitors and pro athletes in gaming in their different games compete and combine them and see what their skills are like. So maybe, if you're a football player, a basketball player, a soccer player, now we've got you in like a track setting where we're like, okay, well, let's see how high you can jump. How fast can you run a 40? What's your hurdling ability? We get to kind of isolate these mechanics that we see across all FPS games and then put a score on them and see how they do against each other.
And again, we do have them up here on deck. They are going head-to-head, but in these opening rounds, it's less about the other side of the aisle on the pros and the qualified winners and more about beating out the rest of the players in your respective bracket, if you will. Qualified winners, you want to be in the top 6. Same with the pros. The bottom 2 on either side are going to get eliminated as we move into round 2. We will get that final true head-to-head at the very ending in the finals, right, Ron?
Yeah, so we'll have the best player from each side competing in the finals, where they will play all 9 tasks. We will, just to kind of go over the format again, there's going to be 9 total tasks, 3 tasks in each round, 1, 2, and 3, and then we'll be able to see all of them repeat and cycle through in the finals.
Well, while we're waiting for Shazam and Draco to get started with their jiggle switch attempts, we're going to hand it over to the wonderful Gabby on the floor.
Thank you, Katie. I've got Juicer by my side. It wasn't that long ago that you were on the stage. You're here representing the qualified winners, but you also have a lot of competitive success in a specific game. Can you tell me a bit about yourself as a gamer?
Okay, so I played Overwatch and Apex very, very religiously. I played thousands and thousands of hours. I tried to perfect everything that I could about myself, and I put so much time. I grinded. I wanted to be so much better. And because of that, I got to a point that I never thought I could before. I got to top 100 in Overwatch. I made lots of montages in Apex. I got so much bigger than I thought I ever would be. And I'm really happy about that. That's really all I have on that.
Just casually throwing out, oh yeah, top 500, no big deal. Speaking of that level of perfection, actually in the very first task, you received the same exact score in your 2 attempts, 105,000. Was that because of practice or sheer coincidence?
It's because of coincidence mostly, but being consistent is something that I try to be, so I'm happy that happened.
Are there any major differences that you found with yourself when playing through each of these tasks? I know the casters were talking about tracking, for instance, usually being one of the most difficult.
I think tracking's the most difficult, following with speed switching. Speed switching is really difficult at the highest level because it's really hard to like go above at all. And I think the main hardest part about tracking is precise tracking. It's really, really, really difficult to be able to make minuscule like adjustments at a very high level because a lot of the time the bot's moving really fast and it's just really hard to keep up with because of reaction time and a lot of other things. But that's really, yeah, that's all I have.
Well, there's a lot to keep up with in terms of what we're doing here today. I know you just recently moved to Utah, and now you're here at your first LAN, meeting people in person for the first time that you've known for 3 years now. What is that like, making these connections in real time? I'm so happy to be able to meet my friend Neon. He's playing so well. I love him. He's amazing. He's playing amazing. This is gonna be so cool. This is like the coolest thing that's ever happened. Like being able to go to a LAN and like do things like that. My buddy Neon, I love him. He's amazing. I feel the love. I feel the love. Good job, Neon. Let's send it back over to Katie and Ron.
Gabby, thank you so much on the floor with Juicer QT. And well, look. Love camaraderie in the air as we jump into things. Look, we've got more round 1 attempts we've got to get through. And the next up, well, they're already started in attempt 1 of Jiggle switching Shazam and Draco, trying to get those scores up. And I think something of note here that really stuck with me, Ron, is what Juicer QT said about you get to top 500, you get to be one of the best of the best, but it takes so much practice. And a lot of the time people maybe don't see that. They don't see the hours, the days, the weeks of time put in to Aimlabs, for example, to get to that point.
Yeah, again, these players make it look easy, and it's not. It's very difficult. I mean, we're talking just, you know, a fingerprint size of targets that are moving at random speeds, and you've got to be able to keep up with those targets and control those micro-precision movements. So not only are you testing your mechanics and your feeling and your finesse and your touch, you've got the visual registration, you've got your reaction speed, you've got your mental nerves. There's all these elements that come into play.
And well, there we go. Time is up on the first attempt. A solid round from both of them. Getting shots from production to make sure we can get all those scores updated for those leaderboards. You will see those leaderboards as we go through the attempts, continually updated on either side of those 2 picture boxes as we are in the attempts. And now, as you can see, we're about to jump into the second one. Jiggle switching, and then we move on to float clicking. And that jiggle switch, it's all about that second time around improving that score. That's all you want to focus on. You start out hot, that's great, but I would imagine all these competitors, Ron, they want to end on an improved score.
Right, yeah, that's going to lead into, they build off each other, right? So even if you have this perfect first round, then you have a terrible second round, then it's like, oh wait a second, what just happened? And that's definitely a factor. So consistency is the name of the game. I think if you don't want to have a great round and a bad round. If you can have something somewhere in the middle, that'd be acceptable, because again, you're not trying to win the whole event right now in the first round, you're just trying to make sure you're not the last 2.
Yeah, that is a great point. To get to the finals at that chance for $25,000 for first place. And we say that as if second place isn't walking home with $10,000. So a lot of money on the line when we get to those finals. But that is very true. It's not necessarily about being top of the leaderboard right now, which would be nice. You just don't want to be bottom 2 on either side so that you can make it into round 2. And one of the other key factors of round 2 is that you are guaranteed in the money at that point. You will be, I think, at that base level, $1,000 if you can get into that position. And well, beyond that for 6th place, it just keeps increasing. And if you can get to the semifinals, not only is there going to be cash in your pocket, but it's that AOC gaming monitor that you're going to walk home with as well. But before we get to all that, Ron, it's time to jump into our next attempt. Shazam and Draco ready to rock here, looking to improve those scores.
We can see here a stark difference between the environment the players have picked. As we can see, you can customize your background, you can change what the colors look like. And I personally like a darker background and a light target, as we have in Shazam. But Draco here, he's going with kind of more of a lighter scene. We see a gray brick scene here with the white targets. It's personal preference. It's whatever that provides that kind of contrast between your crosshair and your target color that helps you kind of log that crosshair over and know for sure that you're on your target.
And it's not just a single click here, right?
No, it's not a single click. There's about a second, I would say 0.75 seconds of tracking time that you have to lock over that target.
And well, with not a lot of time to do it, and at this point, no more time to get it done. That's the second attempt, which is all wrapped up. Cheers across the board as we prepare for float clicking. The first attempt of just 2, where verticality will come into play for these competitors. And after this, 2 more portions of round 1, and we will see that leaderboard. I mean, if you're the final 2, if you're Jakey, if you're UV Kev, and then I think Curry and Maddie being those final 2 sections going up, you're looking at that leaderboard. You talked about it, Ron. You're going to know at least those lower level scores you've got to beat as we jump here into the first attempt of the float click.
Yeah, just to touch on that again, you know, honestly, I'm not sure who has the advantage, if it's better to go last or early, because a problem of going last is now you might change up your gameplay or change your pace of play to try to hit a score, and that'll take you out of your own kind of comfort zone and pace that you're used to, right? Like you're chasing instead of leading.
And Shazam looking great so far. I saw a little G2 tweet asking Shazam at Red Bull Ready Check, did you get about 50% right now? Doing great.
Yeah, looking good. This task right here, I think is one of the more fun ones, to be honest. The targets are manageable. The movement of these targets aren't, you know, sporadic like Veer Track, and it's single click. And generally, you know, they're kind of it's generous in terms of this target size. It's not these small ones, so you can kind of get a little bit more greedy there and go for a trust flick shot. So where you can kind of just, since it's a lenient target size, you hit it and you can move on to the next one, and you don't have to stop and make sure you're stopping on a dime.
So when you're using something like Aimlabs, how long would you say it takes for someone to start getting that muscle memory built in by that practice as we jump into the second attempt for float clicking?
Yeah, you know, it's a great question. I think innately some players just have better hand-eye reaction speed. Maybe if they've been former athletes or they have experience with like musical instruments, they kind of just have that dexterity built in where they know how to use your hands and fingers and they have that kind of touch. I do think age plays a slight factor. I think when you're younger, you can develop these skills earlier that transfers on to kind of like your prime gaming years, which I would say is anywhere between like 16 to 25. And from my experience, you know, after 25 years old, that's where you do drop off a little bit, and whether that's maybe 0.1, 0.2 seconds of reaction speed.
So you're telling me I should not try this?
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, you're gone. You have no hope.
Well,
no, but you know, when you're an older player, you have experience. You know, right? You might not have that reaction speed, but you have that kind of wisdom and decision-making ability that transfers nicely into gaming.
Thank you, thank you. That wisdom is really what's going to carry me around. I appreciate it. As Veer Tracking is going to be up next. That is Jiggle Switch and Float Click all wrapped up. The first of the final 2 attempts here for Shazam and Draco underway. Just 2 more attempts to get as good of score as possible to just try and stay in the first top 6. You just want to avoid 7th and 8th position, and you are safe. You are in the money, guaranteed. You are in round 2. You can continue to keep alive your opportunity to get first place, $25,000, that incredible AOC gaming monitor, and, well, you said it, Ron, bragging rights that you're the first person to win a Red Bull Aimlabs event here at Red Bull Ready Check. And well, here we go. Attempt number 1 underway. And, well, name of the game, just stay on the dot. I know it's technically a dot, but the shape's escaping me. So we're going to go with a dot.
Yeah, it's the shape of a body. It's a pill size. It's like a normal hitbox that you'd see in most first-person shooter games. And again, this is one of those tasks where you need to have a large range of motion in the x-axis. Generally, from my experience, when you have your entire forearm on the table, where it's kind of flat and level, gives you that kind of alignment where it makes it natural to move left and right. Compared to, let's say, if your elbow's like too high above the table or below the table, it creates like an awkward angle where the edge of the table presses into your forearm, which can kind of limit your ability. So tip right there, if you have trouble with your x-axis aiming, try to get a little bit more of your forearm on table, find that elbow position that's horizontal and matches the surface level of your tabletop.
And Draco looking like they were able to get, I think, almost, I think maybe 120K, something really nice there as well. Shazam performing in the first attempt. So something, Ron, that you just said about, right, that forearm, the positioning that you have on the mouse pad, how difficult is it going to be for someone who, maybe you're primarily a controller player, you want to get more comfortable on mouse and key, but you're just sitting there basically using your wrist? What is that adaptation going to be like to learning more space on that mouse pad, using the entirety of that forearm?
Yeah, so there is some level of experimentation, and I would say, you know, if you can have a chair that can adjust up and down, that's certainly going to help with finding the right level. If you have an adjustable table, even better, which we have here. So then with those two combinations, you'll definitely be able to find that right elbow and horizontal position with your forearm. That's really great for kind of like neutral aiming. If you're going to go for something stock, you want to get that forearm level. Again, the elbow not too high or too low.
Attempt number 2 underway. The final attempt here for Shazam and Draco on main stage. The final attempt they have to bump up that score enough to stay in the top 6 of their respective side to stay alive for round 2. This is where it counts the most to be able to improve that score and, well, hopefully do at least a little bit better than everyone else so you can stay in things as we get down to the final 15 seconds. And every time I look at this, Ron, I'm like, oh, we have a minute left. I blink, it's 5 seconds, and it's almost over.
Yeah, it just happens so fast. I mean, you've got to be locked in. You've got 1 minute. There's no downtime. You've got to get as high a score as possible. And 92,000 there, not the best one. You can see Draco not pleased with that run.
Yeah, hopefully, though, the prior one going to be a better attempt. I mean, we talk about it, right? You always want your second attempt in a certain task to be the better one. But at the same time, if you did post a really solid first attempt, might be a bit disappointed, but you do know you have that to fall back on. Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah, for these rounds, it's the better score that moves on.
When I think we're going to take a look once more at the LCQ winner, that is Raph, who, well, showed up today, flew out, and, well, upstairs a few hours ago was able to win and place today. So let's go ahead and take a look. On the floor right there, you can see Raph. That is going to be UV Seer trying to stay in the top 6. And what a journey that's got to be to online miss out by a point and then have that confidence in yourself to fly out anyway and trust that you're going to be able to qualify.
Yeah, Raph, I spoke with him before, as soon as he won and kind of digging into his story, and he actually had qualified online on the 3rd week and then posted a really nice score going into the 4th week and lost out by 1 point, so wasn't able to qualify. He had some personal issues with his mom. His mom got in an accident and he wasn't able to compete the 4th week. So he flew down here and he has the resilience to now, get that last chance qualifier. So, prayers out to his mom. Hope he's doing good and love the resilience and fortitude of Ras to show up here and compete and winning that last spot after I think there was 45 competitors. So very impressive.
I think resilience is a great word for that, to be able to persevere despite what might be happening with your mother. And, of course, well wishes on a speedy recovery there. to have all these things going on, that mental fortitude and still being able to fly out, trust in yourself, your confidence in your ability, and succeed in that, be here now, and based on the rankings that we're taking a look at, so far comfortably in range to move on to the next round. So very, very impressive. And, well, speaking of folks on the floor, we're gonna hand it over once again to Gabby.
Hey, Katie, just wanted to check in with everyone from the ground floor. We've got everyone supporting our players. You know, hey, can I talk to you for a second?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. What's your name?
Stefan.
Stefan, how are you enjoying today's event?
I love this. This is so much fun because I went to another Red Bull event because I'm a collegiate Valorant player for A&M, Gig'em. So coming here, it's like I get to extend like the fun, and so I just get to see all the pros, talk to them. I'm also collecting signatures, so.
Nice. What signature were you most excited to get on here?
Ooh, probably Curry, actually. Yeah, here, I came to support Curry, my boy, he's up there. So
What do you mean when you're playing on the collegiate level?
the collegiate level is basically just, in Valorant, specifically, it's more of just like the, kind of like the tier 3-ish scene, like the.
What do you main? Sorry.
What do I main?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm actually an initiator main, so yeah.
Me too.
Yeah, I play
Who do you
everything. I play everything but KO. So yeah.
Yeah, nice, nice. How long have you been competing on the collegiate level?
I've been playing with A&M since like actually like my 3rd or 4th year of high school. I was like typing in the Discord, the A&M Discord, and trying to figure out because I knew I was gonna go to A&M, so I wanted to play on their teams, and so I was just kind of connecting with them, and I actually landed a spot as like a non competing team, but I was still playing with like other players that are really good, so it was pretty awesome.
Well, I personally have a lot of love for the collegiate scene. It's one of the places that I got my start. So what words do you have for those that are watching to encourage them to watch collegiate and tier 2 and all of kind of these feeder systems to develop the talent that we get to see on stages like this?
Right. Well, yeah, grassroots esports, like that's where it starts. Because I mean, Big Mean Mr. Jakey, that's where he came from. I just had a chat with him about it. So definitely, like, if you want to go pro, like this is kind of where you start. So, I mean, I don't know if I'll get there, but that's why I'm here.
It was lovely to hear from you, a true fan, multiple events attended, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the event. Back to the casters.
Gabby, thank you so much. I love stories like that, Ron, because in recent years, there's been such an explosion in collegiate esports, in high school esports programs, sponsorships, these abilities and recognitions for the talent these players have, and the opportunities provided for, like we just saw, to be able to go to Texas A&M. You saw that in high school, worked for that, were able to accomplish it, and now you're here, you're getting those signatures, like from Curry and others, that you aspire to be like. I think that is really a testament to how far we've come, and I just love seeing, especially when it comes to the collegiate scene, hopefully that continued growth.
Yeah, I mean, that's a wonderful thing about gaming. You know, you don't have to be some like 6'8" athlete. If you've got brains and you've got dedication, you've got some mechanical ability, you can compete. And the cool thing is you have good internet speed, right? You can play and compete against anyone in the United States. So where in kind of normal sports, you got to travel around, you got to have a bus, and it can get quite pricey. Where you can represent your college now online and compete and play tournaments and matches, and it's very accessible. That's what gaming provides. And we saw the love story earlier. We can meet some amazing homies and best buddies, and it's amazing.
I think that's a great point, right? There's going to be people here, like we just saw previously, who have been great friends online through gaming, through things like Aimlabs and others, who get to meet at this Red Bull Ready Check event for the first time in person. And look, there's a lot of wholesomeness, but at the end of the day, they also don't want to get eliminated. They want to be first place, take home that $25,000. There's always going to be kind of that mix of respect for your fellow competitors, but also, hey, at the end of the day, you're competitors, Ron. You want to win.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, the time and commitment that these players have had, the number one goal is to win this event. I mean, it's a great opportunity to put yourself on the map, possibly provide to other opportunities. Maybe that's a tryout for another team. Maybe you might, if you win, you get invited to season 2. We'll see.
Yeah. would love for there to be a season 2, but right now we got to work through the rounds of the first Red Bull Ready Check with Aimlabs, and right now we are in round 1. So you can see it's 2 eliminated from both sides. You might be saying, hey, I just tuned in. What are the sides? What are we talking about? Well, you're going to have the invited pros, the likes of Shazam, it's Timmy, Zelsis, and so on. And then on the other side, you have the qualified winners like Draco, Aimbot, Neon, Seer, Juicer, QT, and so on. Well, in these opening rounds, you don't want to be in the bottom 2 of your respective side, because those players, I'm sorry, but your time here is done. The top 6 on either side will move on to the second portion, round number 2, so on and so forth, until we get to our semifinals, will be that top 4, and then it's going to be the grand final, where those players are going to go head-to-head from either side. But let's jump right into things. It's time for the Jiggle Switch attempt 1. 2 attempts per task, 3 tasks in round 1, and on your screen right now, you're going to have Jakey and UV Kev going head-to-head, trying to stay, as we said, in the top 6 on their side, those scores of which you can see on the left and right.
Yeah, and this is the second time we're seeing the brick layout for the qualified winners here.
Yeah, that's true.
And I think the bricks actually provide slight advantage because they provide this little grid layout where you can see the targets are kind of tracking evenly left and right. And it gives you a reference point and helps you kind of pick out the spacing.
Oh, that's
whereas
interesting.
we see Jakey's, we see, it's very flat. We don't have those grid layouts or measurements. So it's kind of having like a built-in ruler.
That is actually really interesting that something like a background, which you might not inherently think has an impact, could in fact really help your eye to hand coordination, your movements to be able to post things. And woo, we got some shouting into the crowd, some smiles, maybe those first round jitters out of the way as Jiggle Switch attempt number 2 just about to start. But hey, so far so good, right? You got the first one under your belt, Ron. Take that big sigh of relief and get prepared for the next attempt.
Yeah, the first one, it's the one you generally when you talk about sports, there's always going to be first jitters. Whether it's golf, I've seen people they tee off, it's the first shot, but then once they're kind of striding, they've got that first shot out of the way, the first run. That's when they can start locking in. It's just there's that downtime period that leads up to it. It's like, oh, I've trained hundreds and hundreds of hours. I'm waiting for this match, this moment. Okay. Now I've got it done. It's out of the way. I'm into my element. This is what I'm used to doing. And let me adjust my mentality here and get into the second one.
And taking a look at Kev, another one of those content creators, going to be one of those qualified winners who came in and is focused on aim training. And then, of course, on the other side, you do have Jakey for C9, another very, very accomplished player. But right now, we're not talking about those accolades. We're talking about what you can do with the dots on the screen, the score you can get. And of course, that accuracy going to be a great indicator of kind of that early success, as we only have a minute per attempt.
And another shout out, if you're new to Aimlabs, you can select the sounds. So for these tasks and tracking, you can select what kind of sound you want. So some people have like high frequency, low frequency, it's a click or a wave sound, whatever it is, that gives you a kind of audio registration,
cue, yeah.
An audio cue that, it's like 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, and that matters. And some of the research that I've seen, it's actually, you have slightly faster reaction speed to your audio cues than you do your visual cues. Although it's only like, we're talking, fractions of a millisecond, it matters.
Yeah, you said it, a fraction of a millisecond. It does matter, especially in a competition like this. Now, you may wonder, as we prepare for attempt 1 of float clicking, why are we calling them qualified winners? You might say, hey, well, we just started this event, so how have they won? Well, the explanation's in the name. They won a qualifier to be able to get here, and that is why we are calling them those qualified winners. There was multiple events online, I believe actually some in person, that they were able to attend and post those highest scores to be able to get here. So again, it is our qualified winners and of course our invited pros as we prepare for that float clicking first attempt where the verticality starts to come into play. as we get to our final 2 sets. Jakey and UV Kev trying to post those scores, looking at those leaderboards as well. But at this point, I feel like when you look at that mouse, interesting, how much do you know the difference between players who are wired versus a wireless mouse?
Yeah, that's a great question. I mean, the wire can get in the way for sure if it's kind of coiled or bundled in a certain way, or if the wire or the rubber on the wire is a thick kind of has a lot of friction, that'll rubber go into your mouse pad and obviously affect your aim. So some players, they like to have what they're called like bungee cord holders. So you have this kind of like spring that holds up the wire to make sure it's not rubbing on the mouse pad. And from what I've seen, I mean, pretty much everyone has had a wireless mouse except UV Kev.
Yeah, I mean, that's really interesting. That could be something as simple as personal preference. Maybe that's what you grew up on, so you don't want to switch it up because that's what you know. But we get into the final 15 seconds here. Again, this is the first attempt of float clicking. Going to be a significant change from the jiggle switch. Now, when you're talking about Aimlabs, Ron, you've touched on how many variations, the expansiveness of the program to kind of accommodate whatever you're trying to learn. There's 9 tasks here. Is there more than that within Aimlabs itself?
Yeah, I mean, Aimlabs, it's super cool. They have something called Creator Studio that actually allows you to create a completely customized task to your liking. So it's like a mini level designer where you can change or create the room size, what the walls look like, how many targets there are, the speed that they're moving at. So maybe if you're having a particular issue in a game, a certain scenario, you can actually go in and recreate that and then train yourself and isolate to make sure you're working on the right mechanics. And if you don't want to go through all that, there's over 20,000 tasks in there.
20,000?
20,000 tasks in there and growing every single day. There's
I don't know if we have time for all of that here today, so we're going to stick with these 9, I think, as we get into the second attempt. But that really is impressive, the just massive amount of variability and creativity that you can have within Aimlabs, not only for an event like Ready Check, but for the gamers who simply just want to improve. Maybe they don't have dreams of being here, but they just want to get a little bit better.
Yeah, I mean, it's free. Why not? Load it up, try it. You can select your game into your sensitivity, and it's going to match exactly your feeling that you're used to in your game of choice. Everything is customizable between your crosshair color, the target sizes. That way it can accommodate exactly to your needs. Something I do want to mention, you talked about earlier, Katie, about wired and wireless mice. Some of the best shapes are wired. Some of the ones that I've even stick with today are wired. They just simply don't have that shape in wireless, right? And I think the shape is arguably more important than having a wireless mouse. You know?
And by shape, I assume in layman's terms, you're talking about the actual design shape of the mouse itself?
Exactly, like the shell of the mouse, the different contours. Does it have like a wide hump? Is it tall hump? What are the finger, how are your fingers placed? Is it like wide? Is it thin? Does it taper? You know, because everyone's hand sizes are different. Obviously, like your fingers, your palm size, all that. So I would say if there's a mouse, even though it's wired, but it fits your hand perfectly, and you know, you just lock on it, just everything feels right, go ahead and stick with it.
Go ahead and stick with it. And well, we're going to jump into the first attempt to stick a good landing in the veer tracking for Jakey and UV Kev. Just 2 attempts for them left in this round. Every time we get to veer tracking, we're just about to jump in. That is the last 2 attempts that these players have in round 1, and they need to make it count. We know how difficult this is, so if you can start out hot, have a nice score off rip, you're going to be feeling good. And well, right now, take a look at some of those percentages in the 70s, I think high 60s here. A good start.
Yeah, good start here, neck and neck in the score. You could see a little zoom out there of Kev. He's playing on the top left.
I was going to say, I was like, it seems so tight.
Yeah, so he might have been caught off there and having shift to the top left. He might have got a little bit unlucky if the target respawned towards the left side and moved left. He would have ran out of space. So he got a bit lucky there and was able to shift back towards the middle.
Yeah, and some of those adjustments, I assume, it could really cost you when you're doing an event like this. So we get to the final 10 seconds of the first attempt here. Nice scores across the board. I don't think anyone necessarily going to be getting to the 100K range, although I do believe UV Kev might get close, just shy. Never mind, at the very last second, swings it in. I wasn't sure if they'd get it done, but well, who am I to say? Of course they do. A nice 100K plus there for Kev.
Yeah, and something kind of what I overheard the qualified winners talk about when they were training is that their eyes were starting to water because they're so focused and their eyes are so, locked in. It's again, like in a test like this, if you blink and the target changes directions, now you're set off course. So there's this element of
your eyes are watering.
Drops.
You can't blink. You have to keep staring, and then at some point, your vision's going to start getting blurry. But hey, it's only a minute, right?
Yeah, you got to fight through it, and there's eyeball endurance in play. So staying hydrated is obviously a big factor. But yeah, it's just kind of something you don't really think about. But when you're this focused and locked in with your eyes, it can be draining. So as we go through these rounds here, we'll see how they're able to hold up. Not only through their endurance of just kind of their focus level, but other parts of their body that they have to control.
And I think that's a really great point, right, is understanding that it's the entirety of the body that is playing a role in this, from, of course, you said eye strain to fatigue to diet. Are you hydrated? A lot of these things will make those little improvements for you, or detriments, depending on how you're playing that day. So all of these players, of course, ready to go in the final 15 seconds. This is the last attempt they're going to get, Ron, for Jakey and UV Kev before they have to hope that they are in that top 6 based on their performances. With 5 seconds left, I think UV Kev potential here, I think, to improve upon that score perhaps a little bit, ideally for both of them, as we call it on that attempt for both of them, which means, Ron, we have one last pair ready to take the stage.
Yeah, we've got the last duo on stage, and this will complete round 1. So if we could get a look at the current leaderboard right now and see where they stand.
If not, I think maybe we can,
Yeah.
I don't know if we'll be able to show it on screen, but roughly based on what we're looking at here, it seems like, at least on the invited pros side, you're gonna feel good if overall your score is above, 200,000, I think, to stay out of the bottom 2. It's not about being first, aside from maybe some bragging rights. It's about not being in the bottom 2 of your respective side. I think when we look at the qualified competitors, the qualified winners, actually, you're gonna wanna be, I think, well above at this point, 300,000.
Yeah, we could see a huge difference there in the average. The qualified competitors, they're professional aimers. We could see they're averaging around 50,000 to 75,000 points above the invited pros. So they've, we talked about it earlier, if nerves were going to be in play, and, how do they compare to online to LAN? It doesn't look like they're having any issues here.
No, and we've seen some of them. Aimbot Neon is a great example, getting loud, getting hyped on stage, having fun. And at its core, yes, it is competition, but for a first of its kind event like this with Red Bull Ready Check, it is about having a lot of fun too, meeting the friends that you've known online for a long time, getting to meet some of the pros that you may look up to, aspire to be like. And I think kind of that whole happening all at once here adds a lot of different elements to it. But also at the end of the day, let's be real, $25,000 for a lot of these players, that is some life-changing money, potential opportunities for them. And of course, well, you get to also say that you are the very first winner of any event like this, because Aimlabs hasn't done something similar.
No, this is the first of its kind, yeah. So, the bragging rights for sure. I think, especially for the invited pros, they've had success in other tournaments, so they've got some accolades they can kind of brag upon. But again, having this under their belt would be a huge stepping stone, as we talked about earlier. In terms of their development, it's Timmy. This is his first big LAN event. So it's kind of, and he's got another huge Apex Legends event after this.
Yeah.
So this is actually kind of like, okay, let me see where I'm at on LAN and how I can handle my nerves. So yeah, both sides invited pros, the qualified winners, a lot on the line.
I love that you pointed that out, right? It's Timmy had talked about it previously. Yeah, you did just win 100K at the Annihilator Cup, But that wasn't on LAN, and you're heading to your first LAN because you won the LCQ for ALGS to go to the championship. So you can kind of get some of those nerves out of the way here, and based on the scores that I'm looking at, it's Timmy doing phenomenally well on the invited pro side, and overall looking comfortably to be able to stay in round 2 and potentially beyond. So whatever nerves there were do not seem to be impacting performance.
No, and we had that interview with him earlier, and he seemed calm and composed. So he stepped up to the challenge here. He's riding that huge momentum of multiple wins in a row, and he's bringing that in here now.
Well, let's take a look now at the 2 on your screen. This is going to be Curry on the side of the invited pros, a Valorant streamer and a former pro, and VT Maddie on the side of the qualified winners. And VT Maddie, I believe, also very impressive in their own right. You've got aim training coaches. We talked about it. Voltaic, of course, going to be one of those aim training sites that you can use. And, well, hopefully trying to post impressive scores here. And take a look. Those leaderboards are what we were just talking about. You can now visualize them. Invited pros, you don't want to be 7th or 8th. So Curry and Maddie right now, you know those scores at the bottom you need to beat to at least get 6th. That is the must here, is 6th place.
Yeah, and something to call out with Maddie, he's actually, I think he's considered the favorite, even amongst...
Oh, wow, okay.
Yeah, so he won the rank 1 for the qualification. He set the score, so he's the man to beat.
Okay, that's a little intimidating then, my goodness. I mean, at the end of the day, yes, they're up on stage together, but they're not competing against each other quite yet. But who knows? This could be the matchup you end up seeing once we get to the finals. But that is going to be the first attempt all wrapped up. The second attempt just about to begin. Again, that is going to be Curry and Maddie up on stage. Second attempt of the first task. 3 tasks in this round. We'll have 3 tasks in each for rounds 1, 2, 3, and then the semifinals. A little bit different there for the grand final, but 2 attempts across the board for all of these tasks. This will be the second attempt of Jiggle Switch before we move on to Float Click. Can I take a look at Curry's screen? Do you think it adds any difficulty? Maybe it's just because I'm looking at it from this distance, but the light blue on the gray seems a little trickier to see than perhaps that very grayscale background you get for Maddie and the white dots.
Yeah, I would have to agree. You've got a light colored teal ball on a light grayscale background, and there isn't as much contrast as we can see in Maddie. It's clearly, you've got this dark gray background with the white targets. It's very easy to see the outline of the targets. So maybe if you're just a little bit off, that slight visual cue is certainly helping.
And maybe you've really touched on the secret here of the qualified winners is how many times now have we seen this brick background? Different grayscale, maybe different saturation levels, but a lot of them using that. And again, you're telling us, it gives you kind of those frame of references, right? To passively help you find that target.
Yeah, it's this nice, perfect ruler you can see both vertically and horizontally. And I would say, if you're an invited pro, if you're listening, you might want to go experiment with that right now. It seems like...
Give me your settings.
Yeah. The qualified winners, they know they've got the same brick size as well. I think you can also actually change the size of the bricks and the pattern and the tiling. So you can match the target size as well, which is helpful.
Hey, any to the pros, including Curry up on stage, Ron with the hot tips to help you play. Maybe lean over and say, give me those, hey Maddie, give me those settings. How do you get that brick background as we jump in? Because that really does seem to be a consistent theme when it comes to the qualified winners. But as for right now, another attempt here for float clicking, and this is where it's gonna be so important. Again, you know the scores of the opponents on your respective side, and you just need to beat the bottom 2. And well, you're down a little bit lower, maybe panicking here, hoping for the worst.
And watching Maddie here, he started off super hot. Okay, we're switching screens to Curry. And he's got what I call a straight finger grip. You can see his fingers are kind of extended. There's not much curl, which is nice for consistency. You're able to keep the same grip because your fingers are extended the same length with all your fingers. Maddie already hitting 100K, surpassing 110K.
Wow.
And you could see there's a vigorous flick and a stop. But
Right.
you see his body's almost shaking, but on the screen it looks perfectly smooth.
My goodness, that was one, I think, of the most impressive attempts we've seen so far coming out of Maddie. A very solid performance as we prepare to get into the second attempt before we go to veer tracking. How difficult is it to improve upon that skill, right? You said that quick flick, but the hard stop, the accuracy of knowing when to stop.
Yeah, I've heard the term called stopping power. So if you have, let's say, a super slick mouse pad, it's going to be more difficult to stop on a dime because it's kind of like, say, you're on ice. You slide, and then when you get to the end, there's like a slipperiness. So typically, the mouse pads that are more fuzzy or have a little bit of indentation to it, it allows you to help to get that stopping power. So as soon as you flick, you can stop, and there's no like extra movement.
And Maddie, this is blisteringly fast. My goodness. Can't wait to see how Maddie performs when it comes to the veer tracking after this. Curry as well, performing well with 35 seconds left, so more than half of the time in this second attempt where you need it to count the most. When you're in the middle of an attempt like this, Ron, and maybe you get stumbled, what is most important when you're trying to kind of get a very fast reset and get back into a rhythm?
Yeah, I think, well, I mean, it could be either your mechanics or a mentality thing. I think if you overcompensate with like switching your grip, actually, like something feels off, you miss like 3 times and you try to adjust your grip, I feel like that's, you know, overcompensating, and that'll kind of down spiral. So yeah, like I alluded to earlier, I think it's more of a mental switch. It's kind of like, you know, I missed it, and there's got to be zero registration of
just keep moving.
Any negative self-talk. Yeah, it's just got to be like, it's just another miss, move on instantly.
And I think a note from that, as there's some adjustments on the mouse pad, is that in that final float click attempt, Maddie had over 80% accuracy.
Yeah, he is the favorite, and he's looking like it. And that's interesting. I think it's the first time we've seen a mouse pad switch.
Yeah, it's funny. We were talking about those mouse pads, right? You said some of that friction, being able to snap quickly, and well, maybe changing it out. Didn't like what was going on.
Yeah. So it looks like if we can kind of see that one, I see a little bit of glistening on the surface texture. So I think this one has some kind of coating that provides a smoother tracking ability.
We're going to jump into attempt number 1 for veer tracking. 80% accuracy for Maddie in the previous task, which was the float click. But now it's the final 2 attempts. Potentially could be the final 2 attempts on main stage for either of these players as we close out round 1 and prepare for round 2. And Maddie, great in these scores so far. Curry as well. Both of them, their last attempts to make sure they stay alive, not only to try and get to first place and $25,000 along with that AOC gaming monitor, but also to get into the money, because that's what you're playing for right now. If you are in the top 6 and you move on to round 2, you've already got cash in your pocket. That's gotta feel pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, huge pressure here on Curry. He's got 2 attempts to try to beat Dapper. You can see the score of Dapper, 195,781. Curry's currently sitting at 166,781, so he's got to step up here if he wants to keep moving on.
There we go, attempt 1 all wrapped up. Just one more veer tracking attempt here for them to close it out. I'm just not happy with this mouse pad. Everything keeps switching up.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. Yeah, I mean, it's like, it's such a flip and feel. But I mean, at this level, he's practiced all the mouse pads. He knows his feeling, he knows his touch, he knows what needs to be adjusted, and it's just not feeling it with that one. So switching 2 completely surface frictions in back-to-back tasks.
Maybe not happy with the accuracy. I think Maddie was at 68% accuracy for veer track, and maybe said, no, that's not good enough. I'm gonna flip this mouse over. We gotta hit into the 70s. But I mean, 68%, my goodness. That's like, how can you make the micro improvements off of an incredible accuracy percentage?
Yeah, Maddie's standards, it's not like normal people. 80% right now, 83%, insane.
I think a testament for both sides of this, the invited pros, the qualified winners, the dedication it takes to get to this level, right? It's not just about, oh, you're naturally talented. Sure, that can help, but having the consistency and dedication, hundreds, thousands of hours, doing things like this, playing those games, to be here is really a testament of, the 1% of the 1% of gamers who can be as proficient as this. Because again, we watch it and it looks simple enough. The concept is simple, the execution, anything but.
Sure, yeah, like in any sport, when you see the elite players compete, they make it look easy. And again, you can try any of these tasks inside Aimlab and test for yourself how you compare. Maddie with an insane run, I think almost hit 120,000 points.
Woohoo! And a big stretch. Hey, maybe the mouse pad flip was exactly what Maddie ended up needing. That's going to go ahead and wrap. Attempt 2 from Veertrack. Both of those players going ahead. Nice little fist bump, a GG on the main stage. But that's it, Ron, for round number 1. So now we have to calculate those scores, figure out exactly who, unfortunately, is not going to be moving on to round 2, and the top 6 on either side who now are in the money and will continue their chance to take first place and $25,000. When you look at it so far through round 1, Ron, what is your impression of all of these players of the event?
Yeah, I think I'm surprised with It's Timmy. I think he stepped up and well, not surprised because he's answered the call, and he's. I think we're looking at the leaderboard here. It's still updating. Yeah. He finished at 2nd place, so amazing run by him. I think we just watched Maddie, and he just showcased why he finished rank 1 on the leaderboard, and he's our favorite.
And here's a replay of Maddie, who you just mentioned, and look at that accuracy. I mean, it might be going down, but my goodness, 87%? That's ridiculous. I think what's most impressive to me, Ron, when I look at something like this is I would assume that your accuracy would kind of drop, and stabilize. And you're watching Maddie, and it might drop, but then it goes right back up. It was like 87, goes back up to 90. Now you're sitting at 86%. That is also a testament, 87 there, to how good you are at this with 20 seconds left, and you're already cruising toward 90K.
Yeah, I mean, at this skill level, you may miss 2 shots, but then string together 15, 16, 17 shots in a row. And I think what's so impressive about him is his change of direction. It's kind of like as soon as he hits the shot, he's already moving on. It's like, we're talking about a millisecond of reaction speed. And he has that trust in his ability, right? He's hitting a target. Some players might be like, oh, I don't know if I got that correctly. Let me linger for a few moments. No, he's shooting, flicking, and moving on instantly.
And that itself is a skill to learn, right? Not getting too caught up in, oh, I missed this, maybe I have to go back. Just being decisive, even if you miss, just continuing to move throughout all of those different points. And one of the reasons Maddie posting some early, very, very strong scores, as again, we're just going ahead and taking a look at everything, getting all those scores compiled as round 1 is all wrapped up. The bottom 2 players from each side, the invited pros to our left, the qualified winners over to our right. Bottom 2 will be going home. The top 6 surviving into round 2 from either side. But enough of me chatting. We're going to go over to Gabby on the floor. Gabby, how are you doing?
I'm doing swell. I'm excited because I wanted to talk to Joseki since seeing you get here. And like I said, I'm sorry that it's coming off of an elimination. But what was this experience like for you? You were one of the first people here into the venue, and then you were competing your heart out.
Yeah, I'm just super excited to be here. It's an honor. When I first got here, I wanted to practice with my new mouse. So that was going well. I'm really happy with how things turned out still because I beat like all my personal high scores, so yeah.
I know that when it comes to your content and everything that I've watched of yours, you're just this positive energy. You radiate that in everything that you do. How do you feel that factors into a competitive environment like this to make sure you can still have such positive takeaways from it all?
Yeah, I just came in with a positive mindset in general just because a lot of the pros here that were invited are definitely actual pros and higher ranked than me. So I feel like I already had not low expectations, but I didn't have like pressure. So overall, I had like a really positive mindset about it.
And a lot of experience across multiple games, that's for sure. Tell me a bit about Aimlabs. Aimlabs specifically and kind of the different trials that you went today. Maybe anything that was more challenging than you thought it would be, or things that you really excelled at?
Yeah, I think the tracking is always enjoyable for me more than the others, but the float switch, for sure, I had a lot of trouble with. And there are just some that I'm more familiar with than others, but yeah, I definitely tried my hardest.
I'm sure that you'll be ready to cue back into some more Valorant when you're on stream. Anything that you picked up from this event, watching the qualified winners, all the other pros that you're ready to try and take into action and gameplay?
Everyone here is just so determined, I think, and I think that's something I could definitely bring into Valorant. Definitely hardworking, and I definitely need to work on my aim overall.
I know the chat's been here with you the whole time. I know people watching at home have been cheering you on. So any words for those that have been supporting you now that it is your final moment to bask in being a part of this wonderful inaugural event?
Yeah, basically my farewell, but yeah, just thanks for everyone who's been supporting me, whether it's been my content or just specifically for this event. There's been a lot of people who have been cheering me on, so just want to thank you guys, and next year, or if I'm here next year, I'll do better.
Well, thank you for bringing such happy vibes with this interview. It was lovely meeting you, and let's send it back over to the casters. We've got so many more rounds to get to and more eliminations to come.
Gabby, thank you. Wholesome, right? Unfortunately, Josh Techie not moving forward, but improved on all those individual scores, which is impressive in and of itself. But that does mean we have to reveal the 3 other people who will not be moving forward into round 2. We know Josh Techie, one of the pros, and that is also going to be Dapper, who's not moving forward. On top of that, on the qualified winner side, Ron, it is going to be YREP and Slidebug. Unfortunately, just not quite enough to stay in it for round 2.
Yeah, and congratulations to all the players moving on. Dapper and Joseki will be going home on the invited pros. Just shy, Dapper 5,000 points away. I mean, we're just talking margins there.
Can we take a look at Maddie's score, please?
Yeah.
Over 20,000 points above Draco on the qualified winner side. Look, that is pretty darn impressive when you get a score that is, it's not combined of both attempts per set. It's not both jiggle switch, not both float click, just one per. That is really, really good.
Yeah, I mean, that's averaging, just over 120,000 per task, which is insane. Again, the benchmark, which is good, is about 100,000 per task. So we could see here, the qualified winners, I mean, most of these players are aim training professionals. That's what they do full time. So we could see a pretty big average leap there. But you know what? Now we're moving on to round 2, and there's going to be 3 completely different tasks. So, that changes everything.
Yes, it does. And, well, you might be happy if you're in the top 6 of your respective side because you're in the money. As you said, Ron, it is a whole new set of tasks you have to work through. The first one being float switching. So floating might give an indication of what exactly you're doing, but Ron, could you explain that for us?
Yeah, float switch. So as the name says, float, it's going to be a target that kind of moves around and floats around. It's not going to be some kind of crazy movement. There is going to be 5 targets on the screen, so you're going to be switching between floating targets.
And of course, after that, we have the bounce click. So again, name might give you a hint, but talk to me about bounce click.
Yeah, bounce click, you're going to see these targets that kind of bounce up and down. So maybe something you'd see in Halo, a character that kind of jumps up and down. So there's going to be this crescent half moon shape where it's a predictable trajectory. And the key to that one is trying to get that target as it's switching from up to down.
And then we finish round 2 with glider track, and this is one that I noted for myself as the second of the 9 tasks that you specifically pointed out as being particularly tricky. The first already happening with veer tracking in round 1.
Yeah, so glider track, this one is going to be a faster movement speed from the target, and it's going to be moving in the X and Y axis. So it's going to be this random movement, and it's not very common in FPS games. Generally you don't have a character movement pattern that can move with that much freedom in both the X and Y axis. So it can get a little bit awkward when you're moving from like diagonal left to diagonal right, up, down, and it really does test your complete range of motion.
You can see on deck here, Juicer QT on the side of the qualified winners, Zelsis back on board for the invited pros. Juicer QT, so thrilled to get to meet Aimbot Neon, a good friend, in person for the first time at the Red Bull Ready Check event. And well, this is where things really start to get spicy. Again, same concept as the first round. You don't want to be in the bottom 2 of your respective side to move things forward into round 3. But it's not like you're trying to improve on those previous tasks. This is the next set. This is going to be totally new to you. And you're not necessarily going to know for all these players maybe how much experience they have, for example, with float switching.
Yeah, clean slate in round 2. Now there's no excuses. I mean, you've got to be warmed up. All the players now have played a complete full round, 6 runs total. So they should be locked and ready in terms of how they're setting up to their equipment and their comfortability level.
And we note there, you can see it bottom right of the screen, AOC. What is that? Well, AOC Gaming providing the monitors here today. Monitors that the top 4 in the semifinals will get to go home with, that being the CQ27 G3Z from the AOC Gaming product line. It's the best fit for gamers looking for performance and high picture quality. We talked about it, right? That 240 hertz, the 27-inch monitor has the VA panel, the AMD FreeSync Premium certified. You can tilt, swivel, height. It's all adjustable. Use it exactly how you want it. You see a lot of the players here today, they got it kind of tipped backwards. They're really close to the screen. And of course, it has the functions of the DisplayPort, HDMI, etc., with lots of different connections. So really a great prize if you can get to the semifinals, and something for anyone watching today who says, you know what, I might be interested in that monitor. Go check out AOC Gaming.
Yeah, absolutely. I would say other than having a good computer for high frames per second, and other than the mouse, I think the third most important piece of equipment is the monitor. Your computer is only as good as what your monitor can display. So if you have a crappy monitor, you're going to have crappy frames per second.
Right.
It's not going to be smooth. It's going to affect your tracking ability, your flicking ability. When a target's moving fast, it's going to jump and skip a little bit. And of course, that's going to be more difficult to visually register. So a monitor absolutely makes a huge difference, especially ones with low response time, which these have as well, which is 0.5 seconds. So that's, yeah.
Pretty snappy.
Yeah, extremely fast. And something you mentioned earlier about the monitor tilting, that matters because some people have, your corneas are different, and some people are nearsighted, farsighted. If you're tilting your head up and down, you generally want to match your eye line to the middle of the monitor, right? You don't want the monitor too high where kind of you're looking up. Now you've got some awkward angle with your neck. So having that tilting ability to match that eye level, it's something to consider. Yeah.
No kidding. I mean, especially a lot of that nuance becoming more and more important when you're, say, at an event like Red Bull Ready Check, where it's all of that comes into play for your accuracy in these attempts and these various tasks that you're trying to execute on. But I want to talk a little bit more about Aimlabs, because you said it, over 20,000, I think, different tasks per se, if you will. But are there other resources outside of those tasks that Aimlabs offers?
Yeah, absolutely. Aimlabs, I mean, they are dedicated to helping you both in and out of the game. They also have a wonderful coaching and online courses available at proguides.com. They've worked with some of the biggest names in all the biggest esports titles, Valorant, Counter-Strike, League of Legends, games all across the board. So you can go there, get a subscription, or say if you need some on-demand coaching, I want a lesson right now. Well, you can hop on, you can find the right matchup and get improve your game.
As well as talking about coaching, a lot of the qualified winners, they are aim training coaches themselves. And I think it's an interesting niche, if you will, that has been born of kind of competitive gaming at the highest level. Maybe not something that was always an option. So you have the Aimlabs, you have these training coaches that can help people out, like you said, Ron, as you get ready to jump into things. But again, round 2 is about to begin, and it's going to start with Juicer QT and Zelsis. Let's jump right into it. here we go, jumping right into things. Round 2 is officially underway. 3 brand new tasks for all of our remaining players to attempt to tackle. First of which being float switching, what you can see on your screen right here. And kind of a contrast, at least, when it comes to Juicer, kind of that grayscale and white. Zelsis a little bit more purple and black.
Yeah, you know what? I think Zelsis is the only one using the purple targets. We see generally kind of like a monotone color from the other players, whether that's gray or black. So it's interesting. I like the purple. It kind of sticks out.
Yeah, definitely a stark contrast to the background. Maybe makes it easier for the eye to track. That's going to be my high-level analysis for you, Rob. I think almost the health bars, if you will, as we wrap up attempt number 1 for Zelsis, also kind of were that teal color, I think. So maybe multiple colors going on there to help differentiate things a little bit. But now float switching attempt number 2 underway, as we're going to get essentially our benchmark scores, as these two will be the first ones up for round 2. We'll see kind of where that ends up landing them. And of course, for other players, if you know that score, at bare minimum, beat that to make yourself feel a little more comfortable as you try and make it to round 3.
Yeah, so if I'm the other competitors and I'm waiting to play, I'm definitely keeping an eye on the score, kind of see where I need to be, but also warming up. They have their own PCs here. If you're just tuning in, you can hop in to Twitch. All the players are streaming, so you can go in, load up a second screen. You can see our highlighted matches here, as well as anyone else.
Yeah, that is a great point, is that, yeah, those co-streams, the invited pros, you want to go check out Shazam, you're checking them out on the Red Bull Twitch. You want to also go to their channel and cheer them on. You can do that because they are live from the venue. Go hype them up as they prepare to do their 3 tasks in round 2. But right now, Zelsis and Juicer QT wrapping up the final 20 seconds of the second attempt of float switching. And so far, so good. As we make it toward those final moments, this is going to be the 4th overall task, 9 total. And really, that's a test of endurance as well. 9 different tasks is a ton to be able to adapt to.
Yeah, and these are compact intervals of focus.
Right.
So it's just like hardcore focus for 1 minute, and we get to see that 9 times in the finals. So yeah, endurance in play. Nice round there by Juicer QT. You could see he's happy with that.
A little flex on main stage. I like that. We were wondering if some of these players might have a little bit of nerves who haven't been to a LAN before, or maybe aren't necessarily comfortable with it. Well, if you're Juicer QT, you're taking your moment to shine on the stage, feeling good about that. But we're moving on now to the bounce click that you explained earlier. This will be the first attempt, the first look we're going to get to see at the task, as we're just about to jump into things. These players guaranteed in the money, but you don't just want to be guaranteed. You want to take first place, and it could potentially start with attempt number 1 here for the bounce click. And wow, yeah, that, for some reason I didn't expect him to be bouncing quite that fast. It's almost hard to figure out which one you want to stick with when they're all in one section.
Yeah, that's a part of the strategy. You want to try to get a cluster or a clump when they're all kind of hitting their apex at the same time. So, but what you know, the worst thing you could do is get in the trap of trying to chase one that's on the descent. And now you've got to make a huge adjustment to get back up to the vertical level, where you kind of want to be on the upper half of the map, hitting those targets as they're transitioning.
You can take a look here at Juicer QT at about 75-ish or so, 76% accuracy. Zelsis, I think, hovering in the 60s. So not too bad as we get into those last 10 seconds. And for something like this, I wonder, can you get to 100K? I don't know. There's not enough time, I think, but I've said that before, and suddenly at the last second, they're able to get there. I don't think in this attempt they will. Juicer QT, though, very close. Perhaps in the second attempt, in just a moment, we can see, I suppose, would be our first 100K for this task. Perhaps based on Maddie, maybe not the last, though.
Yeah. Yeah, Maddie, our favorite, he is on fire. Yeah, and so he's setting the gold standard here. Juicer QT also with a decent run. Obviously, these guys have played these tasks before, so they kind of know what good scores are for them. So after they finish the task, you know, it's nice to get the camera to kind of see their reaction.
Yeah.
To see, okay, did I hit my mark? Am I happy with this score?
And I do believe that Juicer had, I think, something like 77% accuracy, roughly, on that attempt. And speaking of what you just mentioned, right, even though Josh Secchi was eliminated, said that in an interview with Gabby that he did improve on every single personal score, and that is a huge one. As now we jump into the second attempt here for bounce clicking. Let's see, Juicer QT, 77% last time. We'll see if they can beat it here.
Yeah, and something to mention about Josh Secchi, you know, I love that attitude. Like, even though you're lost and you're out, you still have gained experience on LAN, and you performed better here when it mattered, and kind of setting your own bar and standard. So it's easy to kind of get in the trap of competing or comparing yourself with other people, but you know, you also have your own standards to reach and try to surpass.
So far, so good. 20 seconds remaining before we prep for the final task of this round. Zellsis and Juicer doing what they can to stay, once again, in the top portion of that bracket. You always want to stay above the bottom two to survive into the next round. 5 seconds left to get this done. 77% there. You can see it hovering around the exact same accuracy for Juicer. It is going to be, I think, at the very last second, getting into 100K. And, well, thumbs up, smiles there. Clearly, at least for their own individual performance, got to be happy.
Yeah, yes. 100K, nice run there. He had a nice little groove in the middle of that session. It was to catch all those clumps on the upper half of the task.
And up next, glider track. Do a favor for me as we prep into first attempt, because I know we explained all these tasks, and by we, I mean you, at the very beginning of this. But once again, as we jump into it, talk about glider tracking.
Yeah, glider track is a single target that's going to be moving randomly in the XY axis. And like veer track, this target's going to disappear, and then a new one spawns, and it gets progressively more difficult. So as we can see there, the second one disappearing there, now spawning for Juicer QT.
Ooh, it's kind of fast on when it refreshes itself to try and find it.
Yeah, so you've got to instantly recenter back to middle, and what you're trying to do is get back to your neutral point. So your wrist isn't bent one way or the other. It can fluctuate in any direction.
Yeah, definitely tricky, and the movement very fast as well. The changes rather abrupt, but look at that. I think high 60, 70% accuracy roughly here still for Juicer QT. Not quite as high 50% for Zellsis as we get into the final moments, but I think one of the first tasks that I looked at, and I'm like, they make it look easy, but that does not actually look easy at all. That looks very difficult.
Yeah, I would say with veer track, I would put this as a top 2 in terms of difficulty, because again, it doesn't really match like most FPS scenarios where you have a character that has that kind of movement. Right. So the ability to move up, down, left, right, and diagonally in all directions.
Attempt number 2 about to begin. Keep in mind, glider track, the third and final task for round 2. So once this attempt comes to its conclusion, that will be it for Zellsis and Juicer QT until round 2 is done, where they will watch the rest of the remaining players try and stay alive here. And I think maybe jumping the gun a little bit early on that before we get started. But again, 1 attempt remaining. And then we will have UV Kev, actually Shazam, on deck preparing to come up next to jump up on stage. But there we go. Some smiles. There we go. You can start now. Here we go. We jump into the second and final attempt. Here, of course, again, this is glider track in round 2.
These are one of those tasks where you do want to have your ability to shift your forearms. You can see there's a lot of vertical movement as well as horizontal movement. So you got to have the mouse pad space. This is one of those tasks where you've got to be able to shift that entire forearm. So what I mentioned earlier, tip, you know, to get that forearm horizontal with the tabletop, get it even, and it gives you a nice surface to glide and track upon.
About 15 seconds remaining here for them to post these scores. And I think accuracy for Juicer might be a bit higher than what it was the first time around, well into the 100K mark. And well, a great score to be posting here in the final second. I imagine that's got to be an improvement on attempt 1.
Yeah, that's a high bar. 121,000 points.
Wow.
You see the smile on his face. That was a fantastic run.
I love this. Okay. Celsius is like, that was really a score. Dang. All right, fist bumps. Great job, great attempt. That'll be it for Celsius and Juicer QT on the main stage, which means we are going to prep now for our next set of kind of sort of opponents on the main stage. UV Kev and Shazam up next. And Glider Track, if you're them and you watched that score to beat that we just saw out of Juicer, especially on the side of the qualified winners, do you think that's really going to be kind of an upper echelon bar?
Yeah, I think so. 120K, that's, I mean, you're topping it. We saw earlier in round 1, Maddie averaging about 120,000 per task run. So that seems to be the bar for each task. Yeah. So Juicer, I think that's going to be tough to beat, and well played.
Yeah, well played for everyone involved. As you can see it just around the corner, Shazam and UV Kev coming up to the board, ready to rock here. Jump into round 2. A reminder, if you're just tuning in, we are going to have 5 total rounds, and the bottom 2 on either side, either the invited pros or the qualified winners, get eliminated in each round. We saw that initially 4 players eliminated. Now that round 1 is wrapped up, that will progress all the way to the semifinals where, hey, you get to the semis, not only are you making more money at this point every time you progress, but you're also going to get an AOC gaming monitor. And well, that monitor helping these players right now, Shazam and UV Kev right into it with the float switch. Attempt number 1. Maybe a bit more similar here in the grayscale across the board, but still, that teal and purple, those bright colors seeming to be favored by the pro players.
Yeah. Yeah, teal and purple. Teal is the stock color in Aimlabs. When you load in, this will be what it looks like.
As we swing through, about 25 seconds left here. Improvement in the name of the game. You always want that second attempt to be better than the first. But with 10 seconds left, if you can get a good score to start, maybe that momentum really helps you not only carry into the second attempt when it comes to float switching, but through bounce clicks and glider tracks as well. Momentum's something at large in gaming and esports that gets talked about a lot. If you come out hot, you come out successful, maybe you beat your own personal score, or you know based on your competitors you have a good score, that can really give you the confidence that tangibly does show itself in game, or in this case, in Aimlabs during each attempt.
Yeah, I mean, you know, as we see here, we see the highest display of mechanics and physical ability and hand-eye coordination, but gaming is also a mental sport. You know, it's a battle between yourself, but with other players as well. So having that, we mentioned earlier about the word resilience and kind of, you know, silencing any kind of negative talk and being positive and building upon that self. So I would say, you know, if you have some of that negative self-talk, maybe you talk down, like, oh, I made that mistake, I shouldn't have done that, and, you know, kind of snowballs into stress. Figuring out how to flip that switch and just kind of, hey, it's a mistake, it's fine, I'm human, learn from it and move on. That simple switch there really does help you build momentum and resilience and perform better under pressure.
The Josh Sucky mentality, right?
Exactly, yeah.
No worries, improvements, and at the end of the day, that's what's most important. So we work through the second attempt here for the first task of round 2, the 4th overall of 9 total tasks that these players will need to work their way through. After this wraps up, we will move on to the bounce click, which is nothing to sneeze at. Very, very tricky to work your way through. So we get to the final moments, everything wrapped up. There you go, the first task of this round all wrapped up. And as I'm taking a look at some of these initial scores, I think UV Kev, a very impressive top score. I think the new top score on the qualified winner side when it comes specifically to the float switch, and Shazam doing really well. I think actually just barely might be edging out Celsius for that initial attempt here for that first task.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and Shazam, he was one of my top favorite picks from the invited pros. He has a lot of, primarily he's been an opera in his career. So he does have these positions where he has like high ground and he's looking down on opponents. So he does have the ability to aim vertically.
And maybe not as intuitive as side to side on that X x-axis we've been talking about. And that's exactly what's happening right now. This is attempt number 1 for the bounce click. And you talked about it, right? Being able to capitalize on the clusters of balls that maybe all are bouncing and peaking at the same moment, right as they sort of float in place, you can hit those clusters all at once. And these players doing a great job. I think, if I'm squinting right, is you counted the 80% accuracy?
85%, yeah.
Okay.
And he's so fast, he's catching the targets before they're even reaching their peak, so he's getting ahead of them.
Wow, that is an amazing scoreline. Now 10 seconds easily will be over that 100K mark. There you go. Hitting it here in just a moment with about 4 seconds left. Shazam as well, closing things out, I think at about 71, 72% accuracy. So a great performance out of them both. You can see smiles there on the side of Shazam as we prepare for attempt number 2. But a really, really good start for both of them.
Yeah, something to note, on this particular task, I do like Shazam's background a little bit better because he has this horizontal line that kind of splits the upper and second half. I do think that kind of helps innately with measuring how far you need to click between the targets.
Right, you kind of said it right. Practicing that and becoming better at it if you're opping in a game, Valorant or whatever it may be. Being able to take that high ground, have that positioning that makes you more practiced in vertical movement, definitely gonna help for the bounce click, and it shows. I mean, 70+% accuracy is phenomenal. 85 or whatever was close to that for UV Kev. And that's kind of what you're gonna expect though. Again, from someone who day in, day out, that's all you're doing when you practice on this. But let's jump into it now. Attempt number 2 for the bounce click. Great performances from both of them in the first attempt, and we're looking for improved scores the second time around. So when you're practicing on these, what is your preferred background and ball color? Are you kind of all the grayscale like we're seeing from the qualified winners, or you like the teal, you like the purple?
Well, I would recommend certainly taking 5 minutes to experiment with all the various colors. It literally only takes 5 minutes, but you could cycle through all the different crosshairs and colors and see what works best for you. Load in, load out, see what the contrast is, you know, and then now you've got your optimal settings forever. So I think some people kind of could just use whatever's on default, whatever game they choose. But the settings, you get those right, it's a little bit of groundwork you've got to set at first, but then once you got them right, again, you've got them for life.
What I really like about what Shazam is doing right now, similar accuracy, is that he's been patient with some of the bounces. He wasn't chasing them as they fell, which is something you talked about, can kind of catch some players out. Maybe missed one and just simply waited for the next bounces, was able to keep that accuracy up. So there we go. Attempts 1 and 2 all wrapped for the bounce click here between Shazam and UV Kev. They'll be posting those scores. And I love that. Smiles up on main stage as glider tracking up next. And based on what we saw from the first 2 players, Zelsis and Juicer QT, I wouldn't be looking forward to this task maybe as much as the others, because it's not easy.
No, this one's awkward for anyone. Again, you've got to have range of motion in all directions, up, down, left, right, diagonal, and the target gets progressively more difficult. So you can see there, we've got full forearm position for UV Kev, and he's centered nicely in the middle of the mouse pad.
And here we go, attempt number 1 underway, although looked like perhaps something for UV Kev might need to be addressed. We'll see what is going on. But based on the scores we're looking at right now, very impressive from both of them. I think for their respective sides, actually posting maybe the highest scores so far, although we have only seen Zelsis and Juicer QT go up. So of course, a lot more to come in as we get through the rest of this round. There you go, attempt number 1 underway. Glider track round 2. Attempt number 1, and should be not a ton of time left on the clock. Maybe a bit of a hiccup there for UV Kev might get everything fixed there for attempt number 2. There we go. We'll just take a second as we make sure all of our T's are crossed, I's are dotted for these players, and we'll jump back into it here in just a couple seconds. The glider track underway, the final attempt for both of these players here in round 2 starts right now. Tracking looking pretty crispy so far.
I think one of these skills that you should develop is being able to recenter your mouse back to the middle of the screen in your like ideal kind of starting position. So if I'm going to start gaming, what position am I in? You've got to burn that feeling, memorize it, so then you have like a go-to kind of position, and that allows you to move freely in any direction. And that's what we're seeing here. As the targets are disappearing, you see that red dot on the screen. So that's the recenter point. So right now you're like way off that red dot. As soon as it dies, you got to recenter, get everything back to neutral, that position that you just, are so comfortable with. And then that way, you're not, well.
Getting too discombobulated.
Yeah.
As that attempt comes to a close. And in something like the glider track, as we get into the second attempt now, is it on screen before it resets for a certain duration each time that you can get a feel for, or is that duration randomized so you can't sort of get that sense of time of, okay, it's been X amount of time, I feel like it's going to reset soon, get prepped?
I believe it's 15 seconds.
Okay.
So, yeah.
So it is
after
sort of
15
standardized.
yeah, it's a set time, so you can see the clock above and anticipate that reset.
All right, this is going to be the second attempt here to close out the second set of competitors in round 2. Glider track, looking as difficult as it is, but again, these players, they do such a great job of showing their proficiency, being some of the best. That's why they've made it all the way to Red Bull Ready Check with Aimlabs, the first event of its kind, and some of the best doing what they do best here in the second attempt for glider track for Shazam and UV Kev. Following them should be UV Seer and Curry coming up next. But right now, it's all about the remaining 45 seconds. And I think if you're on the side of those qualified winners, it really is that 100K at this point every time. That's like the minimum you have to be getting to.
Yeah. Yeah, it seems the minimum number. 120K again is kind of like, okay, this is like almost world record status.
Could we see a world record today?
Just might, yeah.
Wow.
Just might. We're on land. The pings are a little bit better. No.
Oh, that pesky ping. I've never complained about that in the game. I've never blamed missing a shot on my ping, not once ever, Ron.
Wow. Love it.
That's a lie. It's a lie. I do it all the time. 6 final seconds for both of these players. Solid accuracy across the board as they close it out. We talked about it getting above 100K, exactly what UV Kev was able to do. Seemed to sit back for a moment, happy with the scores, but that will wrap up this series of attempts for these two. They will head back to their respective practice areas as UV Seer now. That is going to be Raph, who we talked about, who did win the LCQ here today, just upstairs a number of hours ago, and of course Curry going head-to-head up on the main stage for their round 2 attempts for all 3 of those tasks. And Ron, at its core, this has been so fun. An event like this is inherently unique. Aimlabs, Red Bull, you haven't seen something like this before. And yes, you're watching all these players do the same thing over and over again, but you know how high that skill ceiling is, and you inherently understand how difficult it is too. It has been a ton of fun to watch them.
Yeah, I mean, that's what's so special about this event is we can isolate the aiming mechanics and see, okay, well, how do the best CSGO players play? What does it look like for an Apex Legends player? And all these different play styles and skill levels, and then matched up with trained professionals. So you have this comparison, okay, what does it look like? What are the benchmarks? How do I make it look like this? So, that's what I love about Red Bull is they are kind of known for throwing these awesome events where you could see the human capacity feats of whatever skill sets and sports that they play.
I couldn't agree more, but enough of us for just a moment. A very important, incredible host, really one of the best, Gabby, on the floor here, so we're gonna hand it over to her.
Thank you, Katie. I've got Dapper here by my side, so I do want to poke at the wound a little bit. When you were invited to come here, you said, I'm going to win it all, or at the very least beat Shazam. Yeah. Well, Shazam was still on the stage here in this round, so what's that like?
It's cold.
Yeah. I didn't do as well as I hoped. Shazam stepped up, and it's unfortunate we couldn't win it all, but I'm just happy to be here.
Obviously a lot of love between the players that are all competing. I saw you talking to Juicer for a while. What has that been like, seeing people that you've competed against but in a different capacity and some new faces as well?
Yeah, I mean, it's always awesome reconnecting with old teammates, old friends, and then meeting new players from other games, talking to a lot of people, getting a whole bunch of fresh perspectives. So it's always fun going to a live event.
I know that you've been taking some time since your season ending and now kind of throwing something like this in the middle. It's a whole different vibe, but still that LAN environment. What is it like kind of coloring your experience as such an accomplished professional player with all these variety of tasks and different ways to test your skills?
Yeah, no, it's a lot of fun. I haven't played much Aimlabs in a long time, so kind of just like getting back into it is, it's a little daunting when you haven't done it in a long time, but it's always fun just going up there and really testing my skill again, and yeah.
What did you think of the tracking tasks in terms of when you're somebody that's playing like attack shooter versus those that are playing Apex and Overwatch, right? A lot of different type of movement. Did you feel that in the tasks themselves, kind of how that experience factors in?
Yeah, I had a problem with a lot of the tracking tasks where my mouse on my mouse pad would be like almost off. I'm not used to the movements at all, so that was a challenge I had to deal with, but yeah, it's always a lot of fun.
So since you are eliminated, I'm going to ask you have to put all of your backing behind one of the pros, because there's one that's eventually going to go and represent this side. Yeah. Who are you backing?
I'll go with Zelsis. I think he's gonna heat up. I think he's gonna do great. He just needs a little self-confidence, and I think I'm gonna give that to him.
Are you sure it's not just because the love he was showing you and the good vibes he brings?
No, nothing like that. It's pure professional. I can't even say it with a straight face.
Yeah, you almost got there. Any last words to the fans that support you before I head back to the casters?
Thank you all for your support. You're amazing, and keep tuning in. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, thanks for hanging around and chatting with everybody. I think everyone's having a good time getting to kind of mingle here at the venue. Casters, what do you think of what's been going on so far?
Love is in the air. My goodness. Not only do we get fierce competition, but of course, a lot of these players very familiar with each other, not only have played with each other, played against each other, and some kind words for Zelsis to go forth and hopefully continue on into the final rounds. We are just about to get into our next matchup, but I think he did touch on something very specific, Ron, that you had mentioned, which was certain tasks, depending on the game you might be most proficient at, actually really might have struggled at them because you just weren't sure, and tracking was one of those big ones.
Yeah, tactical shooter, generally you don't need too high of a sensitivity. Most of your work kind of gets done in this work zone in front of you, whereas like Overwatch or maybe even Apex Legends, you need to do 180, so you have higher sensitivity. So it makes sense when you're attack shooter, your range of motion's here, the target moves over here on this side, it's like, well, I don't have any more mouse pad space, and then you've got to re-lift your mouse and recenter it back to middle and lose a lot of time. So it's kind of awkward motions and mechanics that attack shooters aren't really used to. And and it's kind of one of those things, it's like, do I want to change my sensitivity, or not?
Oh, that can be a dangerous slope to start going down, because then suddenly nothing feels good. And oh no, then you're spiraling. But I want to talk about two folks. I know I had teased another matchup, but we are actually going to move over to Animal and Aimbot Neon. Aimbot Neon performing very well on his side. Animal actually one of the top scorers too. An amazing performance on the side of the Invited Pros. So kind of two of the top contenders on either side now going to be posting those scores here in round 2. We'll see how they do, but look, we got some sass out of Aimbot Neon last time, so I'm excited to see what happens on stage this round.
Yeah, Andy Mall, fantastic gamer in her own right, reaching Radiant level in Valorant, which is amazing. I think that's at least top 500, and playing professional for Complexity in the GX3. So she's been in the scene. She's really good. And like we said, I think she finished like top 4 in round 1.
Yeah, very, very, very good. And well, that's why she made it into round 2, guaranteed money, but always looking for a little bit more. And it starts with attempt 1 of float switching for both of these players. You can see the leaderboard, how that's starting to shake out. On the side of the qualified winners, UV Kev in first place, Shazam in first place for invited pros, but still more to get through, so that could shake up. And you know, both of the players on stage, they want to be on the top of their leaderboard. They want to be safe getting into round 3.
And as we're watching Aimbot Neon, something to notice is just how snappy and quick the transitions are from target to target. There is 0 downtime, so he's anticipating, you know, seeing the health bar, knowing the timing of when this target's going to be eliminated, and then instantly switching. It's almost like so fast that it seems like an instant flick, but also you'll see these little micro adjustments. Obviously, you can't make 100% accuracy flick transition, so, but he makes it look instant because it's so fast. So there's this ability to make this quick, snappy movement and these small micro motions to be able to track those small targets.
There we go, shaking the hands out, getting those wrists. That's what you see a lot too, right? Is you don't want to get stiff. You want to kind of almost have that body reset before you go into that next attempt. But there we go, it looked good on either side. This will be the second and final float switching attempt, but I think based on the scores we've seen as well, very strong opening attempts out of both Aimbot Neon and Animal.
Yeah, and that's a great point there, what you mentioned in terms of like tension level. It's kind of like you don't want to be so stiff where you're locked up and you're aboard. You don't want to be too loose where things are kind of sloppy and everything's running out of place. It's like finding that right mix of like a controlled tension in a way. Where you're still fluid, but you're also very efficient and locked in.
And here we go, the second attempt underway. Again, only a minute per attempt for every single one of these tasks. So really not any time to try and make necessary improvements. It's not like you can step away for a while, figure out what went on, do VOD review. No, you are right into the next attempt, and you gotta make it as good as it can be. Now, when people are watching this, there's balls of different sizes. Does that make a difference, or is it simply something that might just be easier for you to go target?
Yeah, the targets are spawning in different kind of depths, so that's why you have the varying sizes. I believe they reward the same points, so it's not like you just want to go for small targets maybe and just, you know, get as many points as you can. So again, there's this like element of like, okay, risk and reward. Do I want to hit the bigger target that's further away or go for the closer, smaller one?
Ooh, a little bit of a shake of the head. I can't tell if that's a I did okay, but not my personal best out of Aimbot Neon. But hey, you got cheers. So maybe a little bit of a bounce back as we prepare to get into our bounce click. Is there any task of these ones, Ron, that is your personal boogeyman? It's your least favorite?
Let me just look down real quick. I mean, I would say definitely the vertical ones. I mean, my experience is from tac shooters, so I have a lot of experience in Counter-Strike Go. So, you know, 90% of my aiming is left to right horizontal. So I'm very comfortable with those. This task is actually, I think, one of the more fun ones. It's kind of like, it's a predictable movement pattern, right?
Yeah.
So it doesn't have as much strain or stress in terms of your reactive ability. Yeah, I mean, it's fun to watch, it's fun to play.
Really solid starts here early on. I think high 70s and 80% accuracy here. Animal, I think hovering around that anywhere from 73 to 75. Low 80s here for Aimbot Neon. Really good start, and similar to what we were seeing kind of across the board in terms of accuracy from either side. So a very, very strong start with 15 seconds remaining in the first bounce clicking attempt. And as things wind down to a close, I'm looking at some of these scores, and I actually think Animal in the final score for our first task of round 2, that float switch, actually matched the high score when it comes to the invited pros side with Shazam. Exactly. They had exactly that same score, which is really impressive. And again, great news. You're trying to just not be in that bottom two. Excellent news if you're trying to pace how everyone else is performing. Very strong starts, though, I think. Wow. Look at that out of Aimbot Neon for that first one. That is a...
124,000.
Wow. Ooh. That's got to be, I think, one of the highest scores we've seen on the entire day.
Yeah, very impressive. And we'll see if he can beat it. I mean, as soon as we load up, we'll see just how smooth and quick the transitions are, kind of compared to Animal. If we're going to do a little one-on-one comparison here as we start.
And there we go. This is going to be bounce click attempt 2. Always looking for the improved score, but I think something that they've both been very good at is, again, if you miss that click on one, it starts to fall. Just don't even worry about it. You're already looking for what ball is bouncing upward. Just go focus on that.
Right. Yeah, don't fall into trap into trying to hit the target that falls downward, because gravity's at play and the speed increases as it's moving downwards. And there's this element sometimes, you know, you're hitting a target maybe on the far edge of the screen, and then you've got to anticipate, okay, well, the other targets have to be on the other side. So when you make that huge flick to get back to the other side, you've got to be able to carry on with the wrist movements to string together those multiple targets.
Aimbot Neon, I'm watching at one point, cleared every single ball before it even had a chance to hit the ground. Did have a slight head shake there, maybe not happy with how it ended, but my goodness, that was so snappy, very efficient in going from click to click, and it certainly paid off as we wrap up the second task in round 2. And now it's time for the glider track. One of those trickier tasks that we've talked about, and one that if you can get a really solid score in it, going to be a massive factor for you staying alive in this competition. If you can perform well in those harder tasks, really going to give you a good cushion, if you will, to avoid the bottom 2.
Yeah, and I think this task is, like I said, one of the more difficult ones. So it's kind of like an X factor. If you get caught in the wrong side, like I said, some people have a favorable left or right side. Generally with right-handed players, the left side of the mouse pad is a little bit more difficult.
Yeah.
I mean, it does depend on your wrist range of motion. So, but generally what I've seen is right-handed players will have more difficult side on the left side. So that's the random factor. If you get a target that spawns to the right, good for you.
And here we go, getting into it. 2 attempts, this being the first. I think Aimbot hovering at roughly 79-80% accuracy. What would be a benchmark here? 80%, I imagine that's gotta be top.
Yeah, 80%, that means pretty much every, 4 out of 5, you're on point. And the game sounds here, you can see the different clicks, how fast that is. So if you hear those clicks, every 4 out of 5 clicks, he's on target.
Very impressive as we get to the final 2 seconds. That's going to be it for the first attempt. One more attempt, maybe not too bad, not great, not bad, but don't worry. One more attempt to try and improve upon it. I like that. Good vibes. That has been, I think, something that has come through loud and clear, both in Gabby's interviews, what we've seen on main stage, is that it's competition, but it's fun, it's innovative, it's a unique event, and at its core, it is just a lot of fun.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I would say, to any kind of aspiring professional gamers, if you want to sign some sponsors, bring a good attitude. You want to be someone that represents or sponsors with a good attitude. So there is a competition element. There's got to put your game face on as well, but if you bring a positive attitude, it goes a long way in landing sponsorships.
And here we go. The final attempt for Aimbot Neon and Animal as they look to close it out here with the glider track, posting strong scores. That accuracy, trying to keep it as high as possible as they look to prep for round 3 ideally. This is the last chance you're going to be able to have to do so. It'll be our third set of players who have gone up to sit on the main stage for round 2. All new tasks. So far, everyone looking very, very strong. Warmed up. At this point, the nerves really not seeming to be apparent. Everyone comfortable at their setups and looking again to always improve that score on the second attempt as we get down to the final 15 seconds. When you're doing something like this, are you glancing at the clock at all, or are you just so dialed in that you don't even notice it?
Yeah, I don't think you look at the clock. You don't even have time, especially on this one at the speed. The targets are changing directions. Okay, well, Annie looks happy. Aimbot Neon, not so much.
I mean, based on some of the scores I'm glancing at, Aimbot Neon might not be happy with the personal performance, but very good performance at the end of the day. So that'll wrap it up for them. Thumbs up, great vibes. Oh, another flex on main stage as we prepare for our next lineup. But if you look at these kind of sectioned out tasks, right? It's going to be 3 for round 1, 3 for round 2, and then 3 that we haven't got to yet for round 3. Is there any similarity in how they are divided out, or is it honestly kind of a grab bag of what you're going to get each time?
Yeah, each round what you have is each task in each category. So there's a flicking task, there's a tracking task, and there's a switching task. So there's a good spread of each skill in each round.
And that's going to be important, right? There might be something that you're more or less comfortable at, depending on the kind of games you're proficient in. But on the flip side, there's always going to be a task that should be right up your alley, something that you have practiced a lot. But I think up next, as you can see, it's Timmy and Draco. It's Timmy did phenomenal in our first round. I think maybe second place, I think, overall for the invited pros. Had talked earlier on about nerves not present at all here on LAN as they jump in to their first attempt when it comes to the float switch. It's Timmy and Draco underway. You can see how those scores are starting to parse out, and Animal doing phenomenally in that round. Now at the very top of the leaderboard for the invited pros, and no surprise, Aimlabs Neon on top on their side.
Well, that explains the big smile on her face, taking the first place leaderboard, so that pretty much secures her into the next round.
And that's gotta feel good, right? When you don't necessarily have all the information, you're in the middle of the round, so you don't know what the latter 3 are going to post. You see yourself jump up to first, well-deserved, well-performed, and should be good to go when it comes, of course, to getting into round 3. And with that, keep in mind, every round at this point onward is an increase in that prize pool, how much money you're gonna be walking home with. That's exactly what we're trying to see here when it comes to It's Timmy and Draco. They are also trying to survive as the very first attempt wraps up. A nice one from both of them. And I guess I've been a bit surprised at the amount of wired mice that I've seen so far. I had imagined most everyone was going to be wireless, but I think at least maybe like 3 or so, maybe even 4 people are doing those wired mice.
Yeah. I think, again, some of my favorite, I mean, the technology of wireless, it's so nice having that freedom of motion where you don't have to worry about the weight of the cable, it dragging on the mouse pad,
caught on something,
tangling up. There's a lot of issues that happen with it. But if you do kind of finagle that wire just right, you can get into a place where there's no friction and it's kind of floating there and doesn't get in the way.
Well, speaking of floating, that's exactly what is happening right now. Float switch event. This is attempt number 2, the last one that both of these players will get. The name of the game, always do better than the attempt before, and that's what they are hoping to do here. Nice job tracking similar color schemes, but again, no surprise when it comes to the qualified winners. It is always that kind of grayscale brick background that they seem to be sticking with regardless of the style of task at hand. So something I've been curious about, Ron, we talk about maybe certain skill sets that aren't as practiced depending on the game you play. So how important is it, say you're using Aimlabs for the first time, to have a well-rounded wealth of practice on maybe verticality, things you're not as comfortable with, maybe that are more intuitive to games you don't play, versus just hyper-focusing in on some of the tasks, for example, that are really specifically for, say, maybe a Valorant player?
Yeah, that's a fantastic question. I think whatever game you play, there's going to be motions that you replicate or perform more often. So obviously we talked about tactical shooters like Counter-Strike, Rainbow Six, Valorant. A lot of your aim happens in X-axis. So if you feel like 80% of your duels and fights happen in X-axis, well, you want to proportionally practice that same motion in aim training. So obviously it doesn't make sense to do a lot of vertical aiming if you're doing horizontal aiming. So vice versa, if you're playing maybe an arena shooter, Overwatch, or you're some kind of an entry player where you're up front. Whoa, we got a crosshair change from Jaco, I think.
Oh, that's interesting. Not something we've really seen, and I think by far the biggest one on screen we've seen as well. Why do you think that is?
Well, he's got it bigger than the target, so it's kind of like, you've got this big, up vertical and horizontal line that perfectly matches the circumference of the target. So it helps you line it up in the middle a little bit better. And then if you're off just a little bit, it gives you that direction, right? It's like north, south, east, west. Look.
And seeming to be paying off right now for Draco, doing very well, cruising. So we're watching toward that 100K mark, the benchmark at minimum. If you are on the qualified winners side, it's Timmy performing very well too. That accuracy high, 70. 70 is kind of across the board for both of them, and that's a testament, right? I think any of these, if you're in the 70s plus, you got to be feeling good with how you're performing.
Yeah, the invited pros, it seems like 70 to 80K is a solid number. And nice run there by Draco, over 100K. So that crosshair switch helping.
Feels like a potential risk factor, though, right? Because it is forcing you to look at something different and aim with something different, as opposed to being cohesive throughout every single attempt in every task.
Yeah, and I like it. It kind of makes sense. If you have a fast tracking task, switch mouse pad, which we saw earlier with Maddie, or if you have a bigger target size, why not go a little bit up in crosshair so it gives you a little bit more room and visual contrast for letting you know when it's over the target or not.
Wow, look at this. Great out of Draco. Again, getting these mostly on the very first bounce, and a lot of nice clusters going their way too. And I don't know if that's kind of RNG, how many times you're going to get a nice cluster of maybe 4 or 5 dots, but doing a good job on capitalizing on that when it does happen. I think hovering low 80% here as we get to the final moments, looking to try and get into that 100K mark as high as possible. And it's Timmy as well, I think, on track here, hopefully, to improve upon that score. Looks like they have done so.
Nice run by Jaco, 114,000 points.
Yeah, definitely an improvement, to be sure. A really, really solid one over that first attempt as we get into the glider track portion. And I think, unfortunately, maybe not as strong of an attempt number 2 for It's Timmy. I thought it might have been a little bit improved, but not the case as we prepare for the glider track. And that is really where you want to have that strong finish. Just 2 attempts left here for Draco and It's Timmy to be able to close things out. It's Timmy, I think you said one of the kind of fan favorites, one of the high expectation players here today, because, well, It's Timmy's been on such a phenomenal hot streak over the last couple weeks, not only qualifying for the Apex LAN, but also taking first place in the Annihilator Cup and looking to place well here at Red Bull Ready Check. And, well, attempt number 1 for glider track is underway, and so far, so good.
Yeah, and I think this is one of those tasks for Timmy that is in his wheelhouse. In Apex Legends, there is a lot of vertical up and down aiming and fast movement. So it's definitely one of those tasks where he's trying to make up ground and create a little bit of cushion and try to get that top 4 spot.
Yeah, because it definitely looks like for It's Timmy, in the float switch, performed really, really well. I think might have had the best performance so far of any of the invited pros, but did struggle more when it came to the bounce click. And so, as you said it, right, this is where you want to make up some of that ground and have a very strong finish for your respective group. Draco as well, looking to post those strong numbers. Again, no surprise seeing that kind of brick gray background, but a shake of the head, maybe not quite so happy.
Wasn't happy with the 100K. Yeah, 102,000 points, not happy
Only 100K, heaven forbid. But a second attempt here, the final one for these two, as they'll sit back and wait for the final two matchups after this to play all of their tasks. And then we'll see who's at the bottom two and who ascends into round 3. Again, every single round you survive after this one, your prizing money is going up. And of course, those sweet, sweet AOC gaming monitors, if you can get to semifinals. Here we go. The attempt underway. Both of these players. It's Timmy, I think, a strong start. Draco looking to have a smile on their face, perhaps, at the end of this. Not a shake of the head.
Both players having targets spot on the right side, which I think is the favorable side.
And it's seeming very snappy there, resets back to center.
Yeah, that's one of those things that all the pros know. I feel like they just know, like, you know, again, if they could choose any starting position, where do they need to be? They've honed that in, it's built into the memory and the feelings, and it's their home base. It's kind of like their comfort feel. It's like, okay, well, from this position, I can move in any direction. And generally, that's like your optimal neutral point.
Well, we talk about it centering in general in something like an FPS can be really, really crucial. It impacts your aim so phenomenally. Aimlabs, of course, I'm sure can help you out on improving with that as attempt number 2 comes to a close. Okay, not quite the head shake we saw, but maybe not still super happy.
Yeah, it doesn't seem so confident with that.
So we take a look. I actually think, yeah, definite recovery for It's Timmy when it came to glider track. I think, again, both glider track and float switch, It's Timmy does now, for invited pros, have those top scores, making up for the bounce click we talked about, right? Not as strong of a performance there. You make up for it in the glider track, and that is exactly what you want to see. Curry and UV Seer are gonna be up next. Again, UV Seer, we talked about it, right? Was able to win the LCQ qualifier here a few hours ago. Maybe a bit of a leg up, right? Already won a gauntlet of competition to get to this point, so maybe helps you shake out the nerves a little bit. And hey, you've already competed in the venue technically before anyone else has.
Yeah, definitely a good confidence builder, a good warm-up. Having played the tasks, winning that qualifier, beating 4 or 5 points, and then just moving on. It's just like, okay, I just did this earlier this morning, I won. It's the same old.
And here we go, right into it. No downtime to be found. Float switch on the board for Curry and UV Seer. Take a look at how these scores have shuffled around. Animal not to be dethroned, but It's Timmy nipping at her heels in second place. Aimbot, Neon, both of them holding on. Maybe something special about that pair going up onto main stage. It's Timmy, a very solid performance here as UV Seer and Curry both looking to stay out of those bottom 2 points. That's going to be the key. It's not necessarily about being the best in these early rounds. It's not being last.
Right, and it's, you know, some players have slow starts, you know, if you just squeeze by, let me just get into the next round, then you keep moving on, and then it's the semifinals, there's more pressure, and it's like, okay, well, now this is where I play my best. And there's certain players like that have hot starts or slow starts.
And keep in mind as well, each round has a different set of 3 tasks. And hey, seeming happy with how that went. Each round with a different set of tasks. But for the 2 players who do make it into the final, it is then going to be all 9 tasks in a row. So there's, again, going to be that final attempt, 2 attempts per, to be able to continue to improve those scores. And hopefully we see those improvements I just mentioned, because you will have had that previous experience with the prior attempts in the previous rounds.
Yeah, and to be honest, that's probably not something any of these players are prepared for. Being able to sustain that level of focus where you're playing, you know, the 9 tasks twice, that's 18 tasks in a row with no downtime.
Right.
You know, with the pressure on the line.
They're gonna have to blink at some point.
Right. They are human after all, and
I don't know, some of these performances, I'm just saying.
Sure.
I'm just saying, Aimbot Neon, that name might give a clue. Looking really, really impressive at the top of the leaderboard for the qualified winners. But of course, UV Seer on your screen, looking to dethrone him and take the top spot himself. And that could potentially start with attempt 2 here for the float switch. We will be moving on to the bounce click after that. But interesting, actually, out of UV Seer, there's going to be no brick in sight, kind of just all grayscale and those black dots with, I think, maybe like a greenish health bar above all the dots.
Yeah, that's a nice contrast between the target and the health bar. Some of the, as we see in Curry's screen, it's difficult to distinguish.
It's a little hard to see, yeah.
Yeah, the health bar and the bright color.
Yeah, and especially, I would imagine, on those farther targets, those really small ones you have to hit. When you've got that teal, that grayscale, maybe things aren't quite standing out enough. A little bit trickier, could cost you valuable seconds, and well, when you only have 60 of them in each attempt to get the highest score, every second matters. As I say that, this attempt coming to close in just 5 more seconds. UV Seer able to get into the 100K plus range right as everything comes to a close. And that'll be it as we move on to the bounce click and seeming satisfied.
Yeah, it's acceptable. Okay, I'm happy with that. Not bad, not the best.
Yeah, not bad, not the best, but not bad. And again, yes, you want to be first because it is going to give you a sense of, you know, maybe how you're going to do through the rest of the tournament. But right now, it really is all about, less about being first, more about not being the bottom 2. And if you can consistently post those scores, it might not even be your PR, your personal best or anything like that. But if it's good enough to stay out of that bottom 2, then you got to be happy with it.
Yeah, and I like the format. It gives you a chance to, it gives some room for like, okay, if I do crappy on one task or one run, I get another chance at it. And you get those 3 times since you've got 3 tasks per round.
Here we go, bounce click underway. All about capitalizing on those balls as they bounce up, hit the top of that arc, and sort of hover for a moment, especially when you get a nice cluster all working together, flicking across that screen. So far, so good. This is another one, it seems like, you said it, right, Ron? 70%, and it's actually a high 70% right now for Curry for invited pros, and in those 80s for the qualified winners. I think that's also really a testament to the invited pros in that they don't spend the same amount of time in something like Aimlabs like the qualified winners are, and yet the disparity in their accuracy is not that huge.
Right, right. So when you're a professional, you're not looking for speed, you're looking for accuracy. In most games, you have headshots, so maybe if I take 0.5 seconds a little bit longer, but I land the headshot, that's an insta-kill. So they're always going for accuracy over speed.
And there we go. Bounce clicks looking nice so far, and some good vibes, smiles on main stage. This will be the 2nd attempt now for both of these players. UV Seer posting some pretty solid scores so far, as is Curry doing a nice job. I know it seems like for all of the pros, for the most part, the bounce clicking is kind of tripping them up decently, except Animal. She's just been an animal at everything so far, but a lot of other ones, this middle task has seemed to be the difficult one.
Yeah, again, it's not one of those, it's not very common where you have 5 targets that you have to shoot at.
Right.
But I think what's tripping them up is going for the ones that are descending. Again, you always want to try to get it on the upward. That way you're not kind of, there's that element of gravity in play. So when it starts descending, it progressively increases in speed, you get trapped there, you're toast. So
yeah, don't chase.
Don't chase. Don't chase, just move on to the next one.
And that's exactly what you can see, these players doing that actually very well. There's going to be maybe a second of indecision, less than that, before they say, no, it's already on the downward trajectory, just move on to the next one. Nice snappy movement over. And well, you can always get that ball when it bounces back up.
Yeah, and that's one of the things I think the qualified winners have is there's a strategy approach. They kind of know which ones to go for, which ones are high risk, low risk. And we know that pros can aim, but maybe they just don't have that strategy, right? Like, how am I going to play this?
The
certain pass? What are
prioritizing.
the physics and trajectories.
Yeah, and I think that is going to be a great, I think, point that you mentioned is that if you are one of these qualified winners, you've done this so many times that there's a method to the madness, and you know what to anticipate. You know what's going to be the most efficient transition, so you miss a click on something. Where is going to be the next ball you can go to reduce that downtime, to continue that score moving upward. As we get into the final 2 attempts now, this is the glider track task, and we'll jump right into it. Curry and UVC are hoping to book their ticket into round 3. And well, with a tricky task like this, it's not going to be easy, but that's why we got the best of the best here with us for the Red Bull Ready Check.
Yeah, and this is what we want. We want very difficult tasks. We want to see what, push these players to the limit.
And I was actually taking a look back at Curry for the end of that bounce click attempt. Did improve that score by about 6,000 points on that second attempt. So a nice improvement. That's what we talk about. You want that second attempt to be better than the first, and that's exactly what happened.
And that improvement could be subtle. It could literally be just a degree of mouse tilt, rotating it clockwise 1 degree, counterclockwise. It could be sitting up just half an inch taller, switching your elbow position. Again, when we're just working with small pixels like this, look at the size of these targets.
Right.
There's barely any margin of error in hitbox available.
I like it. Our qualified winners got a lot of spice. They got a lot of attitude, and I appreciate that as we prepare for the second and final attempt for the 3rd task for these 2 players, which will leave Maddie and Jakey as the final 2 going up for round 2. So we jostle to move into round 3, but here we go. Jumping right into things, and well, this is where you really gotta make it count. End on a solid note, end on a score that's gonna put a smile on your face. That high accuracy, so important, especially for a tracking task like this.
So it looks like Curry's gonna need, I think, 50,000 points here to move on. I'm Asian, but my math isn't Asian. That's how Asians up.
Well, my math isn't really much of anything at all, so I can't help you there, but I'm gonna follow our handy dandy spreadsheet to hopefully have it tell me who is going well where. Curry and UVC are both of them hoping, of course, to be in, at this point, the top 4 that are gonna move on. 5th place, 6th place, no, not where you wanna be. You're gonna be a little nervous, especially if you're someone watching this performance. If you're in, say, 4th place, don't bump me down. Leave me where I am. Happy to get into round 3. But it all comes down to this, the final few seconds ticking through. And that is going to be it for Curry and UVC. The attempts are in. I don't know if our qualified winners discussed flexing on stage, but it's kind of become a thing now. We've got the guns out.
Yeah, well, I mean, let it shine. Show us what you have.
And well, hey, they've been posting great scores, so maybe it's warranted at this point. But that'll be it, again, for Curry and UVC, which means we have 1 more set of players, one of the invited pros, one of the qualified winners looking to book their ticket. And well, some people may be biting their nails a little bit, anxious if they didn't post the scores they would have liked to in round 2. I'm really excited. Again, I think Animal, especially on the side of the invited pros, has been crushing it. A strong start in round 1 and improving on that dominance here in round 2.
Yeah. I mean, she's our only female contendant, and she's leading.
She's crushing it.
Yeah,
she has
she's killing it.
Incredible. And
yeah.
I mean, case in point, a former Valorant pro, we know what she has to offer. And look at that, still in first. Aimbot, Neon, and Animal, who were on stage together, holding it down in the first place positions as we get to Jakey and Maddie. And Maddie, really the one to watch for qualified winners. Because I think played last in the first round and blew everyone's scores out of the water. I think at like 30,000 plus points over second place for qualified winners.
Yeah, and to be honest, if I'm UVC here, I'm not, you're 4th place, you're kind of right on the bubble, right? So you've got Maddie here, he's our favorite.
Oh, no.
So this tournament, I mean, if it's anything like first round, it's, not looking good.
We have hope, though. Who knows? Maybe Maddie gets nervous.
True.
I mean, this doesn't look particularly nervous, but we can hope if you're in 4th place
0 signs
right now. There we the final seconds closing out. Again, this is the float switch in round 2. The first attempt wrapped up, prepping for that second attempt now. The float switch, been pretty solid for most all of the competitors. That hasn't really seemed to trip up too many people. Again, it's really been that bounce click.
Yeah, float switch, it's pretty aim friendly. It's not, you don't have these sporadic movements. The target size are fairly, they're medium sized. So there isn't too much demand on precision. There's a lot of targets that you can hit.
And here we go, attempt number 2. Jakey and Maddie, it's all about the improvement, and really that's what Aimlabs is about. Red Bull, it's about getting better, being the best, improving every single day. And again, I want to go back to Josh Stuckey. Yes, you were eliminated in the first round, but personal improvement across the board and everything, and that is a very typical performance, even though you didn't make it to this point.
Yeah, that's the awesome thing about Aimlabs. As soon as you load up, you have a profile, and all the stats and all your results are constantly tracked. So you can see how you're doing day to day. You can figure out, okay, maybe if I aim train 20 minutes or 40 minutes, like what's like a good threshold for me to practice? Does my performance increase over time? Does it decrease after maybe 50 minutes or a certain number of plays? All those will be tracked for you.
I think that tracking, right, that's a big incentive too. You can see those improvements, and that's encouragement, right? To keep trying, to keep improving, because you know exactly how far you've come, especially from maybe when you first started using Aimlabs to X amount of days, months, years down the road. But now we're going to move on to the bounce click. And well, this is the one that we've seen some folks get a little tripped up on, but I have a feeling that's not gonna be Maddie.
No, Maddie's playing fantastic. He's the player to watch here.
Posted a very strong first attempt for the float switch. That was Maddie, I think at just over 120,000. I do think our highest from the qualified winners is from UV Kev at 123K, but we'll have to see what that is. Well, I say that, and UV Maddie beats it in the second attempt, 124K, as we swing over to the bounce click. Maybe no surprise there.
Yeah, did Maddie just make a crosshair change as well as before?
I think may have, yeah. Second qualified winner we've seen on this specific task, changing it up. And look at that micro moment of like, where do I want to go, but immediately makes that decision.
Yeah. And it's still smooth too. It's not like a jittery, kind of Hail Mary shot. It's like these micro motions that are still controlled with finesse.
Well, and look at that, even on the downswing, not even a problem.
And a nice tempo too. Nice tempo. Not pushing yourself too fast. It's like this right balance of accuracy and timing.
Yeah, it does seem to have you said it right, a very good pace and a rhythm, very good anticipation of how that ball is. Maybe you're clicking on other ones, but in that peripheral, you know where they're going and you're ready to meet them on the top of that bounce. There we go. That attempt on the board, second underway here in just a moment. And oh my gosh, you want to talk about maybe the highest score of the day? Maddie, 133,000 on the first attempt.
Yeah.
Okay, sure. Why not?
Is that not like world record level right here?
I don't know. I don't know if Aimlabs can somehow get us kind of the world records for any of these specific tasks. That'd be really cool to see if one of them is broken here today. But here we go. Bounce click, second attempt about to start. Both of these players, a solid start. And Jakey actually as well, a pretty solid start here. In terms of the invited pros, actually by far the strongest performance out of any of them at this task. And there's that brick background.
Brick background, yeah. And something too to mention is the shadows. So you can see the shadows, which can kind of help, right? It's like another visual reference. Maybe if the target is going up or down, like it gives you a verticality. It gives you an extra reference to the trajectory. So maybe if you're better at seeing the shadows, you can kind of aim upwards.
I feel like Maddie is playing a game of the floor is lava right now because he's not letting a single one of those hit the ground, it seems. Just doing such a great job and looking the final 7 seconds to beat that previous score, that accuracy. I think sitting at like 85, 84%, something absolutely outrageous as we call it for the final attempt here of round 2. A little bit of a smile, knows that he performed very, very well. So great job there, Bounce Click. And pardon me, I forgot about glider tracking. What am I doing? Still got a number of attempts for both of these players before we wrap up round
84% accuracy at that speed, insane.
Yeah, 84%. I think the second attempt not as strong as the first, but I mean 133K from Maddie on that first attempt. At that point, that's just maybe a personal pat on the shoulder if you're beating that.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm the other competitors, he's setting the bar, right? It's quite intimidating when he's smashing high scores like this, you know, 10K above. So he's definitely the man to beat right now.
Yeah, and Jakey, again, a really, really strong performance on the Invited Pros side. Excellent scores when it came to the float switch, excellent scores, and hopefully we'll see in this a second attempt when it gets posted if there's an improvement. But that bounce click score in attempt 1 of 92K out of Jakey, by far, if you look at the rest of them, almost like 11, 12,000 above the second best when it comes to Invited Pros. So really, really solid. There we go. Attempt number 1 of the glider track. Waiting for them to jump into things. I think maybe taking a look at the ref saying, hey, click to begin. Maybe yes, no, maybe so.
You could see these small little movements from Maddie. You could see him in a centered spot, and he's doing a little kind of jiggle orientation. We saw him moving horizontal left and right, kind of figuring, okay, planning what are the motions that I'm about to perform, making sure I can hit those
Even
spots.
when he's not even looking at the monitor, though, is that how much of that kind of becomes subconscious? You're just doing it because you've done this so many times.
Yeah, it has to be. I mean, you don't have any time to think about these motions. It has to be a complete trust in your movements at this speed. So it's kind of like this mind-muscle connection, right? Where it's like the mouse and the crosshair is your, is what you're thinking is what's happening. It's this perfect one-to-one relationship in hand-eye coordination.
A deep breath there from Jakey as attempt number 1 of the glider track began. And well, maybe no deep breath necessary. Posting some really, really phenomenal scores thus far and looking to close out round 2 with an equally strong finish. Attempt number 1 underway, a little less than 30 seconds remaining. Accuracy looking solid here. High 70s for Maddie, no surprise. Hitting in the middle, roughly 60s here, mid 60s for Jakey. Does it get trickier watching on Maddie's when it does go up into kind of that skyline versus that static background?
I think so, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's a visual, oh, what? Okay, I think he likes it. Yeah, you definitely.
I couldn't tell, is that good, is that bad? Maybe it's good, we'll know here in a minute. Yeah, perhaps to no one's surprise, really, really good score.
And interesting, we got a little mouse switch up on the same task. So curious to know what's happening there.
If you are watching Maddie post a really good score and then switch mouse, are you nervous?
It's like, I'm going to do it on 2 different mice. Yeah. No, we've seen him switch mouse pads and mice now. Yeah, he's the only player we've seen with that kind of.
I would love to figure out if that's like a comfort thing, like a superstitious thing, just a habit. Why are you doing that? Because obviously it's not negatively impacting your scores, seemingly.
Yeah, it's a good question. We'll definitely have to ask him.
This will be the second and final attempt here overall, not only in glider track, but for round 2, which will get all wrapped up here in about 30 seconds or so. And we will see, based on these scores, the 4 overall competitors who will be going home, 2 from the Invited Pros, 2 from the qualified winners, which will put us down to our final 4 on either side, 8 overall as we go into round 3, which will prep us for, of course, that semifinal. So not only are you playing at this point for more money? But you will then, if you move on, be one round away from getting that sweet AOC gaming monitor. And they're using them right now. They look great. So certainly something you're going to be happy with as you head home, if, of course, you can get there. But there we go. Final scores come in. And
Maddie's certainly happy with that one. 126,000 points on Glouder
Oh, my
track.
gosh.
Ridiculous.
yeah, that is, I don't know if that is highest. I think very well Maddie may have posted the highest scores in every single category of round 2 for qualified winners. Every single one. Switch the mouse pad, doesn't matter at all.
Yeah.
That is truly, truly impressive out of Maddie, the one to watch, clearly on the side of the qualified winners. But that is going to be it for round 2 as we prepare to see, unfortunately, who is going home. But we're talking about Maddie for good reason. Let's check out some of those replays of just how good he is when it comes to Aimlabs. Look at this. No hesitation at all. That decision-making is such a big part of this, too. Maybe a bit harder to quantify, but very precise on exactly where he wants to go after each click.
Yeah, we can see it right now. I mean, it's just crisp, confident movements, stopping exactly where he needs to. The crosshair's averaging on the center of the target. He's not overshooting. He's not switching too early. And this is it. I mean, this is like, you talk about world-class aiming. This is it. This is the representation of some of the best mechanics you'll ever see.
But I think also not only that, but not, I guess, under holding on the click, right? Is always, it's not like you're switching away with just a little bit of health left on that dot. Doing a very good job of always making sure you're fully clicking every single one. But that is, again, Maddie, really, you're one of the qualified winners. That is going to be the player to beat. Might have been the last one on their side to post their scores for round 2, but I think most likely very well maybe at the top of the leaderboard. A truly impressive performance. But just like that, we, I think, have cut our competitors in half. Down from the original 16, just 8 remaining as they move on to round 3.
Yeah, winding down, we've got the best of the best filtering out to the top, moving into round 3, where we will have 3 brand new tasks, same format. We'll have the competitors play twice on each task. Coming up next, we've got vertical switch, micro click, and smooth track. And, you know, I'm looking forward to micro click. We haven't had a task yet where the targets are this small. And here we go. We've got the overall results.
And well, unfortunately on either side, that is going to be Shazam and Celsius, who will not be continuing alongside UV Seer and Draco. Unfortunately, Seer, yes, in the LCQ, getting it done, but just shy, I think, not too far off 4th place, Juicer QT and Curry. Woo! Skating by, moving things on. Amazing performances across the board. And hey, maybe you're not making it to round 3, but you are walking away with money in your pocket, and that has got to feel really, really good. But well, Gabby's on the floor. She's talking to some of these folks. I'm going to go ahead and throw it over to her.
I've got to say, so I have Shazam with me. I think of all the elimination interviews I've ever done, these are some of the most fun, though, because you're actually smiling coming into it. Just tell me a bit about this experience, making it through the first round and then here into the second.
It's been a fun experience. As someone that didn't really play a lot of aim trainers before, I really wanted to give it my all, and I'm like pretty happy with my performance.
I know that a lot of people have probably asked you this, kind of, you know, the Twitter chatter, Neon bringing up the "Hey, see you in Dallas, buddy," and now you're getting to meet him in person as well as some of the other aimers and your buddies here too. What has that been like, mingling, maybe getting a little face-to-face action?
Yeah, I think Twitter is all fun and games, so like everyone's really nice, and it was great meeting everyone.
You know, Dapper throwing you under the bus a little bit though, and who he wanted to win it all and who he was putting his backing behind. Any thoughts on that?
No, it's fine. I mean, I beat both him and Jordan, and that was like my ultimate goal, so I'm pretty happy about it.
So how much time did you spend in Aimlabs leading up to this event, or just generally in preparation?
Just a little bit. I think I went through each of the tasks like a handful of times, just like make sure I knew what I was doing. But it turns out they're a lot more intricate than like face value shows, so.
That being said, what do you think was the greatest challenge, though, in terms of that intricacy and putting it into action here?
The bounce click, I think, is really what got me. That one's really hard, and like when you start failing, then it just all goes bad. Yeah.
It does feel like the pros that play games that are very much dependent on a low sensitivity and using that spacing on the mouse pad did struggle with some of the moments there. Did you feel that was a challenge here in trying to make sure you felt set up in that way?
Yeah, I think that I play on a lower sense, and I think it's a little bit of a disadvantage. But then again, like some of these guys on stage, the qualified players are on like this similar sense and pretty insane. So, no cope.
I know there's been a lot of chat with those players. Any last takeaways, anything you learned from talking to the aimers and what you can use in Aimlabs to try and improve and maybe apply in other ways?
Yeah, I think the most important thing was that all of them like stay pretty calm with their aim. They're not tensing up their arm and stuff. And like I noticed that kind of helped my points or scores.
Fair enough. Well, Shazam, always a pleasure getting to see you on stage in any capacity, and thank you for joining me and here being at the event. All right, let's move on with the show. We got so much more action to come.
Gabby, thank you so much. A great interview with Shazam. We talked about that bounce click being a difficulty for certain players, and also Shazam, interestingly enough, bringing up the discussion of certain games and the sensitivity levels and how that could potentially make certain tasks here, like perhaps a bounce click, more difficult to deal with. So unfortunately, we will have Shazam, Zelsis, UV Seer, and Draco not moving on, but that means we have our final four on either side. And it's going to be Jakey, Animal, it's Timmy and Curry on the side of the invited pros, Maddie, Aimbot Neon, UV Kev, and Juicer QT moving on the side of the qualified winners. And Ron, I want to talk about what Shazam said, right? We noted it on the desk. Bounce click might be kind of the tricky one for them, but that lower sensitivity that he mentioned did seem to have an impact.
Yeah, absolutely. And bounce click's one of those tasks where it's just out of your comfort zone of a general, like that working zone that I talked about, that funnel that most aiming happens. So if you're caught on the edge in the left or right side of the screen, you've got to make this huge adjustment back to the left, and then you get kind of caught, stuck in no man's land, right? You're kind of capped out. You can't bend your wrist anymore. It's like, do I take the time to reset, or do I try to aim in this like maxed out range position that I'm generally not practicing often?
Yeah, and unfortunately, I mean, look, I say unfortunately, everyone always wants to move on in a competition, but I like to think of the silver lining, which is the money in your pocket as you walk away. You got to round 2, so you will go home with something, but this is where those stakes start to increase, because round 3 happens in just 20 seconds. And here we go, jumping right into things. This is attempt 1 of round 3. Our very first 2 competitors going head-to-head. That is Curry and Juicer QT, looking to get a solid opening performance on the vertical switch. Now, we didn't necessarily get to talk through these beforehand. So in this first attempt, could you explain what we're seeing on screen? What exactly is the vertical switch?
Yeah, as the name implies, the targets are moving vertically up and down, and there's a lot of targets that you have to switch between. So it's kind of like bounce track, but we don't have any left and right movement. And this one, it's a little bit more friendly. If you're a tactical shooter, this is not as uncomfortable, because now it's just a direct up and down movement.
There's not going to be that arc to it necessarily, just on that vertical y-axis. So far, so good. Nice accuracy percentages for both of these players as they go through those final seconds and closing out. I do think that's Juicer QT. Great job getting into that 100K range early. And I'm sort of giggling to myself right now, because once again, Maddie and Jakey, I believe, might be going last in this round, as they did in round 2 and ended up first in both of their respective brackets. So if I'm everyone else, I'm like, I don't have the benchmark of Maddie or Jakey on where I need to be. And that's going to put you in potentially an uncomfortable position if you go early and you're not 100% confident in your score.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, now we're down to the last 8 players. I mean, it's like you have to go for it all, right? You have to take risks. You might have to get a little bit greedy on switching these targets and shaving down as many milliseconds as you can switching between targets.
Attempt 2 for vertical switch underway. Both these players, relatively similar backgrounds, but again, it is sort of that brick style, that grayscale with the white dots that is the preference for the most part when it comes to the qualified winners. Juicer QT looking again to improve upon that performance, was just over 100K in attempt 1 at 102, 78 for Curry. Those baselines they are looking to beat. They have about 20 seconds left to post as good of a score as they can. Again, keep in mind, round 3, we have cut our competitors in half from 16 down to just 8. And not only is the prize pool on the line, but an AOC Gaming monitor for reaching the semifinals, as only 2 players from each side will move on after this portion of the tournament. Ooh, a little head shake, maybe not the happiest necessarily.
Yeah.
Smile though, I don't know, sometimes like Maddie, it might not look like they're happy and then they post an incredible score, so who knows.
Right. Such high standards.
Well, it's improved, case in point. Juicer's second attempt, about 2,000 points better at 104. Improvements for both of them. Curry's a little smaller, but still closer to 79K. So, hey, improvement, you'll take it.
Yeah, moving on to the second task, we have micro click. So out of all the 9 tasks in this tournament, this is the one with the smallest target. So as we'll see here, I mean, they're a quarter of a size of what you normally see in like a headshot, like a head size.
Oh, wow.
So we're talking extreme precision.
Yeah, and Juicer is making it look easy. I'm getting flashbacks to when I try and kill anyone at long range with a Vandal in Valorant, and suffice to say, I'm not doing any of that.
Yeah, I mean, these targets are the size of a bullet, right? There's no room for error, and it's kind of like, if you missed a target, the adjustment is pretty much like the same distance as the target, if that makes sense.
Well, take a look. I mean, I can barely see the teal dots for Curry, and I'm sure it's different being much, much closer to their monitor, but they stand out in stark contrast, so much brighter on that kind of grayscale with the bright pop of white for all of those dots.
Yeah, I would say the background for Juicer is better. It's more consistent. You don't have these changes in those checkered squares.
Ooh, curious to see. All right, a nice opening attempt, 87,000 for Juicer QT for the micro click. Second attempt underway here, and a nice almost 78K for Curry. Kind of seeming to actually be the benchmark. Almost everything is right exactly around 78K regardless right now of what task it is in round 3.
In micro click, this is one of those skills where if you can hone this skill, you're going to land a headshot. I mean, look at the size of this.
So this is what I need to practice, you're telling me.
Yes, I would put this on the list for anyone.
And I imagine this is applicable through tac shooters, arcade shooters. It's going to be a useful task in Aimlabs for anyone to practice on.
And I think it trains a variety of skills. Obviously your flicking skills, but also your precision skills, your micro correction skills. So if your cluster's a little bit off, how do you get back on target? Your vertical aiming, it's kind of like an all-inclusive, like this is a kind of a gold standard fundamental that, again, like you said, across all FPS games.
And something I actually really like that we're seeing out of Juicer is that I noticed there was a couple that he didn't quite click, and instead of going back to it, he kind of let the dots eventually lead him back to that general area instead of trying to either course correct or like really try and get that click. He said, just leave it alone. I missed it the first time. Go somewhere else. I'll get led back eventually. There we go. Ooh, a solid improvement from Juicer, 91K on the second attempt. Not an improvement for Curry, but still very, very close at 76.7K. But you're certainly going to be happy if you're a Juicer 91. Not quite that 100K threshold. And I actually think that this might be one of the first tasks we've seen where qualified winners aren't kind of like minimum breaking 100K. I'm going to be very curious to see if that holds true for specifically micro clicking. Now we're going to jump into things. Smooth Track, I do believe, is up next. And Here we go. That's exactly what's happening. Similar to what we've seen from before out of veer tracking and glider tracking, but doesn't seem as chaotic.
Yeah, not as quite chaotic. Obviously, we've got the name Smooth in there, so the change of direction isn't as sporadic. It's a little bit more predictable. So in this task, we're looking for high accuracy.
And it does seem like there's a speed change, though. I don't know. Is it consistent throughout, or?
It does increase in speed slightly between each of the spawns, and the ball does get a little bit smaller.
Oh, look, each spawn it gets a little, okay, so it will get progressively more and more difficult as each respawn happens in the minute that they have.
Yeah.
Look at that accuracy. 70s here for Juicer QT, looking to have a very strong finish in these final 2 attempts. Dips into the high 60s as the final seconds tick down. Attempt number 1, all wrapped up. One more for these 2 on stage before we hand it over to the next set, which I believe is It's Timmy and UV Kev. But that 100K mark hit for Juicer QT, 104K, as we wait for Curry, 71K. So I think improvement's possible, I believe. I think they're gonna both post a better attempt 2 score.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's one of those tasks where you can improve upon. Again, I think anytime you have any like diagonal type of tracking tasks, especially with these smaller targets, you know, adapting from micro-click to this task, it's a big switch in mechanics.
As they keep moving forward, 40 seconds, so plenty of time here to improve on those scores. A great performance from both of these players to get this far. And I think that's really something that's impressive out of the qualified winners as well, is that you have to qualify, right? You're called a qualified winner for a reason. You have to qualify to even get here. So there was a kind of long road for a lot of these qualified winners. And look, the invited pros, we know what they can do. They're called pros for a reason. But I really think it's a testament for the qualified winners that they've kind of had a gauntlet to get where they are.
Oh yeah, they had to qualify and beat thousands, hundreds of thousands of other competitors.
And there we go. The final scores will come in for the smooth track. That means the round 3 attempts for Curry and Juicer QT are all wrapped up. Not an improvement for Juicer. Maybe the caster curse came through. Might be my first one of the day. We'll have to see Curry if there's an improvement there. I'll wait for the magic off screen to come up to let me know. But that means that up next, I do believe we have UV Kev and It's Timmy. I'm really excited. Again, It's Timmy has been so much fun to watch, especially when you get kind of that storyline, right? Not been on land, not comfortable, a little bit nervous, and seeming to be maybe conquering those fears or those worries, because, well, you're here in round 3, and it's been strong performances across the board.
Yeah, very consistent play from Timmy. You know, he didn't finish first, but he's up there. He's top 3 in both rounds. So I think he's settling in.
And actually, talk about settling in, a really, really strong finish here for Curry was a 71K attempt number 1 for the smooth track and improved that by 8,079K. Huge, huge, huge. Could be a make or break if you're trying to get into the semis. So nice performances out of them. But UV Kev, It's Timmy, really excited for them to come up next. Again, this is round 3. There's 5 total rounds. We have cut our players in half down to the top 8. And if you're one of the qualified winners, kind of the top 8, cream of the crop of, you said it, like thousands of people working really, really hard to get here. And I'm sure it's gotta be pretty cool to also be up on stage against It's Timmy. You just won a massive tournament, going to another on land, like some of the best, again, Shazam, all these other great names that they are definitely going to know, and getting to sit next to them on stage and compete against your respective side of things, but then eventually, if you get to the final, against each other.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, what a special event, being able to compete cross-platform or across games. Such a unique format, and you know, matching up the best aimers for some of the best gamers and streamers.
And here we go. Attempt number 1 for the vertical switch begins right now. We'll jump into the game with UV Kev and It's Timmy. The scores to beat, you don't want to be 3rd or 4th here. You want to be 1st or 2nd on either side. Just over 300,000 for the qualified winners and 235K for the invited pros. If you can get above that score here, you're going to be feeling pretty decent. As we work through this, we talked about it, right? Maybe it feels like the tasks in round 3 across the board are a bit slower paced than previous rounds.
Yeah, some of the early ones very demanding in terms of keeping up and predicting the targets, like veer track and glider track, where the movements are completely random. But this one is a little bit more about precision. The targets are a little bit smaller, so accuracy. It's about precision, so the fine motor movements. And I think that's good for Timmy. Timmy, he lost my train of thought there.
No, it was because I turned to look at the scores because we get them almost instantly. And I'm like, wait, but I want to see how they did. All right, a really good score out of UV-Kev, almost 106, which will be our overall leader right now on terms of our qualified winners for the vertical switch attempts. We'll see if they can beat that. But it's Timmy, 82K, also now for our invited pros, going to be the vertical switch score to beat as we jump into attempt 2. And who knows, here in just a moment, maybe they themselves will be beating those same score lines. And it's Timmy, a little bit darker color scheme on the background, but still essentially black on white, gray on white. Very similar, no teal to be found.
Yeah, and something I noticed, I felt like Timmy just kind of leaned in closer to the monitor. I think he just activated tryhard mode. And so far, so good. This run is looking much better than the previous one.
And that's all it's about, right? Aimlabs, it's here to help you get better. And I actually think it's really cool for a lot of folks who I know are watching, all of the pros who are also co-streaming this, the people who are here on the Red Bull Twitch channel, that you're watching the best improve at something in real time. Makes me want to hop on and be like, you know what, if they're that good and they're still showing those improvements, I want to get on and see them too.
Yeah, that's the definition of a gamer, we're all out there playing our favorite games and trying to improve every day. And what a perfect tool to be able to do that in Aimlabs.
We gotta make like Josh Secchi the spokesperson for those good vibes, right? Does get those improvements across the board, not able to continue on, but an amazing interview with Gabby earlier. Happy with that performance and hoping maybe to be able to come back if there's another one of these events to continue to improve and get a better placement. We'll take a look at things. I'm pretty sure it's Timmy posted the exact same score on both attempts. How common is that?
That's an achievement in itself. I don't.
It's 82,550, both over. UV-Kev not improving on the 105K, but yeah, that's impressive on its own just to be that consistent. But all right, micro click attempt number 1 begins now. And wow, I'm squinting to see UV-Kev's. But I think UV-Kev is getting closer and closer to the monitor in that cam every single time we get to a new task. I think if there's one thing, Ron, that I've noticed is that none of these players worry about a misclick. It seems like they just immediately move on instinct. I haven't seen a lot of kind of jostling back and forth, not sure where they want to go, or if they're like, oh shoot, I missed that click, gotta go back. Yeah. And that's a skill, I assume, that you're developing, right?
It's a skill, and I think it has to do with pacing and timing as well. So in this particular task, you're trying to hit each ball or each target at the same pace. So it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. And if you miss that third shot, you're already moving on to the fourth.
Right.
Yeah, keeping at a pace that you're comfortable with.
So the flow doesn't end, you just keep it moving forward. UV-Kev posting an 84K on the first attempt, 76 out of its Timmy. So actually very close in range to the first attempts that we saw out of Juicer and Curry respectively on their sides of the competition. The second attempt here, looking for that improvement, especially if you can post not only an improved score, but the highest overall score on your side. That's got to feel really good for your overall odds.
Yeah, especially going into the next round and the finals, you know you're going to be playing that same task again. If you know you just crushed it and you're going to be, you know, it's a repeat play, that history is embarked in your memory.
The second attempt here for the micro click in round 3. Our competitors soon to be cut in half once again from 8 down to 4. You're hoping at this point. First and second, where you want to be. Third and fourth, going to start looking pretty grim. And look at those micro movements you were talking about from both of these players.
Yeah, it's this balance of micro corrections, but also kind of like these medium mini flicks. So you've got switching to a target, getting there as fast as possible, and then micro correcting as fast as possible, as smooth as you can. And there's no room for jittery here. If there's jittery, you're overshooting, you're undershooting, you're back, you know, you're going over the target and then readjusting back onto the target.
Right, there we go. Attempt 2 all wrapped up. I do believe, if I was squinting right, that It's Timmy, I think, had an improvement. Yes, actually did have a great, both of them, massive improvements. That's going to be 92K out of UV Kev on attempt 2 for the micro click, and then 82K, a really nice 6K jump for It's Timmy as well. So super strong finishes for them. And that's all you can hope for, is to get that large leap in improvement on the second attempt, which in and of itself, super impressive because of how little downtime you have.
Yeah, we saw how important even 5,000 points was on the previous round. Could be the difference.
It was massive. Yeah, it could be the difference between second place and moving on, and third place and your run ending. But now we'll go into smooth track. The first attempt of 2, but both of these players on track to having a very, very strong finish for round 3. We'll see if UV Kev gets even closer to the monitor. I'm going to say yes. We're seeing more of that hairline. There, the bricks are back for qualified winners. Such a snappy, I mean, close to center already, so an easy adjustment there for UV Kev, but so fast. It's funny, the sound of the dots clicking sounds loud in my headset, and I pull it apart really quick, and it is loud in the arena.
Yeah. Well, it's nice. It gives you, it's that audio cue to help you with keeping track on their target. It's that audio pattern and rhythm, and it's a comforting feeling. And if that audio cue breaks, it's like, you get another bonus cue of you missing.
When it's interesting, I guess, how those audio cues interplay with the visual coordination that's happening, right? You talked about it. It might help you focus in a little bit more, stay a little bit more accurate because of the audio that it is part of the tracking that you are doing here for the smooth track in round 3. The first scores coming in here in just a minute. Great performances out of It's Timmy and UV Kev. Very, very, very strong throughout. 84K for It's Timmy, a great score. We'll wait for UV Kev as they have one more attempt left here in round 3 to get it done. But It's Timmy, I think already based on that attempt, will be in first place for the invited pros. Here we go, the final attempt for both of these players. As we watch this, UV Kev looking to beat a score of 94K. And will need to, because that's about 10,000 less than Juicer QT had on attempts for the same thing.
I would say a piece of advice, if you're trying out this task or you have trouble with tracking vertically, it could be that you have a little bit too much pressure downward on your forearm. So obviously, like if you're leaning forward on the table, you've got all this weight pressure. That's pressure that that's fighting against you for tracking. So there has to be a certain level of lightness, kind of lifting the elbow and forearm off the mouse pad to give you that, to remove some of that friction
That's interesting.
and weightlessness.
There we go. The attempts all wrapped up for UV Kev, and it's Timmy. Applause in the venue, and for good reason. These players in the top 50% of the tournament started with 16, down to just 8, soon to be down to just 4. And that is, again, a huge jump for It's Timmy. Ends at 90K in the second attempt. Another 6K jump and improvement. And wow, look at UV Kev from 94K in attempt 1 for Smooth Track to 119K.
Wow, clutch.
Sure,
Yeah.
Why not?
The final task.
That's got to be the biggest jump in score we've seen between 2 individual attempts of a player. And I do believe, yeah, that puts both of them in first place for their respective sides of the event. That is very, very impressive.
Yeah, I mean, that's for sure the biggest swing we've seen on one of the more difficult tasks.
I can tell because I'm impressed by everything, but when I can tell you're impressed by something, I'm like, oh, wow, that score has actually got to be something super special. So a huge pickup from UV Kev there at the end. 119,000, now the benchmark score for the qualified winners on the smooth tracking if you want to get that highest score. And I'm so curious if personal bests are being set here. I know we saw that out of Josh Secchi earlier on. But whether it's world records or anything else, I hope something gets broken. I think that'd be really special.
Yeah, I think so. I think that's what LAN does. I think it brings out the best in people. There's like extra try-hard mode. There's more energy. It's like everything's on the line. Would not surprise me.
We'll talk about immaculate energy. Aimbot Neon and Animal. They were first on the leaderboard in round 2. I think ended up second place respectively each after the finishes of Jakey and Maddie. Impeccable performances, looking to do it one more time. Lots of smiles, lots of great vibes from both of these players. Hoping to make it into the semifinals, the top 4. It seems like a really, really strong start out of both of them.
And unlike bounce track, you can see that the trajectories are predictable, so the targets are moving up and down, and generally when they get to like the roof or the ceiling, they start changing direction. So if you can try to chain targets that are moving in the same vertical or descending, you can ride that kind of wave and keep moving in the same direction.
Yeah, that trajectory kind of leading you into a nice pattern of going click to click, up and down through all of those. Attempt 1, okay. See, not good, not bad for Aimbot Neon. And you know what, I love it. No matter what attempt is happening for Animal, just happy, great vibes on stream. I love that. And again, speaking of streams, if you're watching the Red Bull Twitch, know that Animal and all the other invited pros, they are co-streaming this event, so you can go to their channels, cheer them on, let them know that you're hoping for them to come out on top because, well, first place earning you a nice, crispy $25,000 and, of course, that AOC gaming monitor. As we jump in now, attempt 2 for the vertical switch. So if you're someone watching this for the first time, maybe you don't have experience with Aimlabs, and you see this and you say, this looks great, I want to get involved. Are there any sort of tasks or kind of first things that you would direct them toward when they download Aimlabs for the first time?
Yeah, I mean, there's difficulty levels inside Aimlabs. So if you're a beginner, there are playlists set for beginners. If you just kind of want to explore and click around, you know, obviously if you load a task and it's just insane and targets are, you know, way out of your comfort zone, you can always switch tasks. Any skill level you have, any game level, any kind of motions and mechanics you're trying to recreate in your game of choice, it's all available. So yeah, I would say go load up the playlist, and there's also tasks inside the kind of like the main screen that's broken down by categories, so you can choose from those.
Yeah, and again, if you like the tasks that you're watching here, you want to give it a try. This is the vertical switch task. Hands off, time, can't do anything else. There we go. Moving on to micro clicking, the first attempt. Really strong scores out of both of these players. And oh, a great improvement. 4K improvement out of Animal. And I think taking a look, well, that is actually now going to be the new leading score for invited pros when it comes to the vertical switch, is that 85K that she just posted. Strong scores from Aimbot Neon. And actually taking a look at this, Aimbot Neon matching UV Kev in a prior attempt. Here we go. Attempt 1 for the micro click. I think this one might be one of my favorites to watch.
I think so, yeah. I mean, even though the targets are really small and it's difficult to see, there's you can really see the pace and how that plays a factor. The targets aren't moving, but it demands the highest of precision.
I think that's exactly what we're getting from Aimbot and Neon right now. A few nice clusters that you're able to get those snappy clicks through. For attempt number 1, some of those scores to beat, I do believe going to be in the low 80s for Animal, and I believe the low 90s for the qualified winners side of things. There we go, the final 5 seconds ticking down. It feels like Aimbot Neon just set a blistering pace off rip, doing a great job.
Strong finish by Aimbot Neon. He likes that. Wearing
Yeah,
his
and for
emotions
good
on
reason.
his sleeves. Yeah.
114K, by far the highest microclick score that we've seen for the qualified winners. 71K, just shy of 72K for Animal. And looking to get, I think, some improvement. If you can get into kind of the high 70s in an improvement here, that could be really nice for staying. Again, it's all about being in the top 2. I think something impressive to note as attempt 2 starts is that Aimbot Neon's first attempt at 114K, the second highest best attempt from any qualified winner so far was, I believe, 92K.
Wow.
Yeah, so there is a very large disparity there. That's got to feel good, again, to have that cushion, because you know who's coming up next? Maddie.
And I would say if you're having issue hitting these small targets, something you want to work on is engaging your fingertips. Since we're working with such, like, imagine if you had like a really small, like a pencil, like a tip of a pencil. The more you can gauge your fingertips, it gives you that precision control. So as you're, gripping your mouse, really kind of adding a little bit of pressure. If you're too loose, it gets all over the place. So yeah, engage your fingertips, add a little bit more pressure there as you're making the micro corrections.
And there we go. Attempt 2 comes to a close. Smooth tracking the last task remaining. The 9th and final task for these players. And keep in mind, if you get into the top 2, you are going to go through all 9 tasks in a row. No breaks in between as those final scores come in just shy, Aimbot Neon, of the 114, only maybe like 150 or so, basically almost matching the same score. A minor improvement for Animal, but hey, an improvement is an improvement. Always going to be a good thing as we jump into that smooth track portion. Attempt 1. Maybe not quite as fast as what we saw out of glider track or veer track, but, well, that dot not very large. The precision, incredibly important.
Wow, so far 91%.
Yeah, I was like,
Neon.
is that 91? Is that what I'm seeing? My goodness. I think if we take a look over, it's going to be for Aimbot Neon, the 119K that UVKev just posted. It's going to be what you want to try and beat. 90K for Animal if you want to get that top spot for this specific task. Right, attempt 1 all wrapped up. That means one more attempt remaining to stay in this tournament for both of these players.
Shake it off. Yeah,
Yeah,
I mean,
reset, get that nice reset.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, that's a sustained control there for a full minute. Loosen up the hands, kind of reset the amino acids, I think you call them, the soreness, whatever's in there. Flush it out.
110K, a very strong start for Aimbot Neon. On the first attempt, 82K for Animal, which is really, really good. That's going to be the second highest score. Outside of it's Timmy so far on the invited pro side, but this is where you want to improve. So crucial here to be able to do so. Way less wiggle room when 50% are eliminated and 50% move on. And I believe you said you prefer that darker background, Ron, with the, or rather the darker background and the lighter ball.
Yeah, me personally, yeah. I think with a whiter background, it's kind of like, it could be too bright. So
like eye strain almost?
It's like a flashbang, yeah, you know. And if you have a really bright monitor, you combo that, it could be a little straining on your eyes.
That's why everyone should have dark mode on all their apps, right?
Exactly, that's the way to go. Yeah, it's the first thing set.
And I believe we're into the final seconds here. 5 seconds remaining to post as good of a score as possible. A nice 70+% accuracy, 60 for Animal. And there we go. I like that. Aimbot Neon, so expressive. But high fives, thumbs up for both of our players as the score come in. Okay, an improvement out of Aimbot Neon by about 1,000, ending at 111K. And another improvement out of Animal as well. Not able to break 83, but about an 800 or so point increase. So hey, increases across the board, exactly what you want to see. But it means it's time. Jakey and Maddie taking it away in round 2, and really Maddie overall so incredibly impressive during this Red Bull Ready Check. I am excited to see what they do. Maybe more excited than the other competitors, but very, very excited nonetheless.
Yeah, Maddie meeting all expectations.
Yeah.
He was the favorite coming in. Even the winners of the qualifiers, like, oh, he's the guy that we're all chasing after, and he's certainly stepping up and showing it. Also, the only competitor switching mice and mouse pads in the same round run.
I know, and consistently doing so. It wasn't like that was a one-time thing in round 1. I think it's happened like every round.
Yeah, so maybe he's onto something. You know, like depending on, right, it makes sense.
Each mouse and mouse pad is a one-time use for Maddie. You do one attempt, give me a new one.
Yeah.
We can start fresh.
Switching mouse skates between runs as well.
Yeah, no, really impressive.
Yeah.
And I wonder, I mean, it seems to obviously work for Maddie, but you'd assume that maybe that would actually be detrimental. Because you're not going to get that same consistency because you're constantly switching peripherals, right?
Right, and no warm-up. It's just like instant switch. It's going to be faster, slower. You know, the mouse shape's going to be different. The weight's different. It just goes to show. I mean, obviously he's done this before. I don't think he'd be
a couple times,
pulling
I'm sure.
this stuff out, you know, on land. So, you know, yeah.
Well, I'm excited to see what Maddie can do to take on UV Kev's 119 score on smooth track. Because again, not only was that the largest improvement between 2 attempts, but still by far, actually, by 8,000 for qualified winners, the top score for smooth track. But here we go. It all starts with vertical switch. The final 2 players attempting now to get into the top 2. It starts here. Maddie. Perhaps no surprise, setting a blistering pace. I can't tell if I'd find this specific sound to be annoying or not.
Not a fan of this one. I pitched, for sure.
But hey, doesn't need to work for me. It needs to work for the competitors up on the main stage. As we move toward the last 20 seconds of this first attempt. The vertical switch well underway. The other players anxiously watching that scoreboard to see how everything is going to play out. Just a few attempts here, 5 attempts really after this, from figuring out our 4 semi-finalists, figuring out who will move on to get one of those AOC gaming monitors. And well, seems pretty happy with that. We'll see what the score is. 105, I believe, 1,000 is the score to beat on the side of the qualified winners. Don't tell me that's 113K. I'm waiting to see what that just was. My goodness, a really good score out of Jakey at about 100 points shy of 82K, right on par, really, with all the other invited pros. And yeah, that's exactly what it was, 113K. Attempt 1 out of Maddie for the vertical switch. My goodness.
Starting off hot.
I have a feeling that's what we're going to see through the rest of the attempts.
Yeah. So maybe he's onto something with those icicle sounds.
Yeah, maybe, exactly. Maybe the icicle sounds, just constantly swapping those peripherals is what you want to do. A very, very strong attempt, and not only will that put Maddie at the highest score for the qualified winners for the vertical switch, but excited to see if he can beat his own score.
And to me, what's impressive to Maddie is that he rarely overshoots. So anytime his crosshair is transitioning from target to target, it averages on the middle, giving him the most room for missing, right? You've got half the target on both sides.
And I mean, that is incredibly impressive on its own. Like that level of consistent accuracy. We take a look overall. Very, very, very impressive. The final 10 seconds coming in. Maddie trying to beat a blistering score of 113,000 in attempt 1, as things will end now. The attempts done and dusted. Micro click up next. Some cheers from the crowd. Folks pretty happy with how Maddie has been doing. We'll wait to see exactly what those scores are. A really nice improvement for Jakey from 81K in the first attempt to 86K in the second. You gotta feel happy with that. I think that actually, for invited pros, is the highest score for them in the vertical switch. But can we talk about it for a second? The fact that Maddie posted the exact same score twice at 113,100.
Yeah.
Why not?
Right. Didn't he post the same scores in the round before on the task as well?
Let me see. Very well may have for Maddie. I'm not sure. I know someone did. I don't know if it was Maddie, but let's talk about how impressive that is, because not only are you about 8,000 higher than the second best qualified winner, but then you just did it again to the exact same score. See what they can get done. The micro click up next. I have to imagine that Maddie is going to excel at this. But here we go, Jakey doing well. The consistency and the accuracy of moving from each target, so important. And interesting, I think, as well, kind of that mouse placement. Very, very, at least for Jakey, very top left of that mouse pad.
Yeah, he's got a heavy forward lean to his posture.
I'm pretty sure Maddie has a 91% accuracy rating right now, if I glanced at that correctly.
And if you look at his setup, it's very neutral. We could see that he's not leaning forward. You know, his posture's pretty normal. The angle of his elbow and his arm is about 90 degrees. His forearm is pretty flat and level to the mouse pad, so there's no like funny angles or weird kind of weight distribution.
And we'll see what exactly happened. I get nervous for everyone else when Maddie smiles.
92% accuracy for Maddie.
I think you, come on, bump that up a little bit. 92. We can do better than that. My goodness. 85K coming in for Jakey on attempt 1 here for the micro click. And, of course, might as well, once again, get the top spot in your category, which is exactly what Maddie just did. 115.5K, just ahead of Aimbot Neon, who was at 114K.
We got a quick glimpse of Maddie's screen there. It looked like he went to the settings, and he's switching stuff up, so maybe...
That's the key to success. Something must change.
It's too easy using the same stuff every time.
That would be the true storyline. If Maddie is being this proficient while also maybe challenging himself by just changing things up every single attempt.
So it does sound like he got a sound switch there. So we got a little deeper bass sound. See if that makes any difference.
And a very strong score again here for Jakey. That 85K going to be not quite the top score for the invited pros, but I think maybe second best as of right now. Would need to beat 90. Actually, would need, excuse me, yeah, to beat about, I think. Actually, no, never mind. My eyes are crossing. I've been staring at this too long. That is actually their best score, I believe, overall for the invited pros. So who knows what I'm talking about? I said math was never my forte. So. We've got, what, the last seconds coming through for these players to make an impact, and there you go. Both of them looking to stay alive. Jakey, an incredible performance throughout the day, and Maddie, astounding and seeming pretty pleased with that performance. But can you break your own score? 115K in attempt number 1. Not an improvement for Jakey, but a very good score. Regardless, will settle on the 85.7K in the first attempt to go into the score line. And no surprise, not better, but consistent, 115,100. So just shy, about 450 shy of the previous score line for Maddie as we move into the smooth track. I have a feeling, Ron, that Maddie's going to be on the top of the qualified winners again.
Sure looks like it. Yeah, I'm not betting against him.
And here we go, jumping in the last 2 attempts overall for round 3. Starting right now, attempt number 1 for smooth tracking for Maddie and Jakey. Just minutes away from figuring out exactly who the top 2 are moving on from either side. And I think if you're It's Timmy and Aimbot Neon, you've got to be feeling pretty good right now. You're pretty much guaranteed to be moving on. Everyone else anxiously waiting with bated breath how these go. And that was a far correction for Jakey there to get all the way back to the center. It was pulled very far left.
And Maddie with 80% on round 4 of this final target. Beating 100K, well over 100K.
My goodness. And I think the score to beat on this smooth tracking for the qualified winners is the 119,000 out of UV Kev.
Easy work. He knows it.
We'll see these scores come in on how everything's going to play out. About 90,000 the score to beat if you're on the side of the invited pros. Something Jakey's going to hope to overcome here as we wait on those scores. 79K. But we've also seen some really large leaps in scores between attempt 1 and, oh my goodness, 126,000 out of Maddie in attempt number 1. We thought 119K was the score to beat, and I don't know if this is fair.
Yeah, I mean, Maddie, just outstanding, consistent play. He's setting the high scores and all the tasks, but also very consistent. You know, he's not just having like these one-offs.
Well, I mean, if you look, especially to your point, at all of the tasks and the attempts, 3 tasks, 2 attempts per in round 3, exactly matches his score in the 2 attempts for vertical switch, essentially identically matches his scores in the micro click, and who knows, could almost identically match these here in the smooth track. That consistency, I think one of the most crucial factors, if you're a pro player especially as well, that consistency across games. And of course, here in Aimlabs, truly impressive.
Yeah, that's when you know you have total control. It's all about consistency. It's not like, oh, I just got lucky with spawns or certain targets. I'm able to repeat it in back-to-back situations. Maddie celebrating. Fantastic run there. See a big smile on his face.
A huge improvement for Jakey from 79 on the first attempt to almost 89K on the second attempt. A great job as we wait with bated breath for that second attempt from Maddie. Will it be 126K again? Will it be even higher than that? We're gonna wait to find out here. And it is, of course it's higher. Of course it's 128,000. Can I get a crumb of that skill?
It's like savant level, you know? I mean,
wow.
You have the competitors and then you have Maddie shining through.
Yeah, that is, I cannot stress enough how incredibly impressive that score is, 128,000. So let's look at those highlights, see exactly how Maddie is getting it done. The precision, the accuracy, unmatched. The vertical switch here. And I do think you said it right, Ron. Especially when you look at Maddie not in game, but the posture, the movement, everything is so controlled.
Yeah, I mean, this is the definition of efficiency, accuracy, and speed. It's almost hypnotizing. It just looks like perfect, right? It's crisp, it's clean, it's fast.
And truly incredible. This is going to be the micro click out of Maddie. Every single performance you're watching here in this replay is Maddie setting the high score of all the qualified winners, and sometimes by a massive margin. The best score that we had at 119K for that final in the smooth track beats it on the final attempt by almost 10,000 points. And we talk about it, right? 100K is an incredible benchmark to hit. You're getting almost 33% better than that. I cannot stress enough how impressive it is to watch this.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's the consistency as well. And it's
Yeah,
like...
exactly that. It's so consistent.
So consistent, and it's across all the tasks. It's not like, okay, I'm just getting lucky in one round and getting my favorite task. It's across the board.
Yeah, across the board. Well, across the board, Maddie on top. Not only overall, but of course in the qualified winners. Now that we are wrapped up with round 3, that does mean we will know our final 4 moving forward. And I do believe, I think that is, as we wait for, let me double check. Yeah, I think we've got everything right. I think it is on the side of invited pros, going to be Jakey on top, with It's Timmy moving on as the top 2, and then maybe no surprise, Maddie on top on the side of qualified competitors, and Aimbot Neon in second place will be moving forward into our semifinals, which means not only have they bumped up that prize pool, but they have earned themselves that AOC gaming monitor. You can see it there on the screen, what I just said. But I don't want to understate the incredible performances out of Animal, Curry, UVKev, and Juicer QT. So I want to go ahead and throw over to Gabby, who's on the floor.
Hey, thank you so much for joining me. I really wanted to get some words from Annie before we let you go for the day. I watched and you were practicing more than anyone else between rounds. Can you tell me a bit about your preparation for this event and the resilience that you showed round to round?
For preparation, I was making sure I was doing the task like 2 to 3 times every night, so not too crazy, but I definitely felt that the more time I put in, the higher my score got, so I just figured I might as well put as much time as I can in.
And you did put up some big numbers. Any words that you would like to share for your community that have been here with you along the way as you've been streaming here in the pro section?
Thank you so much for supporting. Thank you for everyone who came out for Aimlabs for hosting this event. You guys are awesome. Really, really appreciate this.
You're awesome, Annie. You're awesome. Well, I'll let you back to your station and enjoy your final moments here. Of course, we do have more competition to come, and with round number 4 on the way, we had to keep all of our remaining competitors on their toes. We are temporarily setting aside the 9 tasks they have completed and introducing 3 new, never-before-played ones. And those 3 tasks are, we have Bounce Switch for switching, Angel Click for flicking, and Control Track for tracking. I'm so curious to see how everyone comes in and adapts, because that's definitely what's going to be put to the test here. Casters, what do you think is going to happen in round 4?
Ooh, Gabby, that is a great question. So we're in the semifinals, right? There's only 4 players remaining, and there might be 9 tasks, but that's not what they're working on this time. So, Ron, can you tell us a little bit about what Gabby just mentioned, what we should be expecting out of these surprise tasks?
Yeah, so the semifinals, 4 players, only 1 moves on. And Red Bull has surprised us in Aimlabs with 3 tasks that none of the competitors have seen before. So
no prep time.
0 practice, 0 preparation. They don't even know what they're going to be looking at until they start it. So it's going to be the test of adaptability, right? Like, what crosshair do I use? I don't even know. I haven't seen this task. You know, what are the kind of range of motions? They're going to have to figure it out as soon as it goes live.
I think adaptability, the best word to describe this, right? You're going into it, you're not sure what to expect. I mean, if you've spent a ton of time in Aimlabs, maybe you ran into something similar, but unlike what we heard from Animal in that interview with Gabby, you weren't practicing this a couple times every night, right? You get to this semifinal and this is the wrench thrown into things. So who does have that adaptability? Somehow, I'm not going to get ahead of myself, but somehow I have a feeling Maddie's going to be just fine.
Yeah, he's not going to have any issue. I mean, the good thing is that you do have 2 runs, so you get the first feeler, and then the second one you get the time to. to adjust.
Exactly. Case in point, you will still get those 2 attempts per task as we prepare for the semifinal. But what started as 16 players down to our final 4, all of them, regardless of outcome here, have earned themselves that AOC gaming monitor. That amount of the prize pool continually going up for them every round they survived. But it's going to be the top 2 who move on into the final. And if you get to the final here, Ron, you are guaranteed at minimum $10,000 for second place. That's incredible.
That's a huge leap in prize money. So there's a lot on the line, and it's again, it's going to come down to adaptability in 3 new tasks, and let's see how they adapt. It's going over the tasks here. I want to give a little bit of explanation. So we've got 1 in each category. We've got tracking, switching, and flicking. The control track, it's going to be similar to smooth track. So the target, it's you're going to be controlling your crosshair, keeping on that target, continuous tracking, and this one is also going to vary in degree in difficulty. So after you take it out, 15 seconds, it switches, and
it'll get harder and harder as it goes on.
Difficult. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Bounce switch is going to be a little bit like bounce click. So there's going to be several targets on the screen. You're switching, bouncing around, and it's a kind of combination of bounce track that we had, bounce click, and then switching involved. Angel flick, it's like float click. We've got 6 targets. It's going to be a clicking task, and the target's going to be super tiny, almost similar to micro click.
Oh, wow. Okay. So, yeah, I mean, especially the first one you described, the control track. Not only do they not have the prep time for this, but if it gets harder and harder as the attempt goes on, that's going to be another thing that they're going to have to deal with and overcome. And again, I think really adaptability here is the name of the game. Look, if one of the pros that you guys enjoy is in this top 4, I need you to go to their co-streams, because they are co-streaming throughout the Red Bull Ready Check event. Show them some love, cheer them on, because one of them will be making it into the grand final. This is the first event of its kind, and it could be maybe your favorite pro, or perhaps your favorite qualified winner that you cheer on that could come out on top. Not 25K, not a bad day in the Aimlabs.
Yeah, bragging rights to the first ever Red Bull Ready Check aiming tournament.
And that's always special, right? If it's a first event of its kind and you are the winner of that event, it's not like there's necessarily learnings you're taking from prior events or prep necessarily from prior events. You came in, you did the homework as best you could, and you still came out on top, I think is really, really impressive.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I love the switch. I love adding new tasks and something that players haven't seen before. I mean, obviously, the AIM professionals, they've had more time to kind of grind out these tasks, while some of the invited pros have to stream, and maybe they have obligations to team practice. But now you kind of even it up. It's like, hey, okay, well, it's you've never seen this, I've never seen this. That's really special.
Yeah, I agree. I think this will be the first time in this tournament that really no one knows what to expect. There's been no pre-practice time. You just got to be able to showcase that raw skill, that time, that dedication put in. It's not all about the raw skill. Yes, that helps. But all those hours of time, practice, scrims, Aimlabs, whatever it may be, all of that is going to be showcased here in the unpredictability of the next 3 tasks and only getting 2 attempts per. You can see there, it's Timmy. I think one of my favorite storylines of this entire event is that he did come into this with that nervousness and is overcoming that, performing at the top level, doing a phenomenal job of it. And now it's time for the countdown, 20 seconds, and it all begins. Here we go. Oh my. Okay, this is by far the most chaotic screen we have seen. And look, you're not getting just one POV, you are getting all 4.
Yeah, down to the last 4 competitors. You can see here, it's we've got these targets smaller than what we're used to seeing with the previous task of bounce click.
You talked about it. I mean, everyone's seeming to do well here, but this is, correct me if I'm wrong, a much faster bounce that is happening from what we saw previously.
Yes, increase in difficulty, smaller size, faster trajectory. And this is one where you really do need to catch the swing of direction. You need to capitalize on all those moments, make it as easy as possible for yourself.
And there you go, you can see Jakey alongside It's Timmy on the top two, and we will have the qualified winners on the bottom, and we'll see some of those scores start to come in for these players.
Yeah, and you can see they're eagerly turning around, like,
yeah,
how
they
good
don't
did
even
I
know
go?
what to
They
expect,
have no
exactly.
clue. Yeah, is 100K good? Like, where do I stack up right now?
Well, you said it, right? First one might kind of just be that practice. You get attempt number 2. You know what to expect now for the minute that you've had with it. But you know what is right around the corner.
So the players here thinking through, okay, I just played it. What are the motions that I just performed? What are the feelings that I need to expect in the second run? How do I need to adjust any alignments or positioning if I need to? Do I need to grip the mouse a little bit harder, softer? You know, what are the fine-tune adjustments?
Aimbot Neon just looks like he's having a great time. I feel like every time there's a camera on him, he's smiling, he's chatting to everyone else, having a good time. And I mean, how could you not be? Prize pool going up every round you survive. Not only that, but the fact that you have that monitor. We're dancing on main. We're having a great time, but maybe we swing over to Jakey a little more calm, cool, and collected. In 5 seconds till we jump into attempt number 2. And here we go. You know what to anticipate, but that doesn't mean you've had time to practice.
Right now, I'm watching Maddie. All eyes on him. He's the favorite. He's on a roll. Kind of peeking at his screen and then looking on the others and comparing what's the accuracy right now. So Maddie's at 44%. Next player, Aimbot Neo. And they're tied. Their scores are pretty similar right now.
Yeah, and I think, I'm not sure who had which score, but from the qualified winners, so that is going to be Maddie and Aimbot Neon, they did have 108K and 101K in the first attempt, which is still incredibly impressive considering they've not done this specific task before, and it was 62K and 71K for the invited pros. We'll see, again, those improvements, something that you're going to be looking for. And it seems like what I'm noticing a lot from It's Timmy seems to be tracking the downswing of a lot of those in both attempts.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good observation. Maybe that's a movement that's a little bit more comfortable for him. And it's just kind of natural setup and the way he's gripping his mouse.
Attempt 2 coming in. We'll get those scores to you as we prepare. I think for the Angel Flick, I believe, is what's next, if I was reading that right. A big improvement. Again, I'm not sure exactly who, which one of the qualified winners this was, but the original 101K score improved up to almost just under 107K, which is excellent. And improvements actually through everyone. And well, no surprise, who's gonna break into 112K? If I had to guess, that's probably Maddie. As we jump into it, this is going to be, I believe, Angel Flick attempt 1. And again, if you're just tuning in now, this is the semifinal. Only 4 players remain, and they did not know that they were going to be playing in these 3 tasks. So this is their first look at this task.
Maddie setting an early lead, already at 50K, 75%. Having no trouble adapting to these new tasks.
And I think that's it. You talked about it. Adaptability, the name of the game here in the semifinals. And it makes it all the more impressive that it seems like all of them are picking this up really without missing a beat. Maybe not as refined as they could be with, say, 20 hours into it, but not struggling either.
No, these are all fairly, you know, when you're an elite world-class aimer, you put anything on their screen, they're going to hit it. I don't care what size it is, how far they are apart, how many targets, they're going to make it happen.
There we go. Attempt 1 is wrapped. We'll wait to jump into attempt 2. And the angel click, tricky, right? Because it is those small, it seems like it's kind of just meandering along, and then it'll take a 180-degree turn somewhere unexpectedly, which if you're trying to track it, moving maybe from one dot to that next one, you might think you know where it's going, and then suddenly you're clicking somewhere and it's moved in an entirely different direction, forcing that course correction. Some solid scores coming in first. 76K for attempt number 1 out of one of our invited pros. Still trying to figure out exactly which one is which. 65K, similar actually in score for the other, and I do believe that might be it's Timmy, but again, we'll wait to get that as soon as we can for you. But of course, I assume that's Maddie. I gotta think 114K on attempt number 1 from Maddie. And wait, whoa.
Screen update.
Okay, now I know exactly who is who. My goodness. Okay, Maddie, on the first attempt for the angel click, 145,000.
Building a massive cushion already.
145,000. Aimbot Neon, 114,000. And then it's Timmy. Now we do know 65K on attempt 1, 76K for Jakey. All of their scores, kind of, especially the first 2 attempts, similar. But Maddie, I think it was Maddie might have top score 1, 2, and 3 out of all of these rounds. 145K clean.
Someone signed this man. I mean,
that's gotta be, what's the record?
Put him on my team and give him any weapon. Send him in first.
And here we go. Attempt 2 is a go. Nadia there. On the bottom right, 145K. Surely you don't improve upon that. That's first attempt. I don't think I've ever been good at something as Maddie is on my first attempt ever in my life. I'll be curious to know moving forward as we go through these tasks if maybe some of the players, like we saw from Shazam earlier, the slower sense might have been a bit of a detriment to them in some of the tasks, depending.
Yeah, in this range of motion, we could see kind of like that back wall. I think that's pretty much what I would call the working zone for any FPS game. So being able to flick from the middle point to either the left and right side of that wall, I would say anything lower that would definitely be considered too low of a sensitivity.
Right. There we go, control track. 2 attempts remaining. As we whittle down the contenders today, these rounds just going so much faster and so little time or ability for error, right? It's not like you need to be top 6 anymore. You need to directly beat your competitor, whether you're a qualified winner or one of the invited pros, as these scores come in. And look, I don't know if Maddie was just kicking back and relaxing for that second attempt, but it's 106K from 145. Are you like, I don't have to try that hard. I nailed it in attempt number 1. It's gonna be 100K out of Aimbot Neon, 77K for It's Timmy, which is a very solid 12,000 improvement. And it is going to be a slight decrease for Jakey from 76 on the first attempt to 73 on the second attempt, which actually is huge if you're It's Timmy, because Jakey had the initial lead, but now just a 6,000 total score lead, something that I definitely think It's Timmy can overcome in these final attempts. So a tight race right now for the invited pros. And here we go, attempt 1 of our final surprise task. This is what, I believe the bounce switch?
It is the bounce switch, yeah. And right here, I'm watching Jakey and it's Timmy. They're the ones in a tight-to-tight race. I think Maddie's, barring any disaster here, he's pretty much secured his way onto the finals. And like you mentioned, it's a 6,000 point difference between it's Timmy and Jakey. So this is it. They've got 2 more plays, this one and the next one, and that will determine who moves on.
I think that's our favorite sound, making a return. Again, these competitors have not been able to practice this task in advance. They did not know, they did not have time to prep. Until Gabby introduced it earlier, they had no idea what to expect in the semifinal. The fact that Maddie just posts the best entire score of the day on a first attempt of one of these, incredible. We'll see those scores. Everyone taking a peek around the corner. Attempt 1. Seeing what those scores end up being. And excuse me, the control track, second attempt. A very nice 90K for Jakey on the first attempt. 137K from Maddie. My goodness. Give him top 4 scores, top 5 scores across all the tasks. He's just competing against himself. And that certainly is not to understate the talent and capacity of everyone here. This is the best of the best of the best. And Maddie just showcasing how exceptional they are. Almost identical scores actually for It's Timmy and Jakey, which is good news if you're Jakey. 90.8K for It's Timmy. Going to need to have a roughly 6,000 improved score over Jakey in this final attempt if It's Timmy wants to make it into the final. But let's talk about another massive mollywhopper of a score, 124K out of Aimbot Neon, my goodness.
Yeah, so he's closing the gap here.
Yeah.
Giving himself a chance. And going back to It's Timmy, this round in particular, he has been scoring better on the second run. So he needs to make up that 6,000 point difference to beat Jakey and move on to the finals.
And I think maybe based on that interaction we just saw out of Aimbot Neon and It's Timmy, maybe those nerves for It's Timmy on some of those first attempts kicking in because there was no prep time for these and being on land for the first time, maybe that's finally when it showcased itself. But you said it, right? There's been now consistent improvement as we jump into the very final attempt. In exactly 1 minute, we will know the final 2 contenders moving on to the finals here at Red Bull Ready Check. 1 invited pro, 1 qualified winner. All of them the best of the best. And this is control track, attempt 2.
It's Timmy not off to the strongest start. He's equal right now with Jakey, and that's not good. He needs a strong finish here in the last 30 seconds.
Yeah, you're gonna need that strong finish. You're gonna hope that Jakey maybe gets tripped up by something if you're It's Timmy and you want to advance. And as everyone's refreshes, we get into those very final moments. Just 8 seconds remaining to keep their hopes alive. And who will be moving on? We'll take a look.
Close.
It is gonna be very close. As we wait for these scores to come in. 133K out of Maddie. About 4K less than the prior score, so it will be that 137 that stands. 82K out of Jakey, which is about 8K less than the first attempt score. So we'll see. It's Timmy. Can you post a mollywhopper here for the upset? 87K. So as it stands, I don't believe so. Aimbot Neon, already on his phone. What has he got? We'll see as that final score comes in. Can we appreciate that Maddie almost broke 400K overall? As Aimbot Neon, 116, just shy, 48 points of 117K. But I love it. A round of applause, very deserved for all of these competitors. It's been a long day of high octane competition. They are all so incredible at what they do and should feel very, very proud. Well, happy, you're walking away with an amazing monitor you've been playing on all day. You're walking away with cash in your pocket. But the two players moving on, it's gotta feel good, a minimum of 10K.
Not bad.
25K if you can get to first. Not a bad day at the Red Bull Ready Check.
No, it feels good. Bragging rights, of course, you know, beating all the other competitors in your bracket.
And I think one of the things I love so much from this is that hopefully if there are future events, it gives people who focus on this is, you know, their passion, this is their trait, their skill that they hone. It gives them those scores to strive to beat. And I think you'll see a continued raised skill ceiling. But take a look at that. Jakey from the Invited Pros with 239K and no surprise, just shy of 400,000, excuse me. Maddie from the qualified winners will be moving on. And this will be the first time that we see an Invited Pro and a qualified winner go head to head. And it is going to be a gauntlet. All 9 tasks from the first 3 rounds, attempt after attempt. You said it, Ron, 18 in a row.
18 in a row. We're recycling and replaying all 9 tasks that we played in the first 3 rounds of the tournament. Maddie, congratulations. Gotta call it now.
This may be the most incredible caster curse of all time if you call that out now and it doesn't end up going Maddie's way.
Yeah, I mean, both his mice blow up,
right.
Disintegrate.
The mouse pads fall apart.
Jakey might still then have a chance.
Can't access his settings anymore. Can't change anything. But again, if you're joining us now, our final 2 are here. It's going to be Jakey and Maddie. The final 2, a minimum of $10,000 for second place, $25,000 if you can get to first place on top of that sweet, sweet AOC gaming monitor. But again, the talent showcase here, especially within Aimlabs, has been impeccable. I don't know about you. I mean, look, you're an expert here at Aimlabs, but it certainly makes me want to go home and try it out because clearly they're so good at it. Maybe I'll be up there someday.
Yeah. No, we'll put some training in. We'll get Maddie in there, you know, show you a few things.
Yeah, I need Maddie to be my coach. Because,
Yeah,
wow,
sign me up.
145K, right? Exactly. Again, 145K score out of Maddie is the highest score of the day overall of any score posted from any of these 16 players in all attempts. And it was on a task in a first attempt that he'd never even done before.
Right. And more difficult with the
Right.
target sizes being smaller.
Yeah, I mean, it is jaw-droppingly impressive. But Jakey as well, consistently amazing all day. And I want to give, again, another shout-out to Animal, who made it into the semifinals. Unfortunately, not able to move on. Made it through round 3.
Yeah.
But not able to move on here into the finals. But an amazing performance throughout, consistently kind of in that top upper echelon of the Invited Pros, either holding on to first or holding on to second, which was excellent.
Yeah, I mean, like we said, the only female competitor, and she beats out half of them. So, you know, regardless of whatever your gender, your age, wherever you're located, that's the fantastic thing about gaming, right?
Yeah.
You can compete, you can play, and it's on equal competing grounds.
Yeah.
Makes it awesome. Yeah.
Awesome indeed. Like this whole event, and like the folks behind me on stage. Speaking of, we're going to hand it over to Gabby.
Thanks, Katie. We must bid farewell to It's Timmy. After all this time, you spoke so much about your nerves going into this event, yet here you were in the final 4. How did you overcome those nerves to make it this far?
Honestly, I feel like at the beginning you're always nervous because you never know like the competition, you never know your own skill. But I think as time goes on, you kind of get used to it, and like you start believing in yourself, and it's just like you're in form.
Speaking of kind of trying to figure out what's going on, a little bit of a wrench there in that last round, completely new tasks. How did that factor into your performance?
Honestly, I think my performance was about the same as I expected it to be. I mean, I think Jake is just insane, and that guy is just insanely consistent. So I didn't think I was gonna beat him when he was in the finals. So good to him.
I know at the top of the day when we were talking about your experience in coming here to LAN, you also mentioned your family being here. I love seeing you just clearly relaxed and chilling with your loved ones. What was that like? What were they saying to you and offering you support between rounds?
I mean, I think my family is probably my biggest fans. They always support me, whether I'm in person or online. They're amazing, so I really appreciate them and love them. But yeah, I mean, they're always there. They're hyping me up. They're like, oh, you got this, or ooh, you know, that guy's going a little crazy, you know, like they're honest always. So I appreciate that, and yeah, it was a blast having them.
While they may be your biggest fans, you had other big fans here as well. I know watching at home, last opportunity to do so. Words for those that supported you both in the venue and outside of it.
Thank you guys always for supporting me. You know, I try my best to be as cracked as possible, but this time I could not take it home. Jake was a little too cracked, so maybe in the future I'll take him down.
You still cracked though, you still cracked. Looking forward to seeing you in another LAN in the future. For now, let's head back to the casters.
Gabby, thank you. And look, it's Timmy, an incredible performance. We'll be bowing out before the finals, but we do have a special guest on the desk, Aimbot Neon. Look, you've had the vibes, you have been crushing it all day. Unfortunately, you were not able to make it to the final, but you put up a phenomenal performance throughout the day. So how are you doing?
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, I've been trying to do everything I can. In the end, it's tournament, it's competition, and you know, it's for everybody else. It's the event for the community. And you know, you got to keep up. You have to continue with the vibes. You have to continue keeping the hype up. And yeah, I'm here to compete, and I'm here to what's the word?
Take home $2,500 and a brand new monitor, because that's what you did.
Yeah. I mean, just doing it for everybody, you know, here. Trying to make the whole event as fun as possible. You know, try to keep more of these events happening, trying to get as many of these going on as possible, because I want the AIM community to continue growing, no matter who hates who or what drama. Or in the end, I just want everything to continue going up. That's just what we're going for here.
Yeah, question for me. I think this might have been your first major LAN event?
Yeah, I've never been to any LAN events. Never been on a flight. Never been out of like the state that I lived in. Only ever like traveled to see family. So this is very, very different for me. It's been a very fun event.
Awesome.
Very new.
Well, how are you with your performance? I mean, second place here, first major LAN event?
Yeah, I felt pretty good. I didn't have too many nerves. You know, got to stay ice cold in the veins. And I felt like I performed pretty well. So, you know, kept up with my averages. You know, practice on the side over there, hop back up, and continued just doing the same thing I was doing in practice. You know, keep up with that consistency, because that's really what's important here is consistency and keeping those nerves down. 100% is very important to do.
Yeah.
Well, take a look at this. Yeah, this is actually your performance throughout the day. And I think something that was most impressive to us is how well you did, especially in those surprise tasks when it came to the semifinal. So you had zero idea what you were getting into, right?
I had some idea what the scenarios might be, but no, in terms of like speed, maybe the size of it, how the bots might move like randomly, especially in the very first one. I didn't expect them to move in a different direction. I thought it would just be an arch, but sometimes they'd switch, and that was a bit of a surprise. And then for that second scenario, I mean, Maddie's the GOAT on dynamic clicking. I mean, he's just phenomenal. Like, I thought I did all right. Definitely harder for my dynamic clicking. It's something you have to grind out and get good at. And then the last scenario on tracking, I thought I did pretty all right.
Yeah, in terms of people that are just getting into the aiming community and they want to reach your kind of level, like what piece of advice would you give to them?
I'm a coach, so I do this I do this anyway. I would highly recommend playing benchmarks, going to Voltaic, finding as many things to play as possible. Aimers has stuff, RA has stuff. UV is coming out with stuff soon. I don't know if I can leak that or not, but it should be all right. And then, there's a lot of stuff that people can play on Aimlab and many other things, and there's a lot of people people can reach out to and get a lot of info from. So I really hope that anybody that is good at aiming, considers himself good at aiming, should support anybody else, whether they're better than them, worse than them. If somebody has a question, they should answer it and help them out. Anybody should grow.
I love that. I love that mentality. But I got to do a quick mentality switch. You had some great banter with Shazam leading up to this moment. We had some tweets from Red Bull Gaming showing you guys last night in front of the stage together. So you did make it farther. Any words to maybe keep a budding rivalry going?
Oh man, I hope to keep playing more events. I play them in ranked a lot in Valorant. Some interesting times in there that I cannot talk about here. But definitely some fun stuff, and got to keep up the banter, whether people realize it's real or not. But in the end, it's all about the fun and creating some some rivalry and stuff because it's it's competition. This is what's important about this event. Same with any sport. Teams have to banter with each other, say this team's better than this team. Some people bet and stuff. Yeah, anything to get more people watching and have a bigger event. The bigger the better.
Well,
Cool.
look, for a first LAN, traveling out of state, you have a lot of new experiences, and you didn't look nervous at all. You performed at the highest level. You were absolutely incredible. So Aimbot Neon, thank you for joining us. And also, I know it's got to be really cool. Juicer QT was talking about it earlier. You guys got to meet for the first time in person.
Yeah, I've known him for 3 years. I met him a really long time ago. He was playing some old benchmark stuff and practicing, and I got into it, early Valorant. I started getting into stuff. Here's Juicer, best buddy here. This guy's great. And yeah, he was the GOAT. This guy was the best. He was the best, and I looked up to him. I thought this guy was amazing. And I remember I first met him. I think he should remember it too. I first met him hitting some really great score, and he was like, "Who's this guy?" And then we talked a bit, and he was like, "Wait, this is a really good friendship we got going on." So we kept talking, and it's been 3 years, and finally got to meet him. So because he lived in Cali, he lives in Utah now, and I'm in Massachusetts, so we're quite far. So having this meeting and meeting each other in person 2 days ago was excellent. Really, really fun.
I love it. This is heartfelt. It's competitive. It's got everything that I need for a great event. So again, Aimbot Neon, congratulations. Not only for qualifying to get here, because that was a long process, but getting all the way to the semifinals, giving Maddie a run for his money. So hopefully if there's another event like this, I expect even more improvement. You look like you've got the chops for it, so congratulations.
Yeah, of course, got to keep grinding, try to give him a run for his money, even if he is the GOAT, and he's just so far ahead of everybody. I mean, he's just amazing, really, really amazing player. He puts the time in. He really deserves to be up on stage and be first place. There's absolutely no reason anybody else should have won it. Everybody knew ahead of time he's just the best, and he continued practicing every day, 10 to 12 hours, everything he could. Yeah, he absolutely deserves it. There's no reason anybody else should have it right now.
Wow, don't tell Jakey, because the finals haven't actually started yet, so we still need to get all of our scores in. But if you have an idea of who you think might win Aimbot Neon, clearly no issue there. Very sure that is going to be Maddie. But again, reminder, we do have co-streams from all of our invited pros, including Jakey. So if you want to see Jakey come out on top, go to that co-stream. Give the love not only in the Red Bull Twitch, but in his stream as well, as we prepare, of course, for that grand final just around the corner. And I think it's a great point that Aimbot Neon pointed out, is that an event like this, a first of its kind, kind of a tester, right? It has been a ton of fun, and I think put a spotlight on an extremely talented but maybe niche part of the community. So I certainly hope that we see Ron more on the horizon to continue to showcase that talent and perhaps challenge all of you on the qualified winner side to improve even further for future events.
Can I make one comparison real quick?
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, so this event, I wanted to get as much hype as possible, get as many viewers as possible, as many people following, as many, competitors, people, one rivalry here, people supporting this person, people hating, I get a bunch of hate, I get a bunch of support, DMs every day, tons of stuff. And I want events like this to keep happening and continue growing. I think the best comparison will probably be OSU, and they have lots of LAN events, they have the round table, they've done that twice. That's something that I really, really want to be able to compete with and have, AIM training, be a part of it, because a lot of people put a lot of time in, thousands and thousands of hours, and I see no reason that stuff like this shouldn't happen. If we can make it fun, absolutely we should try to make it fun and still be competitive.
Yeah, shout out to Aimlabs and Red Bull for creating this platform here. We can gather the best aimers in the world and the invited pros to showcase their skill. If we ever have a season 2, I'm sure we're going to switch it up on the tasks as well to make things more as interesting as this one. But yeah, thank you so much, Neon. And what's next for you?
Gonna go home, get comfortable again, start working. College sophomore year starting up, so we're gonna get into that and continue doing stuff like this grind. Because I mean, honestly, up coming to the event, I didn't even practice too much. I practiced a good bit, and I played all the Aimlabs scenarios plenty, and I put a lot of hours into them. But there's so much new stuff to play all the time. Always people creating new things. Community's always coming out with stuff, and there's always just great scenarios to play. No reason why people shouldn't practice and get better.
Well, there you go. No reason not to practice. So if Aimbot Neon didn't convince you, let all of the incredible competitors today do so, to go ahead and check out Aimlabs. Thank you again for joining us on the desk. Now in preparation for the final, take a look at how the whole day has gone.
It is time, my friends. It is time. After whittling down the competition, we are down to our final two competitors, the top invited pro and the top qualified winner, to finally answer the question, who has the best aim in gaming? Without further ado, it is time to introduce our finalists. Representing the side of the invited pros, we have Cloud9's Jakey. And challenging him on the stage today, it is none other than the representative of our qualified winners. We have VT Maddie. Now, acknowledge your fellow competitor before taking to your stations. Let's go, let's go. Feel free to settle into your seats. We are going to get into the competition. We have been awaiting this moment throughout the entirety of the broadcast, and I am so stoked to declare a winner. Casters, how about you?
I cannot wait. Look, Aimbot and Neon seemed pretty confident in who it was going to be. Rhonda, I don't know. Jake consistently throughout the day has proved he has what it takes, and I think that this is going to be an amazing fight.
Yeah, we get to see all 9 tasks now in a row. I think endurance plays a factor. If Jakey heats up and warms up, I'm sure he's going to put some great numbers up. Maddie, I'm interested to see how hard he's going to push himself. Like, is he, you got to say he's the favorite here, right? But
yeah, I think that's fair to say.
Is he going to try to break his own records, right? Like, how does he play 8, 6, 7, 8, 9 tasks in? Or is he still trying to go for that 120, 130K number? Or is he going to ease up? For me, he's a stone cold killer. I think he's going for it all. He's going to set the highest score. He's setting the bars here, all the records.
But it is going to be a gauntlet. We've had individual rounds. They've been up there in these rotations. But now it is all 9 tasks, all in a row, all 2 attempts apiece. There's going to be no break time, no time to go assess something that went wrong. It's going to be one after the other. So I think endurance really going to be a key here, because it's been a long day too.
It's been a long day, yeah. And I mean, it takes a lot of mental focus and energy. I think I read an article, like chess players burn like 6,000 calories in a tournament.
Really?
And wow.
So. And here we go. 20 seconds and the finals begin. Here we go. Starting things out where it all began. Take a look at those brackets on the left and right. Once 8 players on either side. Down to the best of the best in Jake and Maddie. 2 attempts per task, 9 tasks in order. Starting with that jiggle switch. And no surprise, the bricks. A comeback again here on the side of the qualified winners.
Yeah, the brick layout, providing that grid format, the little rulers, nice equal spacing. Helps you visually track these targets moving horizontally left and right.
And this is something that not only have they done this multiple times today, but presumably going to be one of those tasks in general that they are very familiar with, whether it's from their game or something else, as attempt number 1 wraps up. And now it sounds like a lot, 18 total with 9 tasks, but each one being a minute long. It's gonna go probably a lot faster than we'd expect as some of those initial scores begin to trickle in.
Yeah, and if I'm Jakey here, I'm looking to score my highest here. This is a task that should be very familiar for him. Obviously playing Valorant, it's a very, left, right, X-axis FPS. So if there's any chance to make up ground, this is it.
And well, perhaps some ground to make up for attempt number 2, a bit of a disparity in the initial scores. 114K for Maddie, 93K for Jakey. So you're gonna wanna have a strong performance as attempt number 2 begins right now. The jiggle switch attempt is a go. This will be the last time you see this task on screen. But I feel like it's important here too to sort of just play your own game. Don't worry about what's happening with Maddie. Don't worry about what's happening with Jake. Just focus on your screen, your game.
Yeah, and that's a great piece of advice in any game or competition. You try to switch things up and play a different play style that you're not used to. It starts throwing you off. You start second guessing yourself. And
changing things that don't need to be changed.
Yeah.
Unless you're Maddie, who just changes everything for fun, I guess. Here we go, I think about 10 seconds or less remaining in attempt 2 for the jiggle switch. 8 more tasks on the road to victory for one of these 2 players, and there we go. Will we see improvements across the board? Huh, Maddie doing it again. The exact same score, 114,000, mirroring that initial attempt. Not as strong of a score from Jake, but hey, it's the highest score that you're gonna take on. So it is gonna be that 93K that Jake takes from the jiggle switch on the initial as we move on to float clicking, our first of 2 attempts. And again, this does follow the order of the initial 3 rounds. So float clicking now, veer track will be after this. So no surprise in the order of the tasks.
Players are ready. Thumbs up there from Maddie. And again, just to mention, I love his neutral setup. It's not, his body's not contorted or leaned a certain way, causing some weird angles. Everything's kind of like 90-degree straight alignments, and in that case, it doesn't create weird diagonals, right? If you're rotating your body kind of clockwise or counterclockwise, and you move your forearm, that shifts the whole axis and everything. So Maddie with textbook form.
I mean, I think I could do that.
You could do that.
Just have Maddie stand in for me and turn the camera off. Again, this is task 2 of 9, attempt 1 for the grand final of Red Bull's Ready Check, the first ever Aimlabs event, aim training event, hopefully one of many, because on its face, you might not be sure what you're gonna get out of an aim training and Aimlabs event, and it has been so fun to not only see how the invited pros square up with the qualified winners, but how in their own individual lanes, they compete against each other. The competition, the camaraderie has been exceptional. As the first attempt of float click comes to a close, we'll wait to see. And Maddie, a crisp 132K there. He asked if he was gonna try and improve on those scores. I think the answer might be yes. Let me actually go back, 132K out of Maddie. If I can find the original, does beat his former score, I think just by a little, was almost 132K last time. On the side of Jake, gonna be 87K, so definitely some groundwork to make up. Doable, but gonna have to be precise, snappy, adaptable, I like to say.
It's good to see from Maddie. Pedal to the floor, as they say, not letting up. And it's good mental practice. It's like, putting yourself in that try-hard mode where your standard is 100%. And when you're used to kind of accessing that kind of mental state, it's easier to access over and over again, right? You're just like, okay, I'm gonna give it my all. You've got this switch that you can always access where, this is my 100%. And capping yourself off, and that's essentially how you reach your potential.
Always pushing yourself, and what better way to do it than at the first event of its kind on LAN? And I don't know if it's ever good for a competitor if Maddie has his arms up and is smiling. An initial score of 132K. Yeah, he blows it out of the water. His best score in this specific task, 140K. not missing a beat, not slowing down. An improvement of 2K for Jake, up to 89K as we move on to veer tracking, the first attempt here. And I think that's really a testament to Maddie as well, is that you can have a long day. You've been doing this for so long. There can be fatigue, eye strain, so many different tasks that you've gone through. And to be able to come back and not only have that consistency we've talked about, but then continue to improve upon those scores is really, really something to see.
Yeah, we talked earlier when we started the tournament what the endurance factor would be like. And like I mentioned earlier, I saw an article where like chess tournament players burn like 6,000 calories because of how much mental energy they're using. And I imagine it's something like this, right? You've got just non-stop focus. You've got all your brain power focusing in hand-eye coordination, visual registration, reaction time, nerves.
I don't know if I've seen any nerves here today. It looks like everyone's pretty incredible. But here we go. This is attempt number 1 on the veer track. You remember this from way back when, at the very beginning of the event. One of our 3 tracking style tasks. It's going to be 3 switching, 3 flicking, 3 tracking. If you had to give overall difficulties to the different types, where would you rank switching versus flicking versus tracking?
I would certainly put tracking as the most difficult. Flicking, well, the reason is because tracking, it requires really fast reaction speed to react to the change of direction of the targets. Whereas the flicking and switching tasks, some of them, the targets are static or they're kind of in a floating position, so they're a little bit more predictable. The tracking ones, like we see here on veer track, the target's moving constantly, random directions, juking left, right. So there's this element of mechanics, yes, but also reaction speed. You've got to instantly judge, maybe even like within 1 second, the target be changing directions 3 times.
Well, no trouble for Maddie. Attempt 1, 119K. Hasn't been particularly close to dropping under the 100K mark. Jakey at 82K. And consistency across the board from both of them, actually, in terms of the score lines that they are getting. But in terms of total score, as we prepare for the final attempt here in veer tracking, it is an over 100,000 point score difference. Makes the comeback even better. If you're just joining us now at the tail end of the Red Bull Ready Check event with Aimlabs and AOC Gaming, we are in attempt 2, the final attempt for the veer track task. That is going to be task 3 of 9 here in the gauntlet that is the final between Jake and Maddie. They will have 2 attempts each task. They must do all of them in a row. No breaks, no pauses. The endurance after a long day to do 1 more push. Going to be very impressive from both of these players. $10,000 for second place, $25,000 for first. The AOC gaming monitor. And of course, Ron, you said it, whoever ends up coming out on top, being able to call themselves the very first Red Bull Ready Check Aimlabs winner.
Yeah. Bragging rights. Might even be immortalized inside Aimlabs.
Ooh.
Yeah.
That'd be cool. There we go. Take a look at those scores. Amazing improvement there for Jake. 82K on the first attempt, 92K. An improvement of 10K on that second attempt. And actually a decrease on the reverse side, 109K going down from 119K from Maddie.
Okay. So Jakey still not out.
I mean, that's what you want, right? You can cut 10,000 off that score line. That's going to be huge considering you're about 33% of the way through. You got 6 more tasks you need to get through. If there are continued improvements like that, you can start chipping away slowly but surely.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's all Jakey can hope for.
Now we move on to the float switch. what we saw at the start of round 2. Float switch followed by bounce click and then glider track will be the next 3 tasks with 2 attempts a pop. We're just about to jump into the game here. A long day at the office, but a good day for both of these players. And here we go. Float switch is underway. 1 minute on the clock and goes by a lot faster than you would think. Laser focus on the dots in front of them, and both players looking crispy so far.
Maddie with a strong start. Oh, his first blunder right there. Just one.
Seems to recover from it without too much trouble.
Yeah, I mean, literally he's had 1 mistake this whole time.
Has Maddie had a mistake?
Sorry?
Has Maddie had a mistake?
No, that's what I said. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I said, yeah, Maddie.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, like, if you watch Maddie's
I was
run-
looking at Jake when you said that, and I think maybe almost at the same time might have actually also had a blunder. So at least they're in sync on that.
Yeah, I'm like watching a screen to see where the mistakes are. And it's, you know, you might have like 3 or 4 small slip-ups. So near perfection.
There you go. Comes to a close. Float switch attempt 1. There will be another attempt as we take a look at those scores. 85K out of Jakey. 114K consistency out of Maddie. Again, these score lines super consistent to the score lines they're posting across the rest of the tasks as well. But 114K even out of Maddie there on the float switch. And if you're at a point, say where Maddie is in terms of proficiency at something like Aimlabs, where is the ceiling of improvement for you? Is there one, or do you start seeing it if you're this good?
Yeah, that's a good question. Like I mentioned before, I mean, we're talking slivers of improvement at this level, right? I mean, he clearly beat the other qualified winners, the professional aimers, by large margins. So as we were watching his screen, you know, you're just kind of looking for where can improvements be made, and so far, none. And the mistakes that he are making, they're just so minimal.
And we talk about that too. Not only is consistency important, but being able to be so consistent and also at such a high level. You might be able to get one, you might be able to get another. Maybe you have high peaks, low valleys, but not for Maddie. It's just jumping from peak to peak, I guess. Again, this is attempt 2 on the float switch task, which is one of the switching tasks. Following this, we will have the bounce click. As we get to the final couple seconds here, whittling away, and as time is up, we'll see what those scores are. Some cheers from the crowd. As 4 tasks down, 5 tasks to go. Bounce click up next. Bounce click, in particular, was the task that seemed to trip up the invited pros the most.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's an awkward trajectory. But Jakey, he
posted the exact same score actually on both of those attempts. 85.5K. Maddie casually almost improving his score by 10,000. Goes from 114K on attempt 1 to 122.5K on attempt 2. But every task feels like a clean slate. The opportunity to get that high score, improve on your PRs. And here we go. The bounce click, attempt 1 starts now. And once these attempts are done, it will put us just over the halfway mark here at the finals. A $15,000 difference on the line here for whoever is able to take first place. Not that I think you're going to be too disappointed if you take home $10,000, but that 25K is going to look real nice. Both of these players working their way through the bounce click very well. Doesn't seem for Jake to be tripping him up too bad. And maybe to be expected, right? If you're someone of that caliber you're gonna see progress even if you've only done something a handful of times.
Absolutely. I mean, that's how you reach the top elite level of professional esports. You improve, you get better, you adapt, you find ways to break the game, the advantages, the timings, the angles. And they have an eye for that.
Maddie using that same cursor, that larger cursor on the bounce click that we saw way back in round 2. As those scores come in, 135.8K for Maddie, 80K for Jake. Again, both very, very consistent within their score lines. What I really want to see is if Maddie can break 145K, which I believe, I'll go back and try and find exactly where that was, the 145K, but it was a monster.
It was one of the flicking
there we go.
tasks
Yeah.
in the semifinals.
I believe the micro click, I think might have been at 145K. The score to beat, the highest score by far of any task of any player in today's tournament as we jump into attempt 2 for the bounce click.
And I do like the crosshair change. Now that I think about it, back when I played Counter-Strike, on some maps, it made sense to use bigger crosshairs or smaller crosshairs depending on the range of which you were going to fight your opponents.
Okay, yeah.
So for long distance maps, I prefer a smaller crosshair because you have smaller heads.
But if it's more close quarters?
Yeah, the target's bigger, it kind of makes sense to increase the crosshair size so it doesn't get lost on the target. So for example, if you have a really big target and a small crosshair, if you're going for that headshot, sometimes that crosshair might land on the body or the upper chest, and you kind of can't distinguish if it's on the head exactly.
Yeah. And obviously, all of that information crucial when you're in a situation like that, when you're in game, when you're competing like Jake is. And there we go. Bounce click attempt 2 done. Glider track up next. Not going to be an improvement for Maddie. 135K on the first, 129K on the second. But a whopping 11K improvement for Jake from 80K on attempt 1 to 91.9K, almost a 12K improvement. That is excellent.
So it looks like he is whittling down that difference. 2 tasks ago, he was 100K down. Now it's almost around 80, just a little less than 80K.
We'll see, maybe as we move on, can you continue to chip away? Those chips might need to get a little bit larger as we get into the latter half of the final, but here we go. Officially over halfway. Glider track next. Attempt 1 is what's on your screen. And this is one of those tasks identified early on by Ron, that and veer track, as being particularly challenging.
Yeah, especially for Valorant players. This is a pretty awkward angle. Oftentimes you're not caught in situations where the players are moving both up and down. Sure, if you have high ground, that might be the case that happens, right? If you're boosted on a box, maybe you're in a tower or a window, and the target's moving below you. But yeah, so this is not a very familiar range of motion or mechanic for Jake.
Perhaps a Halo player, but not a Valorant player. But I think, again, that is a testament to still the consistency, the accuracy, and the ratings that you're posting. Even if this isn't intuitive to the style of game that you excel at, you're still exceptionally good at it because some of that skill, it's naturally going to transfer over. But now as we wait for the second attempt to begin, those scores will start rolling in. And we can see it here. For glider track attempt number 1, what are those scores going to be? 79K for Jake. I definitely think we can see improvement there for sure. Still consistent, still on par with what those prior scores have been, basically hovering in the 80 to 90K range. Waiting to see what Maddie's score line is for attempt 1. We still will have another attempt here for the glider track. And Maddie just looks locked in. Have yet to see that score line come across. We'll let you know as soon as we get it for Maddie on the first attempt from the glider track. And once we wrap up the second attempt, we will be into the final 3. Round 3, it'll be vertical switch, micro click, and smooth track. We will not see those 3 tasks from the semifinal, those surprise tasks.
All right, looks like Maddie is reloaded back into Aimlabs. All right, here we go.
The second attempt should be underway here in just a moment. Well, as I say that, about 5 seconds for us to jump in. Attempt to glider track is underway. Right into things. And look at that smoothness out of Maddie Offred, not even missing a beat. Even that snap back to the center, it felt like you saw one little micro adjustment after the initial movement, but that happens before it even spawns. And we do have an update out of Maddie, 128K on the first attempt here, looking to beat 128K. Jake looking to beat 79K. To put it into context, when you watch these players here, obviously the best of the best, posting some of the highest scores, how does that compare to what you might say is an average score for something like a glider track?
Glider track, I mean, this one is so difficult. I would challenge anyone watching this, get Aimlabs, it's free, and try it for yourself. Watching the best of the best, the elite, they make it look easy, but I'm telling you, it is so difficult. We're talking about slivers of a target hitbox that are moving in random directions in all directions. And then you've got to be able to recenter it back to the middle, like instantly. So it tests all your skills. And it's one of those things, like I said earlier, you kind of have to have a neutral mouse position. Like
right.
you've got, your rectangle or square mouse pad. You've got to be neutral in the middle, so then you can hit all quadrants in case the target moves in any direction. And we can see the mouse placement from both players. They certainly have that neutral setup, so maybe that was a factor in reaching the finals for them both.
And there we see it, 103K. So, just a bit of a dip from 128K on attempt 1 out of Maddie, but another great improvement of 5K out of Jake, 79 on the initial, 84 on the second, on line with the general scores we're going to see thus far. But now it means we're into the final 3 tasks, the vertical switch up next, followed by the micro clicking and the smooth tracking. Going to be those tasks that we close things out with. And again, you think at the start of this final, 9 tasks, 2 attempts per, it feels like it's going to take a lot of time, but when each attempt is only a minute long and they are right after another, well, it goes by, you blink, and suddenly we're in the final 3.
It's more like rapid sprints, 100-meter dashes instead of marathons. So there's this ability to have this super concentrated, compact focus within a minute. And generally when you play a game, you don't have this many targets that you have to shoot at, right?
Right.
It's more paced out, so you're condensing it down. There's this ability to that I think some gamers, what I've noticed when I've become older is that back when I played professionally, I had really fast reaction speed when I was younger. But now when I'm older, I have like little bursts. Like I can focus for like 3 minutes and then I lose it. So being able to see them do this back to back to back, 4 or 5 rounds in, with this number of tasks this late into the tournament, it just goes to show like how they're able to sustain this focus, which is for me super impressive.
Right, I mean, you've been here for hours and hours and hours. You're flying from who knows where, could be time changes. You don't necessarily always have time to adjust, and you can sit down after a very, very long day and make it look easy. Again, Maddie's trying to jump back into Aimlabs, get everything set up now for the vertical switch, waiting on attempt number 1. With just 6 attempts, 3 tasks remaining before we crown our Red Bull Ready Check champion here The first tournament of its type. And I love that. I love the ability to take that risk, be innovative, and try something like this. Because you might not necessarily look at Aimlabs and be like, yeah, we can make a tournament out of that. But they did, and they executed, and it's been excellent.
Yeah, I mean, anytime you can watch the elite of any craft or sport or skill set, it's treat, you know, just to see what is possible for humans, you know, right? This is like, you know, like we said in gaming, this is probably the most sought after skill. It's point and click, mouse control, tracking, flicking, precision, hitting headshots. That's what everyone's after. And those are one of those skill sets that you have to have, right? So we see it on display right here. And
I think you hit the nail on the head when you said that. No matter what someone is doing, if you're watching the absolute best of the best do that thing, you could have zero interest. You might like to play games that have nothing to do with translatable skills from Aimlabs, and you're gonna have fun sitting here watching these players be outstanding at this. Because there's something to respect always about people who hyper-focus into one thing to become the best they can be. Unlike my squirrel brain, where I can't decide what I want to do on any given day. Vertical switch, attempt 1 underway. Our grand finalists, Jake and Maddie, head-to-head here. 3 final tasks to get it done. 10,000 for second, 25,000 for first. AOC gaming monitors for both. So far, so good.
you know what, I'd wager, you know, if you give Maddie some darts or a pool stick or ninja stars.
Ninja stars.
Give him something with his hands and he's gonna have surgical precision. I'm curious to know
I don't know if I want to
has-
see his surgical precision with ninjas.
I would love to see that. I would love to see that. Throwing daggers, archery, you name it, you know? Like hand-eye coordination, let me hit something a little small.
Can we
Curious
get
to
them to
know.
play paintball or something?
Paintball's good, yeah. That sounds fun.
And there we go, attempt 1 for the vertical switch, all wrapped up. Wait for those scores to come in, 110K out of Maddie. I don't believe that Maddie has had a score under 6 digits so far here in the final. Jake, 85K, and again, the consistency across the board is so impressive out of both of these players. We'll jump back into it. This is attempt 2. Micro-clicking up next. What I would actually be so curious about is if you took one of these pros who are already exceptionally talented and did have them focus on something like Aimlabs the way that Maddie or other aim trainers do, what ceiling they would get to and how quickly they could get there.
Yeah, I mean, to have this kind of hand-eye coordination and precision and focus, like they're gonna figure it out. I don't care what you put in their hands. Like I said, they're elite level dedication and the mental focus. You know, being able to predict trajectories and
I mean, usually in a game situation, you've got so many sources of information and decision making that are changing round to round, for example, in Valorant. Whereas in something like this, you can just hyper focus on that one specific thing. Nothing else matters. You don't necessarily have to worry about someone shooting back, what rotations, what plays have they made through the last rounds. I think you could see some really, really incredible scores. The first attempt all wrapped up here. Excuse me, the second attempt, and I think this is the 3rd or 4th time Maddie has posted the exact same score back-to-back, 110.5K, an improvement of about 4,000 for Jake, up to 89K, just shy of the 90,000 mark. And how many times have we said it? Constantly, Maddie, consistent, especially to get the exact same score. Micro-clicking up next. This was, it seemed like your favorite as we went through most of the tasks. And I think visually maybe my favorite as well. The dots aren't necessarily moving on any axis, but you gotta be able to snap between all of them.
yeah, I would say if you want to try out the task, this is the one to start with, kind of create a baseline. This is the one that you use I would say out of all the tasks, this is the one that replicates the fundamentals of aiming. Point and click, small headshot size targets.
And here we go. Micro click, attempt 1 underway. A minute dwindling down quickly. As both of these players look to post the top score, break PRs, maybe get some Aimlabs world records. And Maddie looks like a bot. That's ridiculous. It is just so precise. And I feel like what I've seen from Maddie most that's been so impressive is there's not like a stumble that interrupts that mental rhythm. It's just so smooth throughout the entire process.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if he does any training with a metronome. I know that's something that people have put on, you know, like to set a pace.
Oh, wow,
set kind of a standard of, okay, this is the pace that I can hit 100% at. Let me increase it by a half tick and kind of work from there. But yeah, I mean, it just looks like it's on the dot. There's this like clear pace and tempo that he's working with that matches exactly his accuracy to flick speed.
Right. Well, that accuracy awarding a score of 121,000 to Maddie for the first attempt. Some laughs across the board from both players. 85K from Jake. And again, the consistency throughout in all of these scores doesn't matter. The task doesn't matter if it's going from something like switching to flicking or tracking style tasks. Their ability to be consistent in those high scores remaining throughout. As we prepare for the second and final attempt of the micro click, and then our final task of the day. Smooth track just around the corner. But first, we close it out, micro click. 45 seconds on the clock. Both of these players trying to beat their previous scores. For Maddie, that'll be 121,000, 85,000 for Jake. I think I'm gonna hear the sound of this dot clicking in my dreams tonight. I think if you take a look at Maddie's overall score, very close to $1 million.
Million?
Very close to $1 million.
Yeah.
Another day in the Aimlabs. My goodness. This is how I know I've watched this enough now for Maddie. If the arms go back at the same time, you know it's going to be a good score.
Yeah. Instant fly of the arms. Just that natural celebration.
There we go.
Raise your hands in the air.
Just shy, 50 points shy of 87K for Jake, an improvement there of almost 2,000. A decrease of 10,000 for Maddie from the high of the attempt 1 of 121K. And now it's time, our final task of the day. We have been through all of these tasks so many times, and now 2 more attempts to close it all out. The smooth track is where we will get our final scores, determine our Red Bull Ready Check winner. The first Aimlabs event of its kind, and what a blast it has been. The resiliency, the competitiveness, the scores, the ability of all these players. Truly outstanding, the best of the best in their fields. And if you ever wondered if aim trainers are worth it, this is a pretty good example of why that answer is going to be yes.
Yeah, I mean, cash prizes on the line, bragging rights, and of course, it helps you in your favorite game of choice. Helps you climb the ranks, carry your teams.
And here we go, smooth track underway, attempt number 1. Less than 2 minutes worth of gameplay remaining to crown our champion. Such a fast snap out of Maddie back to that center. And Jake doing a great job of hovering in the mid-70s in terms of accuracy. I believe Maddie is that the high 80s, mid-80s?
85%. Yeah. 15% higher than Jakey, and in his own right doing fantastic. We mentioned this earlier. This is kind of an awkward motion for Valorant players.
Right.
But Jakey has been playing phenomenal. He's been so consistent across all the tasks.
Here we got a little bit of an arm raise.
A little halfer.
And keep in mind, the micro-click was where we saw Maddie's highest overall score that happened in the semifinal of 145,000. Was not broken. I think that might be where things stand as our overall highest score. But 123K in attempt 1 here for Maddie. We'll wait to see what we get. 79.5K out of Jake as we jump into the final attempt of the final task of the day. Just 1 minute until we know our champion, and what a great day it has been.
Now all just a formality. Maddie finishing off the final round. He will be crowned the champion of the first ever Red Bull Ready Check. Well played to Jakey as well. He had some fierce competition amongst the other invited pros. Super impressed with his consistency overall. Should be very proud of himself.
And I think, case in point, right? You're gonna watch the difference between a pro player who is exceptionally good at not only aiming, but also all the parts that come together in Valorant. And you have someone like Maddie. This is that focus, that drive, that energy every day. And truly impressive on top of that showcase. Says, I don't even need to worry about the last final seconds as it comes to a close. Arms out, the cheers are there. And you said it, perhaps just a formality, some of those final attempts, but truly impressive out of both Jake and Maddie to get to this point, to the very, very end, our 2 finalists. But only one can take home that first place prize of $25,000, second place $10,000. And what a day it has been. This has been a ton of fun. Look, if I've learned anything, we need more events like this. It was amazing not only to showcase the breadth of what we could get from Aimlabs, but those incredible scores. Take a look at that. Over 1 million as a total point for Maddie. Coming on the side of the qualified winners, that is going to give first place to Maddie, second place to Jake at just shy of 800,000. Some of the best, and Maddie doing it the best of all. A massive congratulations.
Yeah, and setting the gold standard of what is possible in aiming now. He was the favorite coming in, and he showcased it in every single task, even the surprise task, setting some records there. So congratulations to Maddie. Looking forward to picking his brain a little bit and figuring out what I can learn and what he can share. Obviously, just being a savant aiming and such a technical master in his skill set.
Well, maybe we'll get some of those secrets out of him. Let's throw it to Gabby up on stage with our winner, Maddie.
Well, I would say one thing that is not a secret is the talent that VT Maddie holds within the palms of your hands. Congratulations on this victory. Over 1 million on the scoreboard. I know you just recently happened to get #1 on the ranked leaderboard as well. Before we get into this specific performance, tell me a bit about how you got into the aim training community and becoming even a coach at that.
I originally got into aim training to get good at Overwatch. I'm not gonna lie, I was hard stuck like Diamond Masters before I got into aim training, and I was like, I want to get better aim, and I want to get better at Overwatch. But the more I played aim training, the more I realized like I'm really good at this, and I don't want to really focus that much on getting better at Overwatch and other aspects of the game. I want to aim train for my time, and honestly, now I think that's the greatest decision that I could have made for my esports career. So that was my original goal with this whole thing.
It's a decision we all appreciate, getting to be in awe of your performance. I know that you're worried a bit about some wrist issues. How are you feeling today?
Honestly, going into this, I was worried because during practice, my wrist wasn't feeling that good. It was feeling weak. I was feeling fatigued. I had a lot of doubts going into this, but, you know, thanks to my friends over there and my family, my dad is right there, and my family that came with me, like, they were hyping me up, and, you know, all the help that they've given me, like, my wrist is whatever. I'm me. I got it all.
I know they were even trolling you at points, but overall, just a lot of emphatic energy from your friends, from your family. I think we can feel the connection of this community. On behalf of that community, last words as we present you with the trophy that you would like to say. What should people know about AIM training and what it has to offer?
AIM training is probably the best decision you can make. It's isolated practice for whatever game you play, whatever FPS game. And I'd like to give like a big shout out to all of my friends over at Voltaic, the coaching service that we do at Amped. It's really important to me, and it's meant a lot. Thank you for the opportunities that Voltaic and everyone here at Aimlab and all of you guys here in the audience that have given me. Thank you so much.
All very important, and just as important for you to be able to hold this trophy. Lift it up if you can. I know it's a big chunky piece of beautiful hardware. Congratulations again on your victory. You're a champion, VT Maddie. I know we have witnessed a lot here today. Bask in the glory of the confetti. Casters, close us out.
My goodness, my gracious. It's not only is that a beautiful trophy, but that was such an eloquent interview with Gabby. Well-spoken. Maddie found his passion, pivoted, excelled at it. And look, if you're posting the best scores across the board and weren't sure about how your wrist felt, I'm terrified to see what Maddie could do if you're feeling 100% going into a tournament like this.
Yeah, well, I mean, the hard work pays off, right? He trained hard for this event, and there was some concern there about pacing and the capabilities of his wrist. But so great to see that his family was here and support him and see all the work he put in coming through. And yeah, I mean, Maddie setting the gold standard here of aiming, very fun to watch.
Very fun to watch, and some scores to beat for all the AIM trainers out there to aspire to the levels that we saw Maddie able to hit today. So I want to give another congratulations to our champion, Maddie. Thank you so much for joining us here at the Echo Lounge in Dallas, Texas for Red Bull Ready Check, a first event of its kind, and it has been a blast, not only for everyone in Arena, but for everyone joining us on the Red Bull Twitch stream, and of course, everyone joining us on those co-streams. A very special shout out to State Space for their expertise in AIM training. And on behalf of Gabby, Rambo, our entire production team, and myself, thank you so much for watching.